How many dreams can you shape in a minute, an hour?
The kind of clean you like best.
Lost 3 of my teeth, too. All right, so you lost. Next time you win.
Steamy, hot, hearty, delicious, invigorating.
Hold on. We just heard the intro on the headset.
That never happens.
No,
It's up there.
No,
never
it was
happens.
right here.
It was in both places.
Right?
Folks at home,
It's like our first
folks
show.
at home, isn't it great? You never really know when you're live.
We
but
suck just as much now as we did.
That's important.
10-ish years
Consistency
ago.
is important. Folks at home, welcome to a brand new show. This is the 10th anniversary Ike Live show. Unbelievable. As I sit here, it is so hard to believe, except when I look in the mirror, that 10 years has passed already. Man, we got a great show for you tonight. We got a bunch of special guests. We've got a great crew. We've got a live studio audience, and we even have.
Let's hear from the audience.
Yeah, let's hear from the audience. Let's hear something. Anything? Wow. It's like
right.
quiet.
Wow.
It's quiet.
Come on.
All right, there's a couple claps. It's going to be a great show, but in a nutshell, we are celebrating 10 years of this podcast. And I want to start by saying this. Before I even intro the room, I want to start by saying this from the bottom of my heart. What an incredible journey this has been. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to everyone who's watched this show, whether you are a brand new fan from this year or last show, or whether you've watched from day one. Thank you for supporting the show. We've got a big list of people we're going to be thanking tonight, but you guys, the people that watch and listen, that's the most important thing about this show. And you've kept us going for 10 years. So thank you guys. Hats off to you. Thank you. Thank you. We got a great crew tonight. Let me start over here to my right and fresh off a freezing trip to South Texas. You can see his lips are still blue. The one and only Dean of Bash University, Pete Gleason. How you doing, Pete?
Good. I'm good.
Now, Pete, I want to start. I want to ask everyone this, but dude, 10 years. That's insane, dude.
It really is.
Yeah.
I mean, when Brian brought it to me, and I'm like, wow, has it really been that long?
Yeah.
You
You
were
know?
like, no, you're probably right.
Yeah.
It might only be 9 and a
It
half.
might be 9.5 or 9 3/4, but technically it's been 10.
Yeah.
But dude, that's unbelievable.
There's so much that has changed
Yeah.
since we did our first show.
Oh yeah.
Think about it.
Oh yeah. Lives have changed. Families have changed. People. I mean, everything.
Well,
Businesses.
The sport has changed.
The sport has changed.
There's been purchases and mergers.
Yeah.
The advent of live
Yeah.
in the world of fishing.
Yeah.
All happened since we started.
It's crazy.
It's like everything's different. New personalities.
Forward scanning sonar.
Yeah. Forward
sonar.
facing sonar.
Yes.
The kayak world has blown up
That's
in the
right.
midst of all this.
All in that decade.
It's
all in the last
crazy,
decade.
dude.
We covered it all.
We've covered it all. It's been crazy, incredible. Sitting to my right, and here's the great thing. This show has been going on for 10 years. And we figured for the first time in 10 years, the producer of this show has left
right.
the chair and is sitting on the casting couch. Brian, it took you 10
years. No. Hold
10
on.
years.
The very first show we did,
Yeah.
we went live.
Yeah.
And then you just went off script and ripped me in and made me sit in that open seat that was next to you. I was nervous, chewing gum. I had no idea.
That's the show?
I
where
think you asked me about a freaking A-rig or something. It was
Yeah.
like, no.
you clammed up and
Yeah.
started rocking.
Yeah. So this is
Dude, but it's great. I like having you here. You know, it's nice having you
I
here.
don't feel comfortable, but I'm
No,
working on it.
I like it. No, you look comfortable. Here's the
Right.
thing. A lot's changed in 10 years.
I want to move the camera slightly towards Pete. We're off center.
Oh, okay. Well, we get somebody to do that.
Yeah.
Vegas, come out here. By the way, we do have Vegas. Vegas,
He took his shoes off.
yeah, take your shoes off. It's
That
good.
karate guy does that. You're in
Move
trouble.
that camera. Riz is going to help you. Move that camera a little bit.
By the way, I'll
that
take
way.
the responsibility. For
A
that.
little bit that way. Just like Yeah, just a little
It's not
bit.
gonna go good.
Yeah, no, it's gonna
It's
go
gonna-
good. No,
the other way,
try
buddy.
the other way. The other way, because everything's reversed. It's like a mirror here.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're in the upside down.
That's
And
perfect.
Little more. Perfect.
Bam.
Perfect. All right,
Nice.
Vegas the Hammer.
Well done,
Might have a
well
new
done.
job. He's good at soccer. He's good at fishing. He's good at camera work now too.
Yes, he is.
Brian, here's the thing I want to ask you straight up, right off the giddy, dude. It's been incredible. Like I wanted to say this to everybody. I don't know, you probably already know this, but when we were concocting the show, you know, Mark's like, you got to have a producer. You need a producer of the show. Like, who the hell's going to produce the show? I don't know any producer. I don't know anybody that's good at this. I don't know anybody that can.
Still don't.
And I'm like, Brian, you're a carpenter. Would you be interested in producing the show? And you said yes.
I'm like, yeah.
Do you,
I
do
listened
you
to a
regret that?
podcast. That's a good question.
Do you
I'd say,
regret it?
I'd say overall, absolutely not. No, it's been
No,
good.
dude.
It's been cool.
It's been really good. It's been
Yeah.
a crazy 10. It doesn't feel like 10 years.
It's because it's not.
Yeah, it's not. It's like 9 and 3, 9 and a half, 9 and a month, or whatever it is. But
9 in a month.
but
Like that. Nothing's gonna beat that.
Just
Stick
round
with it.
everything
Stay with
up.
9 in a month.
yeah, listen, Dave. If you would look at anything, you might know this already. If anybody's watching had work done by Brian the Carpenter, you know that nothing's perfect.
What?
Everything's off a little bit.
Lies,
So
folks. Don't
why
believe
would this be any different?
the news?
First 9 seconds on the couch, the sound works, and he gets his career insulted.
It's good to have you on the couch, Brian. It's good to have you on the couch.
Happy to be here.
Sitting to my left, the one and only Dave Project. Dave, you have more AKAs than anybody
Yeah.
on the set. I gotta just put you on the spot on this one.
Mhm.
This show would not have the same body and character that it's had all these years without you. And that's serious. Like
Thank you.
everybody I talk to, like whether they've watched it from day one or they picked up on it a few years ago, they say, dude, this is a funny show. And it's because of Dave. They always mention you. Like,
Oh, it's nice. Thank you.
we needed to have you in the show. We had to have you in the show. And dude, I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
We had to have you in the show. That's how important it was, you know. So thank you for being a part of
Yeah,
this
my pleasure. It's been
madness. Dude, 10 years. Does
fun. Well,
that seem
8.5 for me.
8.5 for
'Cause
you?
You guys brought me in. Remember, you weren't going to have me on, and then now all of a sudden, the show can't go on without me.
The show. Well, here's what happened. And
That's quite a statement.
it is quite a statement. No,
Yeah.
but here's the thing. Like the shows that, didn't have you were really a different show.
They
you
were
know?
fishing shows.
They were fishing shows. Dude, we fought that from day one. We fought that from day one. And shout out to everybody who had a fishing question and have fishing questions. And
We're gonna post Pete's phone number. at
We're
the
gonna
end of the
post-
show. Call Pete.
we're gonna post Pete's cell phone number.
Just
Rizzo, put it down in the comments so everybody can see. But listen, he
Done.
won't answer anyway. He doesn't answer us, so he's not gonna answer you.
No
but,
sweat, right?
But you called. But here's the thing. We always kind of like early on,
It's not true.
we really it's not true.
It's a lot true.
we really like
Maybe a
broke
little
the podcast away from being a traditional fishing show. And Bash You is where, man, we have a podcast that's hardcore fishing information. And that's a great place to go to get that. But we've always shied away from it here. I think that's what set us apart. I'm happy we came up with that philosophy.
No, that was you.
Yeah, I'm happy we came up with that philosophy.
Yeah.
I don't mind answering the rubber worm questions every once in a while. That's
Yeah.
fine. 6 batteries. Why 6 batteries in your boat? I don't mind answering those questions, but
You've done it for
it
the
is
last 30
it
years.
is nice to have a separation here, and it's a little
It's
different.
fun.
podcast.
It's fun to learn about like the trials and tribulations of these characters in the fishing biz.
There's more
like,
to fishing
yeah,
than
how
just
they-
the techniques.
Yeah, how they got there, how they, how things went south and their big successes.
Yeah.
Dave's always busting chops.
Of course.
You know, I remember what was the brothers? What was
the Lee brothers.
The Lee brothers.
Oh, we had the Lee brothers on fight,
Yeah.
making them fight with
They-
each other.
You was
When-
like you were like, what were you saying to him, Dave? Like, are you pissed off that your other brother is?
Oh
won the
yeah, just
classic?
straight up called him to the
You know?
plate on it.
You had a whole character.
No, I know, but that
You took
character.
helium balloons and did Matt Lee.
Oh.
It was highly offensive.
I remember that. I remember being told I'm not allowed to do that no more.
Matt's a good sport.
Oh yeah, yeah. Here's the thing. we're going to talk about this continually throughout the show, I'm sure. But dude, we've
Well, hold on. If one brother's always winning and the other one just is amazing but doesn't win the big ones, come on, the voice has to be a helium.
Oh,
balloon.
yeah.
It sucks.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing, Dave. You just hit it on the head. We have said things over the years that a lot of the traditional podcasting or radio shows or whatever, fishing industry is uptight. It's always been uptight. I'm just telling you, that's the way it's been.
Oh,
But
yeah.
we,
Because they're
we've
mostly all
always-
rich blue bloods, dude.
Yeah, well,
They never told how much they suck by anybody.
I know. Well, here's the thing, though. I think one of the strengths of this show, is as we've been Vegas. Listen to me. We've been
Vegas, listen to me.
This is an important life lesson for you. We've been honest. We've been upfront. We were not afraid to kid around. We're not afraid to push the boundaries. I think that's been the strength of the show, and I think it's
And having people on the show that aren't in the industry and have nothing to lose in their personal lives.
it's perfect. It's perfect.
I remember being so nervous, right? Because we walk the line, like of sponsorship management, right? You can't be controversial.
Yeah,
you can't do it because you risk.
You can't.
You risk losing those sponsors and like Dave Blue Bloods. No, most pro anglers, man, they're getting by.
Oh,
they can't afford to lose one of those sponsorships.
Yeah.
And I was terrified. I was terrified that I would lose all my sponsorships. And as it turned out, I lost all my sponsorships.
Perfect. Dude, the power of Ike Live. The power of Ike Live compels you. The power of Ike Live compels you.
Dude, how about the growth of Pete, though? Like, he would get so nervous, he would leave early.
Oh,
I don't know if
yeah.
you remember, like, in the early shows,
Oh, yeah.
somebody, Jake Haas reminded me, like, Pete would actually, like, get up and leave.
Yeah.
Like, as we would get
The
close
nervousness
to,
of...
well, we'd get close to after hours. You're like,
Yeah.
all right, I got to go.
Yeah.
I got a guide on Chesapeake. But, like, and then you look at 2 shows ago with Uncle Larry's, he's like, were the bitches coming around?
He's grown up. He's got dynamic over
the
the years.
growth of Pete.
But I will say this.
I would say that
You want to call it that?
the generation of Pete.
Alteration of
He
Pete.
got a TikTok account, and all of a sudden, he's probably got a burner one that they'll tell nobody about.
Crazy. But Pete, honestly, you just brought something up, which is your character or you in the show has been just as important. Because, like when I look at this show, I look at all the characters over the years, whether they're in the room tonight or not, they've all provided something essential. So, Dave has provided like this amazing comic relief and ball busting. And you've always had that ability you're a great person to interview people. Like you're very intellectual, but you're the nice guy. And we needed that. We had to have that too. You had to have those polar opposites, You have the devil on this side and the angel on this side. You had to have them,
The voice of reason.
The voice of reason.
Yes.
We had to have that over the years.
Well,
that was key.
Do you think that the voice of reason is, have things flip-flopped a little bit? Let's dive into that in the third segment.
Well, the Hydra Collider. What year
that's
was
what I'm
that?
saying. I'm like, Dave.
What year did they
Dave's
split the atom,
logic
Dave?
Might be more logical anymore.
What year did they split the atom over there in Switzerland?
2014.
2014?
Yeah, it kicked on.
Was
in,
it before I won the Delaware or after? It was probably before because they wouldn't even had a Delaware
If the
River
show
tournament.
started in 2014, it would have been after.
Okay. It was after. All right. I want to intro the rest of the room. We've got some great guests sitting on the chair here. I don't know how. Riz, is there a way to get?
Just intro Rich.
Yeah. Let me
Intro
see.
Rich.
Oh yeah. I want to intro Rich in a second. I want to start. I've just gone left to right.
Yeah,
Don't mess me up.
Don't worry about Rich.
We've got Keith Thomas. Keith, how you doing tonight? Great to have you on the show.
Can't hear you because
dude.
Mike's not following directions.
It's awesome. And we've got, of course, Powerbait Paul in the house tonight. Paul, how you doing? Okay. Riz is saying pick up the headsets. Pick up both the headsets. There's another headset over there, too. No? All right.
BBP has entered the chat. Everybody.
Paul, what's up? Paul, it's
What's
good to
going on,
have you
guys?
guys on the show. It's good to have you on the show. This is nice.
About to pass the mic off to the Big Bass Bandit right here.
Yes.
Keith?
Keith?
Hey, doesn't Paul look like he's ready to throw a Molotov cocktail at like a Russian?
I know. I know. Yeah, look at that. All camoed out. All camoed out.
Wolverines.
It's great to be here for your 10th anniversary. It's a privilege for me to be sitting in this room.
Dude, it's great to have you on the show. It's great to have you on the show. And the great,
It's an honor, man.
dude, the great thing about the show, so, like I always try to, I slap myself because my whole life, everything that's happened is because of fishing.
Yeah.
But through this show specifically, I've got to meet some really amazing freaking people like you and like Paul,
Well,
indirectly or directly because of this show. And it's been great. So thank you.
I was saying that to a friend of mine. What an amazing ride it's been just through fishing.
Oh, yeah.
The people you meet.
Yeah.
Gentlemen.
Yeah.
True-hearted, great people.
Yeah. It's crazy, isn't it?
It's amazing.
All because of fishing. Like
Just
fishing has
because of
led
fishing.
you to meet these people.
Without fishing, where will we be?
Yeah. It's
Right?
crazy.
Probably making money.
It's crazy. Probably making real money.
Millionaires, right?
Yeah.
Hitting stocks.
Yeah. Well, we appreciate you guys being on the show tonight.
That's
And then
awesome.
last but not least, let me go back to the booth. Vegas, slide your chair up so you're closer to that mic over there. Slide your whole chair up. No, slide the whole chair up. Put those headphones on. Slide those headphones on right there. And talk into that big mic right there. We've got the one and only Vegas the Hammer with us tonight. Vegas! Yeah. Vegas, how you doing tonight? You've been on the show a while. Mostly every time you've been on the show, you've been on the casting couch here with us. But tonight, you're back behind the booth here with Rich. How's it feel to be like producing kind of in that role, that engineering role? How's it feel back there?
Lots of mechanical stuff.
None of us know how to use them.
Yeah. Now, do you think working this stuff is easier or harder than reading live scope? Active target, live imaging.
I mean, it's kind of the same, but like
Whoa.
you have the live scope and it tells you, but all behind it is like all the coding.
Yeah.
And here it's just all the coding. Like there's nothing in front of it. It's just a bunch of coding.
Right.
So I would go if this is kind of how to live.
I
scope
would
is.
agree with
Hold
you.
up.
I would agree.
Pause. Vegas. You on that live scope wave right now?
Dude.
Well,
Dude.
I don't have one, but my dad has one. And so
Yeah. I
Oh,
heard
yeah.
of I might have heard some stories about that.
Yeah.
At a Thursday nighter this year.
Yeah.
Catching them off the scope.
Yeah.
Might have to talk about that later.
Yeah. It's interesting. Riz, I'm going to throw him under the bus real quick and say this, that
Is he holding out?
Well, I want to give him some props because I've had it now for a few years.
Yep.
And I see him and I know what I'm looking at. I know it's a fish and I make a cast out there and I'm always off. I'm always 5 foot past them or 5 foot short, or I'm to the left or I'm to the right. Dude, I've never seen anyone watch the bait drop on their heads every time.
Wow.
Like Vegas. And I don't get it because he's used it like 10 times in his whole life. You are so good at dropping on him, Vegas. Why is that? Why can you hit him every time?
Well, it actually started from I think an IKE Foundation tournament with Greg.
Greg De Palma. You Greg, GDP.
He like started telling me like you gotta follow the arrow, and on the top it gives you like 20 feet, 30 feet, and it keeps on going.
The number, the distance in feet on top. Yeah.
So you would cast like 20 to 30 feet.
Yep.
Watch it drop on them, like follow the arrow, watch it drop on
Yeah.
them. And then when you see they got it, then you just do the rest like normal fishing.
Wow. It's incredible. Well, you've got great, I don't know, awareness of that space. So hats off to you.
And the
Vegas.
greatest
Awesome. Yeah.
military the world's ever seen couldn't shoot a balloon out of the sky.
Yeah, if you've seen our Ike Live post earlier in the day, you know about that balloon that's been floating around and couldn't even get it with a Red Ryder BB gun.
Vegas
It's
could have
still
got
floating
it.
around.
Vegas could have got it with his flipping stick and some forward
Oh,
sonar.
yeah,
dude.
dude. Slingshot, flipping stick, shoot from the hip. You know how Vegas casts. Last but not least, producing the show tonight, and this is awesome because this is a bit of a homecoming too. We've got the one and only Rich Leadbeater, aka Riz, aka Rizzo, in the house. Riz, good to have you in the house tonight.
Good to be back, man. It's been a fun ride, through the Ike Live years, the ups, the downs, the wins, the losses, the broken boats, the everything. It's just been a good time.
Broken boats, broken hearts.
Yeah, exactly.
All that.
Everything in between.
Yeah.
So.
Well, same goes for you, Riz. It's I think the first time I met you and saw you, I think it was actually at like a Thursday nighter or something.
Yep.
And it was introduced to you by Brian or something like, hey, this is Riz. Hey.
Nah.
But dude, it's been awesome.
All day.
And thank you for everything. Of course with Bash You, but especially with Ike Live, dude. It's been so cool to have you involved in this project. So thank you.
It really has been. It's been a fun ride. Getting to know all you guys and the viewers, the chat board, like it's crazy. When we go to the Classic or ICAST or whatever, everybody's like, you know, they're always saying, "Oh, I watch Ike Live. I watch Ike Live," and I'm like, "Man, I haven't been on the show in 3 years." But that's awesome.
Yeah, it's crazy, and that's true.
It is.
And that is true. And I know we all have those stories, Pete. I know you've got some. I know Brian has a lot. For crying out loud, he's got his own logo and hat. But we've all had, and they're for sale, by the way. We've all had those moments where we're out and about. And, you know, for me, it's very surreal because I meet people and the two biggest things they want to talk about all the time are Ike Live or City Limits Fishing.
That's awesome.
That's it. And, you know, in my mind, like just the competitive tournament guy in my mind, just a little piece of it, like that much of my brain is like, what the hell? I won the classic. I won Angler of the Year. I won Angler of the Year for crying out loud. Nobody cares. Nobody wants to talk about that. They want to talk about this and they want to talk about City Limits Fishing. And I love that just as much. I think that's just as powerful. We're connecting with people. We're reaching people. So that's all that counts. You know, that's all that matters.
It's connecting with people in a way that, like, when you won, they get like a snippet.
Right.
Snippet of you.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Right.
This is like, it's 24/7. My favorite one is, you know, guys like, how many Ike Lives does it take to get to the launch ramp? You know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
the
drive.
Yeah, they got 4 hours. They know they can get one episode in. They got an 8-hour drive.
Yeah,
they're going to get 2 episodes in.
Yeah,
you know,
it's awesome.
It's pretty cool.
It's very cool. This is our 10th year anniversary show. If you're watching, let me remind you, as from the first show to now, I'm going to say the same thing. Your input is critical. We want to hear from you. If you've got a question or comment, hit Riz up on the IMs. He's going to be putting them through. We might get Vegas involved. We might have Johnny coming in later. Johnny Valdez might be coming in later to do some IMing.
Wawa Hoagie lady.
Wawa Hoagie lady is coming in. So if you got a question or comment,
am I going to sit here though?
Please send them through. You got to sit here for a while. Yeah, sit here.
Wild.
Chill out.
Never imagined it all my life.
New York Chris said, "Wow, it's been 10 years of supporting you jackasses."
Shout out to New York Chris.
How many prizes has he won?
That's what I'm saying, dude.
That's a trivia question.
Yeah, we've only really over the years, 10 years, we've probably only actually sent out like less than 50 items. We probably guaranteed 1,000, but we've actually only sent out 50 or less.
The Ike Live Vortex.
Yeah, New York Chris got like 30 of them. So.
Right. You remember at the Classic this year when we overheard the person come up to the foundation booth? They're like, "Hey, I was wondering about that Ike Live gift from a
they
year
never
ago."
got it.
And like I flinched when I heard it. And I'm like, "Oh crap!" I didn't hear it from Becky, and then I started doing the math, and I was like, "Wait, that was after I left. I'm good."
Oh my God, it's so crazy. But here's the thing: I want to get through this because this is important to me. It's important because it keeps the show afloat. It keeps the show going. But these people are also supporters of the show. And I want to start with the sponsors and companies that have supported Ike Live. And right there, if you're looking at them, you see those boxes stacked up. This has been a supporter from day one, almost, you know, that whole 10 years to now. Brian Carpenter, Mystery Tackle Box. What a great supporter of the show. We're going to be doing an unboxing in the third segment. This is the only live podcast that does it. And let me remind you that we have a crazy deal going on right now. If you want to get this thing, if you want to get a Mystery Tackle Box, I know you've heard of it, use a promo code Ike Live, 30% off your first Elite Box, 50% off your first Pro Box. That's amazing. Tackle Warehouse, AFCO, and the Ike Foundation, also big supporters. But here is an old school list of supporters, and I'm going to go around and I'll mention the name, and maybe we just say something. I'll go around and let everybody say something. Supporters from day one of the show, just as important. X-Mark, do you remember that?
Holy
dude? The
smokes.
very beginning of the show, Dave. The very beginning of the show.
Mike got a lawnmower.
Yeah.
Need to bring it back.
You guys wrecked one of my bits later. That I was going to rip that. Yeah.
X-Mark was a support of the show. Do you remember that? We had the neon sign and the whole thing. We had a lawnmower. That's crazy.
64-inch zero turn.
Yeah.
You were doing videos.
Yeah.
You had to wear. Didn't you have to wear a helmet on it or something?
I don't remember.
Dude,
They
they made him
filmed it
wear.
without a
They know they
seatbelt or
made him
something.
wear.
Take your
They made
weekend
him wear
back.
earphones, eye protection, and have the seatbelt on, dude. And you did
Oh,
it.
they did.
You
Yeah.
did it,
Oh
dude.
yeah. Well, that's normal though.
Is
Like
it?
well,
Yeah,
I
shout
mean,
out to Xmark.
shout out to Xmark. But anytime you have corporate level sponsors or certain
Boo.
thing that's in the
I
criteria,
can't stand corporate.
Yeah.
I
America.
know, but that's the way it was. But shout out to Xmark because listen, back then they were like
Xmark's cool. Great tractors, but their office sucks.
they're off stuff.
Just
That's
like
okay.
everybody else's
Yeah, but
office.
like everybody. But here's the thing, dude.
Their
They
office sucks?
supported the
Yeah, it's
show
dumb shit.
when
I think
nobody.
Brian's going back behind the booth real soon.
I'll go back.
Cutting over you, dude.
That's right. That's right. My point
I'm not
is,
cut out for
my
this.
point is, early supporter of the show was Xmark. Another one, line cutters.
Oh,
Early
yeah.
supporter of the show
Shark
was
Tank.
line
The
cutters.
Shark Tank.
Yeah.
guys.
Our second one
Yeah,
after Xmark was Liquid Mayhem.
Liquid Mayhem.
Before Line Cutters was Liquid Mayhem.
I had that on my list.
Okay.
Liquid Mayhem. And here's the thing about Liquid Mayhem. Some of these sponsors come in and, they're supporters of the show and they have a cool product that, we get to use and show. But here's the great thing. Liquid Mayhem was a supporter of the show and a sponsor of the show. That is something I'm still using today. I really
I hear you
do.
still
I'm
talk about
using it. Dude, I believe in it.
Hell yeah.
There's been too many times in my fishing career where having some of that scent on a bait has made a big difference, right? And, not even soft plastics. Like, I'm not talking about if I'm using power bait, I'm using max scent. Dude, the scent's already there. But hard baits, plastics that aren't scented, dude, it works. So that was cool to have them involved.
And
So,
they
You
were
don't still
cool.
Mow the lawn with a helmet on.
I generally don't mow the lawn. with the helmet on. I generally don't mow the lawn.
Like
but
one of those, like on permanent disability neck rolls, in case like the insurance inspector's watching you through binoculars. Like
the thing on the airplane you wear. That's
cool. Yeah, I like Liquid Mayhem because they didn't we did a lot of like raunchy jokes with them in the beginning too. And
Oh,
they were,
yeah.
And you didn't have to wear helmets.
No,
Oh,
they
we
were
didn't
no
have to wear a
helmets, but
helmet.
they were totally cool with it.
They
you
were
know?
so cool. They were
Yeah.
Canadian. Most Canadians are super cool. I've learned that over the years. But here's the other thing. Do you remember the Liquid Mayhem taste test
Yeah.
where we swapped out the scent? Vegas, we actually put like
Mustard
was
and
it
ketchup.
ketchup and mustard in the Liquid Mayhem bottles.
Did
And
it
we-
taste good?
It tasted like ketchup and mustard. Yeah.
But there wasn't like still like
No,
milk
it-
and
Nah,
stuff
They
in
were
it,
clean
like-
tubes.
Yeah,
Vegas.
they sent us very clean, sterile tubes, and we were able to just swap it out. So
You ever had crawfish, Vegas?
Say it again.
have you,
Crawfish.
I don't know if you've
Well,
ate
they're
crawfish.
good. I mean, I might start putting Liquid Mayhem on stuff just for fun. So
Dude, here's the
On my
thing,
For
Riz.
your hot dog.
A lot of kids, and I'll just throw this out there. A lot of kids, especially Vegas's age, like my two older girls were like that. Dude, if it wasn't French fries or hamburgers or chicken nuggets, forget it.
yeah,
Dude, Vegas ain't afraid to throw down.
yeah.
Really?
Dude,
Burger King.
burger. Well, he likes burger, but snails,
Oh, yeah.
lobster, dude, fish,
My
any kind,
youngest- wow.
sushi.
Yeah.
Clams,
Escargot.
Like tonight, he had
Cargo.
what do you had like Greek meatballs tonight or
bacon,
something?
meatballs, carrots,
Anything.
Oh, man.
Yeah, you
Carrots.
throw it down, bro. Carrots? That's good. Yeah, carrots? Because the eyesight, he wants that good eyesight.
I love
Uh,
carrots.
Dr. Squatch. Dr.
Yeah.
Squatch. What a good sponsor. That was another one, dude, where I was kind of in the shower like, oh, shit, this is
Yeah.
pretty good. You know what I mean? Like
I'm-
Dr. Squatch.
My
I'm
son's
still a subscriber.
my
Yeah.
son still uses it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because it's manly soap.
Yep.
And that's the thing. You
It is
get a
good
lot of
soap.
soap out there. It's manly
Yeah,
soap.
like I got an order coming in now, the pine tar candle, and they have this new coconut soap that he made me get him.
Wow.
Right?
Yeah.
The pine tar, it's just that it's black. That stuff just
It's the most manly smelling soap that there is. Dude.
Yeah.
it just gums up your shower. But me and Jake both love the rest of it.
Yeah.
You know?
You don't like the pine tar.
No, I do not.
Oh, really?
can't
I like
let
the
it
pine-
go-
I like the pine tar.
It leaves that black residual.
It
Yeah.
does in the bathroom.
Yeah,
It does. It
yeah.
does leave a black
So I
residual, but
fired
do
that
like it.
one, but I love all the others.
Fired it.
Flambeau, of course. Hobie, of course. Heshy socks.
Yeah.
What a cool opportunity that's. And here's the thing I want to shout out Heshy about. Dude, a lot of these sponsors have come on and they support this show, but they also support the kids fishing arm, which is the Ike Foundation. So thank you to all the companies. AFCO's another one that supports kids fishing. So thank you
Yeah.
guys for doing that. Real Snot.
Oh yeah.
How about that one?
Yeah.
The Real Snot guys. Shout out to Real Snot.
Yeah.
That's another product that
I love
actually
those
makes
guys.
sense,
Yep.
and they're good dudes.
Yep.
And of course, the foundation of the show, and I think this is what's made this show really good. And I'm not saying this from any other regard except that we like liquor here. We like alcohol here. And we like fishing. And I think that's the body of the show, right? It's been liquor, beer, and fishing. We've had a lot of great beer sponsors over the years, starting with Yards Brewery from the very beginning. Shout out to Yards over Philadelphia. They still support us. Of course, Founders thought it was very fitting that we'd be drinking Founders, even though they're not technically supporting the show anymore. Thank you, Founders, for all the years of support. And Tin Cup Whiskey. We've had our fair share of Tin Cup over the years, shots, and they're still involved in the fishing industry. So shout out to those guys, dude. It's been good. Did I forget anybody?
Can I mention one? Primal Urge.
Yes,
that was my favorite.
Primal
one.
Urge.
That was the best one, dude. I
I
love.
can't believe that didn't stick. I thought that would do good, and dumbasses didn't subscribe. I thought it was. I loved it.
Yeah,
I loved it.
It was. I think a lot of times when people watch or listen, they take for granted that list that we throw at them every week, right?
Yeah. They missed out.
Yeah, we throw this list. Mystery tackle. We're just. And it's more than that. It's like, it's almost like if you want to see the show and the premise continue, you have to support that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So there was probably some missed
Those
opportunities
promo
there.
codes, guys, aren't designed for convenience. They're designed so the sponsors can see that they're getting.
They got to see the.
They can see they're getting engagement.
They
So
gotta
if
see
there
the
are
return.
other shows
Yeah.
that you like and you hear a promo code and you might want to think about that.
Come on, New York, Chris. You didn't get
All those prizes we sent you.
Yeah, you tight wide. You got to run in your mouth. Let me see the receipts on how much you support it, man.
Yeah. All right, I got one last little bit, and then I think we have our first guest
We do.
getting ready. I have one
Big
more
one.
little bit that I got to do, and that is real quick. Just thanking some of the other participants, specifically the interns. I want to go over.
We've had a few
that we've had over the years. And
God,
before
it's gonna be forever.
I do that, now it'll be real quick. Before I do that, shout out to James Riley, because that Ike Live logo that you see every week, it's right there in the corner of the screen. James Riley is the designer of a lot of the logos that you guys see, including Vegas the Hammer. Your logo was designed by James Riley. You got a great logo.
And don't forget the draws too.
Yeah, everything. Yeah, so it's been great.
The guy that drew all your pictures.
Oh, Steve Donis.
Yeah.
Oh, dude. Shout out to Steve Donis. I'm glad you said that, Dave.
Yeah,
I didn't have
same
that
here.
in my notes.
I spend like a few hours with him still every day, like every Christmas, Thanksgiving. Hey,
Yeah. Dude,
to you and the family. And,
Oh, dude, Steve
a
Donis
gentleman.
is the most genuine, down to earth dude
He's a
I think
gentleman.
I've ever met, and he's super talented. And that was one of those deals where I feel like
You said this would be short.
it's all right.
Why?
I feel like
people want to hear.
some of the guys that we've met and worked with, we've helped them and they've helped us.
That's very
It's
true.
been a great,
Yeah.
where we've been able to give back and forth. And I know Steve, we've helped Steve a little bit, but Steve for sure has helped us. And some of the original
You got
art
his artwork everywhere.
over the his artwork's back here in the halls.
over there.
It's
Yeah.
been great. So
And then
thank
he
you,
went
Steve.
on to now he's full time with the Bassmasters.
He is. He's doing a lot of cartoon
Doing
work for
all their
Bassmasters.
stuff. So
It's
that's
amazing.
really cool.
All right, here's a little short list. I'll get through this real quick of some of our past interns. One of our original interns, Dave Wallace, aka Tom. Shout out to Dave. I know he's not watching, but that's awesome. Of course, Eric the intern, and we just had a great show with Eric, and Eric
was
spent a
really
lot of
cool to
years with
see him.
us. Yes,
I think Dave was the first intern of any kind that didn't fish.
he didn't.
He might be the only one.
I
I think he wore corduroy pants.
He did wear corduroy pants. Yeah. Of course, Zach.
Oh,
Let's not forget Zach.
Yes.
Spent a little time with us.
6'9".
Yeah, Cesar. Zach
Yeah.
Cesar.
Zog.
Zaggy.
Zog.
AKA Zog.
Yeah.
Spent some time.
Zog.
Shout out to Zach. Thank you. Riz, of course, here in studio with us tonight. A lot of years with Ike Live. And more recently, Jake. Shout out to Jake.
Haas.
Jake Haas. Thank you, Jake. Lots of good stuff from Jake. And I did want to throw Paul into the mix, even though Paul's not an intern, because Paul's our fisher. He's our resident fisherman. He's our resident grassroots bank guy. But
It's like a
I wanted to
mascot.
throw you into that mix because you've really contributed to the show. So
my
thank you.
inspiration to be a good
Yeah,
person.
thank you, Paul. Yeah, thank you, Paul. That's it. Shout out to those guys. Yeah, shout out to those guys.
How about Becky? No love for Becky?
Now Beck's going to be in later.
All right.
Yeah, I'm just going to throw her on the spot. Beck's going to be in later. Yeah, she. It's funny. She does a lot. Like she does. I will say this, dude. Becky does a lot. She handles.
Look how he times it as she's coming.
Oh, Jesus!
Storming up the
She
stairs.
handles a lot, and she does not get the credit that she deserves.
Put your
for-
trash.
for a lot of it, you know. So.
There she is.
Oh! Oh! Look at this! Wow! Wow! I didn't think anything could be prettier than that Blacktown swim bait tonight, but actually kind of looks the same. Look at the finish on the sleeves,
sparkly,
and that donk, very similar.
Very nice.
Beck, how you doing? Put on that headphone, man. I didn't realize that all this was happening here, but this is great.
It's the almost 10th anniversary.
Yeah, it's almost 10 years.
Don't you remember when I used to get dressed up?
I do. So,
Yeah, what are you wearing?
And
Yeah,
the
who are
last
you-
like 3 years,
who are
I've
you
worn
wearing?
pajamas
Yeah.
to this show.
yeah, who are you wearing tonight? Give it to us.
Oh,
Start with the bottoms
did I
and end
just
up.
breathe like
Yeah,
that?
start with the bottom and go top.
I think this is Free People. Check out these boots. These are Italian. Are they not amazing? Can y'all
Ooh,
see
Italian
these?
leather, white Italian
Dang.
leather boots.
Hi.
Well, they're big.
Some shit kickers.
Okay.
Oh,
Michael
Ve-
Stars. What else
Vegas,
you got?
Vegas got me this jacket. Ren and Glory, isn't it? So
Ren and
fab?
Glory.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice jacket. Vegas. Nice work on that,
Thank
by the
you.
way. That little jewelry.
Dave's falling asleep.
Dave's falling asleep,
horrified.
No,
Yeah.
so I'm watching Brian almost make a mistake.
Okay.
Pete's studying my outfit. He's like, should I be buying this shit for
Yeah.
Shelly?
Yeah. Yeah.
Notes.
It's
key.
Beck, honestly, I had no idea you were coming up the steps right now. But here, I want to tell you real quick, because we do have a guest in the queue here. But I want to say real quick how it went down. We went through and we did a homage, the payback to all the participants.
I know Stella and I were watching.
Yeah, and then everybody was like Pete and Dave were like, "What about Beck? Like, is she like,
Thank
is she
you.
like chopped
Thank
liver?
you.
You know?" But I
Actually,
knew
Pete, why'd you give Pete Valor on that? I solely said, what about that?
It was Dave mainly.
It's Dave.
It was mainly
Dave
Dave.
and I got each other's
Well, you
back.
guys garden together, so you
I
have that
know.
gardening.
You
up on, but-
couldn't
About
give
to
me-
lose our second
you
guest.
couldn't give me that, Dave?
Oh, we're about to lose a second. All right, but thank you, honestly, thank you for being a part of the show all these years, and you have done a lot of the work, and it's been really special. So thank you.
I try to keep things PC.
Yeah, PC. All right. Without further ado, that was probably the longest intro in history, but it's 10 years, and we had to catch up with some of that stuff. 10 years ish, and we had to catch up with some of that stuff. But we have our first guest joining us right now. I'm so excited to have him on, and I don't know the number. Brian the Carpenter, you might be able to give it to me. Has to be one of the guests that's been on the most.
We have it.
He has to be right up there.
4 times.
4 times. I would say that's.
Is this 4 or is this 5
This
tonight?
is 5.
This is 5 tonight.
Yeah.
He's
Wow.
right at the top. Joining us now, the one and only, AKA Z, AKA Mark Zona. Mark, how you doing tonight? Z, what's going on?
Yeah. Mike, I know you're a nutbag about horror movies. I asked the Carpentry man. There's a big Amityville horror marathon, so I wanted to be the first guest. Get this knocked out. Hey, I mean this. What's funny is when. Gosh, man, this is weird. It's a bittersweet. It's a great anniversary. And what you guys have done, number one, I do not think you've given Beck enough credit. Karen, the Scorpion Woman, is married to a 100% Italian man. She is Mike Iaconelli Inc. Okay, I know that as a Mike. You're a handful, as the kids call it, right? But what's funny is while you guys were talking, Dave and Pete and Brian, and I mean this, your kids, half of my kids' life have grown up with this. And look, this is
it's crazy.
It's crazy, Mike.
It's crazy.
Right? I'm going to rewind. My gosh, I'm going to rewind. I think I watched the first one, and correct me if I'm wrong. I think Ed Bassmaster was on.
Yes.
Right?
Wow.
So let's
Nice
include
job,
him.
Z.
Let's include him.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I remember saying to the Scorpion Woman, I said, Karen, they're swearing. They're using the F word. They're using the F word. Karen, they're drinking. They're drinking on camera right now. And I was like, this is the best shit I've ever seen in my life.
Oh my God.
But what I found, Mike, was you're right. What you and Pete were talking about, it was not. Look, we live in the world of 1/8 ounce sinkers and 3/0 hooks and all that stuff. So listen, I came on Ike Live and we're doing this and and all of a sudden, Pete and Justin, they invite me to Bass University. Well, hell, I thought that was just like Ike Live. I could just Anyway, those are some of the memories. But I'll tell you, if it's okay, I'm gonna pull the curtain back. Before you had this studio, the studio that was in your basement.
Yeah.
So I came into that.
Oh yeah.
You and I were gonna tape on Chesapeake Bay.
Yeah.
And I came in that studio, and I'm telling you, it was a sweat box. It's the 96, right?
Yes. It was
Wayne's
so
World. Wayne's World. Party
Oh,
time.
God.
Excellent.
I hate to do this. I have to call out Brian the Carpenter. I gotta do this, man, because like you said, look, man, I like a libation, right? Well, let's celebrate a little bit. Brian the Carpenter is slightly a lot like Alan from The Hangover, to where you're like, the hell's this guy doing to me, man? What's going on?
I would agree with that.
I think that's accurate.
Here's what I can tell you. There was never a cup half empty. There was a cup half empty. Anyway, seriously, looking back on all those years, dude, all of you, shit, man. Dave, you're a little bit like, hate to make another movie analogy, you're a little bit like the Knish and Rounders. You come in real cool, and then I'm like, do I like that guy? No, I love him.
Dude, it's been great. Here's the thing. I want to say this. A lot of people watching and listening, if they look at if they look at our careers in this sport, they'll probably see some differences, but what they don't realize is we're a lot alike. We are a lot alike, down to the scorpions we have, to everything else. We're a lot alike. But I want to say this. I really appreciate you, because you have been one of our most honest and outgoing and not afraid to hold back guests. And that's important. Yeah, you have. And that's important. And I think that's a little bit of maybe the Italian, maybe how you grew up or whatever, but it's great because we've had guests where, dude, we are prying the stuff out of it. We are trying so hard. And, not to throw anybody under the bus, some of these guys are so good and so perfect. Kevin Van Dam, excuse me. It's hard to peel back and get the real. And we've always been able to get that from you, and I appreciate that.
Well, and
Mike,
Zona gets our sense of humor because we have a really
that's
dry,
important.
like fuck with each other sense of humor.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that.
And we have this policy that we don't make fun of anybody. We make fun
Everybody.
of everybody.
Of course.
And that includes yourself. If you can't make fun of yourself, you can't be part of the crew.
Yeah.
Hell, you guys made me a great target for quite some. There was a time I was going to put a hit out on Stormtrooper. You know what's and I don't know why this is. Hang on, and I apologize for this. The fella that's in the other studio area that said, "Oh, there's some great gentlemen in the fishing industry." Hey, bro, have you only been here 3 hours? No, there ain't. No, there ain't.
I was thinking the same thing.
I said the same thing too, and Pete corrected me. So,
I mean, you know what's it? The other side, you guys know this, is when Jeffrey started, live stuff, doing Bass Zone. I was like, wow. And then all of a sudden, Bassmaster. Shit, I remember bitching at Tommy Sanders that we had to do 1 hour of live coverage a day. I'm like, this is just horrible. Can you believe what they're working us through? Right? And it's kind of right when Ike Live started. It just I think it was just after 2007 is when Bassmaster Live. Anyway, long story short, I had the bright idea. It was a brilliant idea. I was like, Karen, I'm going to do 4 hours of live fishing content on the water. Instead of doing shows, I'm just going to go out there and hammer on them. Mike, possibly the worst idea I've ever had.
That's crazy. I got to ask you just something straight up. And we had Becky and Brian the Carpenter worked really hard before this show to get a lot of our guests that we've had over the years to send a little phone segment and just a little clip, saying something they remembered about the show. And I don't know, let's say, they got 24 of these clips that came in, and it was unbelievable the amount of them that said, holy shit, 10 years? We can't believe you haven't been canceled or fired in those 10 years. I mean, not honestly, like I remember shows, where we sat here and I thought, oh my God, this is it. I'm getting the call. Yeah. I'm getting the call tomorrow.
Did you guys ever get any calls?
Yes. From Becky. What the hell were you guys talking about last night?
Yeah. It was only when they did that after hours.
The after hours.
That I'd be like, you guys were too drunk and you're too much of a liability.
Yeah.
Mike, I don't take offense to what I'm going to say right now. 90% of all your shows, I only watch the last 30 minutes of the show.
That's when they get good.
The last and best 30 minutes of the show.
Yeah, when nobody can end the show and we just keep bantering about like Brian's bicycle or something.
Brian's Huffy.
Brian's boat build was one of the top 3 hardest laughs I ever had.
Oh yeah.
I wanted,
Scarecrow.
I wanted my life to end at one point during that laugh. It hurt so much.
Oh yeah. It was. Now here's the thing. Z, you mentioned the old studio, and the old studio, as much as I love this new studio, and it's great. There's more room. It's not a sweat box, but the old studio was special, and it's hard to describe it. Best thing I could say is like if you I made this analogy, but if you listen to music and you have a favorite band, right? And you remember like those first years of that band, like, dude, it's the shit. It's the special music. And even though if you still listen to them 20 or 30 years later, nothing replaces those early days. And I feel like that about the old studio. But we've had some memorabilia in and out of that studio. And the one piece that I regret losing, but I'm happy to lose, was our deer. Was our deer head. Z, gotta tell us, do you still own the IKE deer head?
That deer head has taken some hits. In some so to go for full circle for all the viewers, you guys were having an auction, and it was after I came and did live in the Sweatbox. Becky was having an auction. I said, hey, I believe, in the Ike Foundation, everything you guys have done for city kids, that's what I grew up as. And I said, we'd like to donate $1,000, but I want that deer head. I want the deer head. Yeah. So you guys boxed it up. It had like a ninja bandana or something.
It did. Karate Kid. Yeah, Karate Kid bandana.
Here's what was jacked up about that deer. So Mike, I deer hunt a lot. So does my wife. So that deer came and Karen goes, what the hell is this thing? And I would send you and Carpenter, I would send you guys pictures of this little 4-point, right? Next to some of the most majestic bucks that walk earth. I mean, pure breeding steeds of the woods, right? And here's what was messed up about it. Whoever would come in the fishing barn, the first thing they would lay their eyes on was your deer.
Hammered.
What one doesn't fit here? What's going on?
Oh man,
he's in good keeping, but I'm not gonna lie. Through a few barn parties, he has taken some darts.
Heck yeah. That's like I said, I hated losing that, but I'm so glad it went to a good home. It's like a dog you've had that you can't keep anymore, and you're like, as long as it goes to a good home.
He came from a barber shop that I remodeled.
Mike, he does not have 9 lives. Evidently, he has 9,000 lives.
That's awesome. I'm
so
looking at our new deer, and he's so puny.
Oh, he's puny too.
Oh,
yeah. He's like punier.
On the Bash podcast, they keep asking us, why do we have a doe on the wall?
That's pretty fun.
Doe with small horns.
Saddest thing.
Let me
transitioning.
Let me remind everybody. Transition.
It's more you're going backwards.
So we might be canceled yet, even after 10 years. Let me remind you, you're watching the 10th year anniversary. We've got Z on the line. If you have a question or comment, please send it through. Z, I gotta bring this up because this is something we've dealt with in our 10 years, and I know you've dealt with this. And I don't know if I'm looking for advice or maybe I don't know what I'm looking for here, but we've had guests on the show that left with a bad taste in their mouth. We've had guests on the show that literally have called me, text me that night, that next morning.
No!
Oh my God. And I know you've had this.
Or still won't talk
to us over the years. Like, and I know,
Over a polygraph.
well, whatever, but your role at Bassmaster, you have to, I know you have these same things happen to you. So I don't want to call it hate, but that controversy.
I'm going to guess that maybe they're the same people, Michael.
They might be. But so I guess this is what I'm asking you. Like, part of me is like, the Jersey part of me is like, screw them, because we've never did anything maliciously. It was for fun. And if they fell out because of that, then screw them. But
we've all been in trouble here. We've all been fired for shit that we shouldn't have been doing. Like, we're all got some dirt under our fingernails too,
Yeah,
it's not like we're hypocrites or something.
Yeah, so part of me feels bad and the other part of me doesn't. But how do you deal with that, Z? How do you deal? Because I know you get some of that too.
Hope that they go to another tour.
Fuck yeah. Hold on.
Oh man. Oh, that's so good.
No, seriously.
You just won that deer on the wall.
Yeah, you just won our other deer here. We're sending it to you.
In all honesty, and you know this is number one. I think you've had a lot of fun with people at their expense, at your expense. It's a different situation than actual coverage. But what's funny is it's taken me a long time to be able to answer this question. Mike, you and I have had wars together.
Oh yeah.
Wars together.
Oh yeah.
Best buds. Could
oh, yeah.
5 minutes later could be, dude, screw off, it's all good.
Yeah.
But there are some grudge holders in this industry that will, and it's taken me a long time. Look, there are certain people now that fish bass that do not. The hardest one I ever dealt with, ever to cover was Denny, because Denny Brower was his career. He was ending his career right when content was going this way.
Yeah.
Internet content and and you know this, all of you know this. Internet content was and is, it lets those secrets out. It lets those things maybe out probably earlier than they should be in an event.
Yeah.
And Denny was a monster, dude. He was, Mike, you've kicked me out of your boat. Denny has kicked me out of his boat every time I've been in it.
Mike fell out of your boat.
I did. Yeah.
You did too. Boy, you and I had some words that day too. Mike, somewhere Wes Miller got that content. It was fantastic.
So, Mike, how does a Chicago Italian argue differently than a Philly Italian?
I would say the only difference is the accent and the inflection might be a little different, but the tone and the depth of yelling and arguing is the same. I'd throw you under the bus a little bit, Z, on this one. I've seen you at a bar before sort of get heated with somebody. And dude, it was like looking in the mirror. It is exactly the same. And I didn't know. I'm like looking at this. I'm like, holy shit!
Was that when I almost punched Boyd Duckett's brother?
It might have been. But like you wonder. Like I'm looking at it. I'm like, is it the alcohol? No, it's not the alcohol. That's just the way he is. And I'm like, yeah, I'm like that too. It's fire. You're fiery. It's cool.
Yes.
I think it's where you guys are from, like Philadelphia, Chicago. I know an Oklahoma Italian, and he's like cruise ship ice. You know what I mean? Like it just tastes bad. You know, like I don't know. It's not the same, dude.
Cruise ship ice.
Oh my God.
I don't know. Some of that's nature. It's nature. Having birthed children with Italian blood.
Yeah.
There is.
It is nature.
I mean, you can try to nurture that fieriness out, but it is just
it's your
nature.
where you grew
It
up.
is-
It's your parents.
Yes.
It's your siblings. It's your peers. It's your friend group.
Having no Italian blood in me, I have to tell you, it's very alarming the first time you see it because an Italian spews venom, fire, flames,
I understand
things
that.
that you never imagined could come out of someone's mouth, let alone that they imagined it, created it, and it came out. And then 5 minutes later,
It's gone.
gone.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm the long fuse, and when I blow, it's a week until I can even look you in the eye again.
Did you ever think marrying an Italian would give you insight into Rosemary's Baby?
Yeah. Compels you.
That's crazy. All right, Riz, what do we got coming through the IM? You want to shoot a couple through Brian Carpenter?
Yeah,
Riz?
actually,
Vegas. Who's doing the IMs tonight?
Nate Coy said that we need to do a prank call later in the show to Tommy Sanders.
A prank
Maybe
call to
someone
Tommy.
set that up.
Oh, that might be good. Yeah, Tommy. Actually, we had Tommy on the couch, and this is the craziest thing. Like, you know, Z, like you've been around, and you have people in front of you, or in your boat, or in your house that you can't quite believe they're there, right?
Yes.
Like, I got to fish with Roland Martin and Jimmy Houston in the same 2 days period, and I was like in shock. I like whatever you think about those guys. I couldn't believe it.
It feels weird. It's awkward.
It feels weird.
Yeah,
It feels weird, right? Because like I'm looking at these guys and I'm like, holy shit, these are my heroes. You know what I mean? These are like, that's Jimmy and that's Roland, you know, and that's incredible. But what was I talking about here? Oh, what did
Tommy Sanders?
Tommy Sanders. So we had Tommy on the couch, and I couldn't believe it. You know what I mean? Because Tommy's like big time hero for me, like what he does and how good he is at it. He's a hero. We had him on the couch, and Brian the Carpenter came up with this skit that involved helium, and Tommy Sanders was going to take a hit of a helium balloon and spew out some lines, and I couldn't believe it. I was so dumbfounded that Tommy Sanders, my hero, the utmost professional, sounded like a mouse taking a hit of helium. It was incredible.
Tommy did live through the late 70s, Mike.
Yeah, that helium was just
that was
nothing. Yeah,
that was nothing.
That was nothing. That was a blinking
Like-
yellow light.
Oh yeah.
You're still the only person that uses that utmost.
Utmost.
It's not a word.
It is a word.
I looked it up.
Nah, Vegas, is utmost a word? He said he doesn't have his phone.
It's from your DJ.
It's utmost. Utmost means more than most, like uppermost, like better than most. Z,
Becky?
I thought it was a word.
That is a word.
Look it up.
I'm
Utmost
okay
is
with
a
it.
word.
Almost, yeah.
It's a word.
All
like
right.
an
The
old
way you
word.
spelled it on your DJ cards, it wasn't a word.
Okay, it might
It
not have
didn't
been a word
exist.
to us. I can't spell anything
carry on.
correctly.
No, it's a word. Most extreme.
How's it spelled?
Greatest. UTMOST.
And Mike spelled it upmost.
Utmost.
Oh, look it up.
No,
That's
but
like him and his chimleys.
Whatever.
yeah, but hip hop, you're
He
right.
can't spell shit.
You know
But
what
yeah,
I'm talking
The
but
word
when
is
Tommy
real.
was here, and then we went to commercial break, and they got up and left.
Did they? They got the hell out of it as quick
All
as
right,
they could.
come on, guys. And he
Yeah.
clapped his hands, and everybody jumped up and out the door.
Gone.
We're like, shit, now what do we do?
Yeah, I wasn't
That's
invited
cool,
to come in for that show. Oddly
Yes,
enough,
that's correct.
You know?
You are correct.
Getting out of there before you made him do some other kind of drug.
Yeah.
Inhale this.
or he triggered him, and he's like, "Yo, let's go get some real shit."
Oh yeah, yeah. He's gonna go down to Camden.
Yeah.
Make a Camden run. Here's the only other big question I have to know, and I think this is you're a great person to ask, is how do you keep it going? Because I struggle with that right now.
Yeah, why didn't you hit Boyd's brother?
No, yeah. Why didn't no? It has nothing to do with that. Like
Somebody
you've
back
done-
me off. I can tell you that I do.
Yeah. But Z, you've
Do you
done it.
regret not hitting him? Is the question?
Yeah.
It's been coming across the board.
It has
My
come
career's
across
not done yet, bud.
Z, you've done a great job with your career. You know, from way back when with Kumar to now with this amazing TV show that's however many years.
That's how many years, Z, since you started broadcasting?
Forever, right?
So 20 for Bassmaster and Zona show since the ESPN days. I think we're on like 17 now.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
That's twice as long.
That's twice as long. So so the
like 20 in like live years.
Right. It's like 20 in like live years. So the question is, how do you keep it going? Because I feel like I feel like the show, as amazing as it's been and dynamic, I feel like it's ready for the next thing. And you know, how did you keep it going, and how do you keep things changing and evolving?
And Mike, you know this, dude. You are Madonna of this industry. I'm not saying as goofy as that sounds. Things that you have touched, that you've worked with, whether it's been City Limits or your tournament career or this that we're doing right now, or Bass University with Pete and the gang and all that, to me, I really only have two gigs, man. I do Bassmaster, which that one's easy. When I get bored, I just start talking about whatever I want to do when the fishing's slow. But the nice thing about Bassmaster, it rolls itself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And when we have we have an off period, your batteries recharge, and we're good to go when Okeechobee starts. So that one kind of, it rides itself. But when it comes to Zona World and Zona, what I've learned about myself is when you get 5 years in, 10 years in, and you're like, shit, man, what do I do next? What do I do next to keep? And what I really learned, whether it's right or wrong, it works for me in my head, is I purposely every year try to put myself, look, man, if you know this, you have your go-to places, the Lake Ontarios, the Chesapeake Bays that you guys grew up on.
Yeah.
And the problem is we always want to go back to the comfort well.
Yeah.
The comfort well is, I hate to say this, the comfort well is lazy, the comfort well is boring, and the comfort well is safe. The last really 3, 4, 5 years on Zona Show, I go to places that are not that known in bass fishing, and try to do things where it makes me uncomfortable. And I hate it while I'm doing it, but when I look at the final product, I'm like, that was good. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
At least in my, hell, somebody could watch it, man, that sucked. But the more I can make myself uncomfortable and see new things, I know it energizes me, instead of, hey, let's go to Detroit River and drag a tube around, Mike. How's If that makes sense.
It does make sense. It does make sense.
The more uncomfortable I am, the more energized I get.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think some of it too has to do with Pete, has to do with the environment being different, you know? And it's like the environment of podcasting now, of webcasting, is so different than it was.
Crowded.
It's crowded, right? It's so different than it was 3 or 5 or 7 or 10 years ago, you know? And it's like, you know, I still want to be, fun and different, you know? And it's like, how can we keep changing and evolving to be fun and different, you know, break away from the 1,752 fishing podcasts there are now, you know?
And that's something you hear from a lot of highly successful people like you, Mike. In your career, you've gone after a lot of different ventures in fishing, whether that just be from a straight business perspective to fishing for different species to all kinds of different things. And like you always hear, you got to embrace the uncomfortable. You got to put yourself in those uncomfortable situations, because or else you're never going to grow.
I feel like Howard Stern and fight every one of them.
Riz, you know what's really strange about what you just said, and every one of you Vegas, I'll even throw you in this loop right now, my friend, is what I have found, especially this year, is I find myself, when I'm taping a show, you're staring at your live technology, okay? There is nothing more boring on planet Earth than it's like my cameramen are talking to somebody that's texting. Oh yeah, all right. Well, hold on. He's looking at it. He's starting to move. And this is a true story. And it actually aired. Is when I found myself staring at it, and this season more than any, Mike, I would be crushing them out on a break, crushing them off of live technology, and go, guys, we're going to those docks. I cannot do this. I cannot do this. Yeah, I'm losing my sixth sense of bass fishing right now.
Yeah.
And there was a show that aired with Corey Johnston, and we're just staring at it and staring at it and staring at it. And granted, dude, we're catching 4 to 6 pounders. It's going, but I just start bombing a 3/4 ounce out, right? Blah, 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 doing that stuff. And I'll never forget this. I'll never forget the sentence that he said, because it aired in the show. He goes, wow, did you actually catch that fishing?
Wow. It's crazy. It's so crazy.
Yes.
Yeah. It's so bizarre.
So Mark, what are you guys going to do this year? Like I heard where they're doing HDMI hookups to the Humminbird units and going to get a direct feed into the units so that it can be more dynamic during your coverage.
Pete, I think, and I've made this statement, I think that if and when that happens, I think that's in the World Series of Poker, when their ratings went up, remember the camera on the table?
Under the cards, yeah.
The cards. To me, that's what it is in if you can split screen like we are right here, if you could split screen what the angler's doing, his retrieve, and what he's seeing, that's all well and great. But now we're going to go back to some of those anglers that maybe are upset with this show or me as a human being. They're not the easiest people to get along with, where they're like, oh yeah, just plug right into my depth finder. I'm fine with that. That is going to be, I think, the hardest part is going to be what anglers are consent to it and are open to it, and what anglers, because look, there's obviously a group of anglers that are superior with it the way they fish right now, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
You think them anglers are going to let you plug into are you nuts?
Yeah.
It's not going to
I don't know. Can I just tell you, I love this idea. Have you ever seen that show Nailed It?
Yeah.
Nailed It. It's the cooking show where like they find these people who can't cook or bake to save their lives.
Yeah.
And then they have them make these really ornate things. Well, one of the things they have is multiple challenges. And if you win like the first challenge, then you get help from the head baker and you can like penalize the other bakers. How cool would it be? You plug into their electronic units. The guy on day one that's in the lead can just for 5 minutes just clear everyone else's like their units out. Like for 5 minutes, nothing's there.
This sounds like,
little, like
this sounds like, this sounds like Major League Fishing. It's like the same thing.
5-minute penalty. You know what I mean?
Hey,
sounds like Major League Fishing.
Zona, how do you think this conversation would go? Like, Jacob Vila can be plugs a receptacle.
Oh, please let that happen. Please let that happen. Here,
we promise we won't steal your waypoint.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. Oh, it'll start snowing the minute that happens.
the ear hole.
Yeah. Yeah. Right to the ears hole. Dude, I hope they do that. I would let them plug in to my active target, no problem.
Right.
But, you know, on one condition, that I could jump naked in front of the active target so everyone can see my Peyronie's disease.
The carp. We're fishing for carp.
What? Peyronie's? Everybody has Peyronie's disease. Don't they? It's like a carrot.
What's that? Is that the bent?
That's the bent. That's a bent peanut. It's a bent carrot.
Shows all the time.
Yeah, the Peyronie's
Is
disease
it northeast or
And
northwest?
he's like, he can't remember
What
the
goes
name
both
of
ways.
anything.
One's a better bend than the other.
Southwest.
Yeah, Gonzo's a worse bend than the other one. If you have the Peronis,
southwest.
Hold on,
Yeah.
you got this? You got that?
I don't have it. I'm just messing
Wow.
around.
I was just saying,
You want
all
the
these
crescent?
years,
Yeah,
I
you want the
You
crescent
want-
moon.
You
You
want
want
the other
moon.
one.
Yeah,
You
crescent-
don't want Gonzo.
Crescent moon.
I bet Mark and Tommy have this conversation all the time.
All the time. All the time.
All the time. All right, Z, I'm checking the Ike Live social
Don't say
feeds.
Steve Pellegrino.
No, I have a couple ones. Don't say Steve.
You wore that one out.
No, this one.
Even alive.
This one's actually from Paul Eargang, and Paul wants to know. So Z, have you and Dave, aka Stormtrooper, officially buried the hatchet? That's a good question.
I never had a problem with Z. I like him. He's one of my favorite guys.
Well, that's a good
Maybe-
question.
but Z's the one putting hits out on me. So
I mean, what? So to what it was, you know. Look, I took a few arrows from Dave when I came out with Zona Live, which was a polar. It was not even relatable to what Ike Live is.
yeah, I got to remember
Right?
what I did.
He's throwing darts at me, and I told Brian the Carpenter, I said, "Does he get mad at NFL Live? Does he get mad at Good Morning Live?"
I remember. I remember he came out with Zona Live, and then I started like saying all these new ideas that he had were like slight mimics of what Mike had. Like
Totally.
instead of never give up, it was like don't stop trying. Like he's gonna have all these. That's what it was. That's what almost got me killed. That ain't even that fucking hard. God damn, you don't know. Philadelphia Italians would have killed me for that, but Chicago Italian will.
Look, I'm a very thick-skinned human being, but boy, when I do get rubbed, the carpenter knows I will snap.
Yeah, because when I met you for the first time, we met at the Classic, and you like squared off with me, and you're like, "Damn, why are you so big?" or something like that. You're like, "Damn, you're so big," or something. I don't know. I was like ready to shake your hand and give you a hug, and you're like sizing me up like.
Look, I'm that big now, man. I'm in the ring.
It's like he like wouldn't have, but he was like, I maybe couldn't have punched him in the face if I wanted to. That's what I felt. You know what I mean?
Oh, you hurt Dave's feelings.
It did. I did.
The second question's way more mild, and this one's from South Philly Fred. And South Philly Fred wants to know, Z, who's going to win the Super Bowl?
Money.
Chiefs or the Eagles?
Boy.
Be honest. Z, you know the rule in the show. You just got to be honest. Anything else doesn't matter. You got to be honest.
I am not a Chiefs fan. I was so praying that it was going to be the Bengals and the Eagles. And look, dude, two of my coworkers, Mike McInnes and Mercer, they're like I am with the Chicago Bears. Okay, if you look, and granted, look, you all won a Super Bowl a couple years ago, so I'm always kind of rooting for the team that hasn't won one in a while. But I hope the Eagles kick the living shit.
Hey! Hell yeah.
Makes me so happy because Mercer's been he's been harassing.
Oh yeah, you got
heavily.
a little.
Now he even has his wife harassing.
Whoa.
He
Yeah.
said we're at war with the Iconellis for the next 10 days. I'm like,
Yeah. Now why is Mercer? Why?
Yeah, how is the Canadian?
Yeah, it's not the Toronto
fan?
Argonauts that we're playing. Like I don't
This
even
is
get it.
so dumb. What I'm going to tell you, because I
Like
asked
Maple
him that. I'm
Leafs?
like, Toronto, Kansas City, not close in proximity.
Yeah.
And I asked him. I said, Dave, what? Give me a reason. He goes, I just love Joe Montana. I said, he's a 49er, dog. He played on the Chiefs once. I'm like, that's it? That's where you connected with him? But I'll tell you, like and look, there's a part of me. I'm not a jealous human being. But the Bears passed over Patrick Mahomes to get to Mitch Trubisky. Yeah, I'm jealous, man. I am.
Yeah, but Chicago has to draft a Pollock, dude. You can't miss that draft. Come on, dude.
I do feel like the Bears next year. Well, see, now I sound like a loser. I'm a dork. I feel like Justin Fields is a lot bit like Jalen Hurts. You get him some weapons, we're good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey,
Wow,
Mark,
thanks for the confidence right there, Mike. Yeah.
Hey, feel free to ask Mercer if he thinks Sammy Hagar started Van Halen with him and Joe Montana and the Chiefs. You know what I
mean? Nailed it.
Yeah.
Well, Canada was going to have a pro football team, and they at the last minute they decided to nix it because of the name. They were going to call them the Zebra Massars.
There's like 3 people in the world that would get your joke.
What? Nah,
I loved it.
And Tom and John never watched the show. You're best friends, so you're definitely me and Brian.
Oh man. Well, if Mercer's watching right now, go Eagles. That's all I got to say. Go Eagles.
Yeah, I don't get that. Like Mercer loving on the Chiefs. I don't see the affinity. Like,
I mean, just it's the
it ain't like we're doing the Saskatchewan Roughriders or whatever.
Look, I get the McInnes thing. He's a couple 100 miles away from the Chiefs.
Sure.
But I will say that Mercer is the biggest Chiefs fan I've ever met in my entire life. Like he feels like he is part of the team.
What is it with McGinnis's like Jedi mind voice, right? Like when he talks. When I was a kid, and I would watch that show, right? Like if I could pay attention in school the way I did to his voice, like I would have been a valedictorian, dude. I would have lit shit up.
You talking about Jerry?
Oh,
yeah, like his voice, like there's something about him, like he's Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah.
Like
he was
Dave,
Obi-Wan.
Dave, that's weird. And that's weird you say that, because when he kind of gave me his spot, because it was him and Tommy doing Bassmaster when I started. And what was really strange was that he would come into studio and sit and just listen and watch. And I didn't, I was a kid, dude. It's 2 decades ago. And like you just said, you're staring at Jerry McInnes. Dude, I watched that stuff since I was that tall.
Oh, yeah man.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, I would say something offhanded, and he would light my ass up, right? And I would think to myself, this is so awesome. I'm getting friggin' torched by Jerry McInnes.
Well, come on, that's like a Midwestern torch. What was that like?
Yeah.
No. Mike knows there's a reason Jerry's called the Hammer.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm thinking more I'm thinking more like a match that was blown out 3 minutes early. You know what I mean? Like it ain't gonna burn you that hard, dude.
I saw him cork off about 3 or 4 times. One time was on me, and it was impressive. It was impressive.
Wow.
Yeah, it was one of those times I knew not to respond.
Wow.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Wow.
We had, that was one of the moments that, like you said, Dave, that I felt like Ike Live. Oh my God, Jerry McInnes is on the Ike Live show.
Yeah. You feel like you've made it.
Holy
when you have somebody like that on the show.
Yeah.
Like, that was a great show when we had Jerry on, and it was great too because he had just written his book, and we were really getting to dive into a lot of like his life and what got him to that point.
The dog, right?
We were talking about the dogs, of course. Everybody's so iconic, but you're right, Pete. When we had Jerry on, it was like, and that was early in the Ike Live show, and it was like, holy shit, we're like a real podcast. Like people care, and there were a few other times where it felt like people in the industry were actually listening live, and it was like, damn, people really give a shit, and that's cool. It's a good feeling, that people responded to the show.
It's funny, you guys hit this off the top. If you really think about in Mike, you made this comment, and I was processing it when I was listening to your intro, that everything in your world has been, always will be. It is connected to fishing, because dude, besides managing 2 fantasy football teams, and I mean that, and chasing deer around, I am a very shallow human being. There is not a lot of depth in here, bud. If you really look at the decade that you guys have been a family and created, you guys were a podcast before podcasts were cool. You were. Yeah, I mean that. If you look at what has happened in the professional fishing industry in the 10 years of your guys' existence to this sort of anniversary, I don't know what it is, 9 months and a week. I don't
I
know.
call it
It's
10.
loose.
It's loose.
9 years. I think there's been more that has gone on the last 10 years than obviously than the history of this sport of fishing. And you guys have attacked some incredible, I was a part of a few of those with you as a guest. You never softballed stuff and took it on. And I have a big respect for that.
Well, dude, I appreciate it. And when Brian came up with the ideas for who was going to come on this show, and he said you were going to come on, I was so happy because it means a lot for you to come on and say that and support this premise. So, Z, thanks for being our first guest on our 10th anniversary show. That means a lot, dude. That means a lot. It really does. It really does.
Listen, I mean this. You guys have been awesome. Knowing from experience, I'm going to now celebrate. But I don't do that till I'm done being a guest on the IKE.
Oh, Z, thanks for coming on the show. I am definitely going to see you around this year and make you a promise. I'm going to catch a bass this year. So,
Mike, I always look forward to our top 10 calls going into live coverage. So make sure that I get to make about 6 or 7 of those this year.
you got
Thanks,
it.
guys.
You got it. There'll be more this year for sure. Mark Zona, everybody, the one and only Z on IKE Live. Yes. Heck yeah.
Hey, Beck, the trolls are selling IKE hats on Facebook again.
Isn't that crazy?
Dude,
So-
why does Facebook not have an option when you report a fake account
I
for
know.
scam?
I have no
Why?
idea.
Just so
I
everybody
don't know.
watching knows, we'll never ask you for your credit
Yeah,
card
we-
information if you won something. Please ignore these people that are the scams are crazy.
But why
scams
does
are crazy.
Facebook not have an option for
They
that?
should have
I
an
don't know.
option for
We
that.
They do. They miss it? No, they
We
didn't miss it.
report them
Riz.
over and over. It takes like
Yeah.
a week. We finally get
Turn
rid of
that
them. But as
mic
soon as you
down.
get rid of one, 5 more come back. It's
Yeah.
like, what is that?
Little
Like
bit.
the Hydra
Yeah.
or the whatever? Like you chop off the head and 5 more come back. What
Oh,
is
yeah.
it? You know?
Yeah. Here's the thing. If you're watching right now and you see IKE Live Mike Lacanelli with an L, that's
Yeah.
not us. That's
There's
not
like
us.
there's 5 or 6 right
Yeah.
now.
Lac-
I'm just
yeah.
commenting
Yeah.
to you. It's not him.
Yeah, Lacanelli.
Yeah, if he responds to you,
Yeah.
it absolutely is him. Shit.
I don't even
Oh.
answer Becky's text. You
No.
think I would answer
I
that?
like the days of the sex bots better because that was on you
There-
if you
yeah.
wanted to respond to those chicks. Like this is awful.
There's only one person in this show that will respond to you, and that is Brian the Carpenter. So if you want to start, for you scammers, if you want to do a scam account, do it
I
under
don't
Brian
even
the
do that
Carpenter.
anymore.
Brian will give you his credit card information.
Yeah.
Wow, this is incredible. This is incredible. What a great guest, Pete. I couldn't think of a better guest to have on than Z. Very,
Love him.
very awesome guest. Good dude. And it was great. Some of the comments he had, makes you feel good that hearing it from him,
Yeah.
we really have had an impact on people. And
It's
that's
true.
great. That's
It's re-
great.
It's really true. And I noticed this when, I deal with a lot of industry people in a lot of different ways at times.
Yeah.
And the industry people would comment to me, we saw it on IKE Live, or we heard you guys talking about it on IKE Live, and and it was fascinating to me that that everybody inside the industry was listening to us first.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah,
what,
it's true.
What an amazing time.
I don't know if they were just like, what the hell are they going to say?
They-
or did
they
they
were.
actually like,
Yeah. Yeah.
I think they were thinking that,
Yeah.
how far are they going to take it? You
Yeah,
know?
we've had some amazing moments over the years, man. I mean, there's a couple that I really think back on that like stand out, But one of the best, and Brian the Carpenter, this was a show where I think we had a lot of live viewers and we've probably gained a few fans and gained some new viewers, but we lost a lot of fans and we lost viewers. One of my favorite shows when I look back on it is the MLF, the announcement. The announcement of it. And so we had shows where it was the announcement. Finally, we got to the show where we were going to announce what I was going to do with my tournament career, whether I was staying with Bass, whether I was going to MLF. And, you know, it was funny because it was real and staged at the same time. And I want to explain that. So before that show started, Brian the Carpenter and I, of course, and Becky, you know, we all had this plan of we're going to stretch this show out to the very end. And
we had Bill Taylor.
We had Bill Taylor.
And Boyd Duckett.
We had Boyd Duckett. We had
representatives from each major league.
Representatives from Bass, MLF, and FLW on. We had built this up. And honestly, dude, the live count was as high as we'd ever seen it. As high as it was for the Philly episode where we had 80 guests in studio. I mean, it was the highest ever. And we stretched them out. And so we had planned that we were going to make this announcement. And Brian had in the queue this fake beep of static and where the show cut out. Beep. Yeah. So it was planned. And, you know, like looking back at that, it was like, for a lot of shows, that's suicide. Yeah. But I'm like, I love it. Like, we have to do this. Like, this is something we have to do. So that was real. You know, that was staged. That was fake.
Yeah.
But the part of it, when I think back about that show and I look back about it, the part that was real was
ready.
When I was delivering that. You hit it right on the head. When I was delivering that, deep down in my heart, I knew. Deep down in my heart,
somewhere,
I knew. I'm telling you this right now. I knew that was the wrong decision.
Not to get in bed with snakes.
I knew that
you shouldn't be doing that.
I knew I shouldn't be doing that. I didn't want to do it, but like I had, like it's hard to explain, but I had to. I had to. I was an owner.
But they were saying all the things that you guys had been saying for years about angler ownership.
Yeah,
no entry fees. And
Dude,
there was almost
that was like, have you ever seen the movie The Town? When at the end of the movie they say, what is a person that grows up around a group of people and learns their deepest, darkest secrets and everything that they know about them? That's exactly what happened at MLF. Like it was a bunch of anglers that at the top made these promises to you guys because they knew that the angler group would just eat it up.
Yeah.
And then they took all that stuff and then used it as a device against you.
Yeah. So I agree with that. It's a good analogy. And so, you know, at the end it was fake and real at the same time, you know, and like when I look back on it, I was like, man, I didn't want to give the right answer.
There was more onion layers than that. You're giving a very abbreviated
Shrek.
version. There was a lot more onion layers.
You never heard that before, Brian?
The TV show we knew was coming out, or had it just come out, and we were looking for a transition. There were so many other things going on.
There was, Fish My City, Fish My City was coming.
Right, we didn't have final answers to, so.
Yeah,
You weren't in a place.
I wasn't in a place to make a great decision. But the greatest thing is the emails and texts and calls we got over the next 24 hours.
So mad,
dude. It was great. Like literally texts, and I was looking on my social feed. You know, it was like 1,000 things saying unfollowed, not cool, unfollowed. And through all that, I was just like, yes, we did it.
There was also a lot of people that were like, the feed cut out. That feed cut out. And those are the same people who have given their credit card information to the Lacanelli.
Damn, Becky.
People.
Dave,
like,
Beck's
Brian
been hanging around you way too long.
No, man.
Wow, that was so Dave, what you just did right there. That's hard.
That was, dude.
Wow.
It was very Dave.
It's the shit I say when we're not live. I swear.
I'll say it like this, Dave, and I know you'll get it. I remember when South Park did that episode. They were searching for it was Cartman's dad, right? And it was like this whole build up.
It was Cartman's dad.
You know, and they were like, to be continued.
Yeah.
And finally, the episode comes around, and they're like, and the father is
Yep.
And they went to Terrence and Phillip.
Yeah.
And it was, and that show aired on April Fool's
Yeah,
Day.
people got so
And
mad.
I was like, oh my God, that's freaking brilliant.
Yeah.
I loved it. I loved it. I knew they just pranked the whole country.
Yeah.
I loved it.
Dude,
Yeah.
I was
And that show
fine.
never got
So
canceled.
when we
That
did it-
show never got canceled.
No, but they got a lot of hate for that.
Yeah.
I was fine. I was fine.
Peter,
with
I'm not
the
done.
prank.
Peter,
I'm
not done.
you double and
Pete
triple
was
pranked
sweating.
us.
Good thing Brian
Damn it.
can't find
No,
can't
I
find
loved
Pete's
that
mic.
happened, but I forgot that they got so much hate for that.
Yeah.
So when we did it, I was in love with the idea, and then after the hate came in, I'm like, oh shit, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that backfired.
Yeah.
All right, Pete, go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like we had the show where I'm sitting there. I don't know. I'm pestering you. What are you gonna do?
Yeah.
Big announcement. Big for 4 hours.
Oh yeah.
We're gonna make. An
I remember
announcement.
everybody was so mad at how long they hung on.
Well,
because they tuned in at the very beginning. Like
well, this was the prequel to the disaster. This was the show before that, and you announced
Oh yeah.
that you're going to make an announcement on the next show.
Oh, the announcement
Dude,
to the announcement.
Mike's announcements are so insufferable. Like the China balloon floated above our country longer. Or no, shit, I fucked that up. I meant to say Mike's
almost as long. Almost as long.
Here's the thing, though. Honestly, I think some of it had to do with. I'm going to go back to the reality of I couldn't be honest with myself. But I want to throw it to Vegas. One of the things that was happening right around that time is we had Vegas on. I don't know if it was like that year or the next year. And the thing I love about youth and about being young, about being a kid, is that, dude, when you're a kid, you're honest. Like, you don't lie about anything because you don't know that yet. You're who you are. And we had Vegas on, and the conversation came up. Vegas, I don't know if you remember this, but conversation was like, would you think about doing this as you get older? Would you want to do this professionally? And you're like, yes, I'd like to fish professionally, but I want to fish at bass, not MLF. And I remember you said that, and it was
but he gave his reason.
He gave his reasons.
His reason was that he wanted to be able to come on stage with fish.
With fish. You wanted to weigh your fish. You remember saying that, Vegas?
Yeah. The only reason I wanted to do that is because I just like, even if you have a bad day, you can still come up stage.
Yeah, you could talk to fans.
You can talk and say like, I caught this. This is
Yeah.
what I did.
Yeah.
And I'm glad. I'm
Yeah.
happy I caught this.
Yeah. But I like that. See, and like Vegas was being honest, but I look back on that decision that I made. I don't think I was being totally honest with myself back then.
Let's take a break.
Yeah. Let's take a break. That's a good place to take a break.
When we come back in, though, I want to ask Vegas a question.
Okay. All right. You're watching the 10th anniversary Ike Live special. Ish. 9 to 8, 7, 6, 3 quarters.
It's like, how long are you actually pregnant? 9 months, 10 months?
Yeah. Somewhere along there. It's been a great show. We got a few more surprise guests coming up. We actually had a surprise guest walk in studio. We're going to introduce them when we come back. Hang in there. What's that? Oh, Mark Jeffers and Fat Cat. Okay. Is that it? No more?
And commercial break.
And commercial break. All right. Hang in there. When we come back, more of the Ike Live 10th year anniversary.
Good afternoon, everyone. Eric Guarino, aka Eric the Intern, coming back at you from another beautiful winter day in Florida. Right now, I am on my way to do some typical weekend Uncle Larry's activities, and I've been summoned to give my best memory from being a part of Ike Live. Now, can't really sit here and do that because my phone's about to die, and this is gonna be an hour-long video if that's the case. So I'll try my best to summarize it for you. Basically, in short, my best memory being a part of Ike Live is making all of those memories with you guys, and I'll explain. So it's pretty apparent by the way I dress, the car I drive, and the amount of money that I choose to curate for myself, which is pretty much enough to pay the bills and keep going fishing, that I don't really value material items necessarily. Now, what I do value above everything else is memories. And I was reminded that more than ever in 2022, that it is really out of our control what happens today, what happens tomorrow, in a week. You just never know. Now, that being said, you can't take your money with you. You can't take your fancy, nice car with you or boat. But what you can take is the memories that you make with the people that you love. And I made so many being a part of IKE Live that it just becomes this irreplaceable thing in my eyes. You know, those 3 years were absolutely pivotal to not only becoming more of a man, figuring out what I want to do in this world, but just being around people that were actually doing what they love to do and making a living at it. I feel like so few of us ever even get to be around someone like that, let alone work for them and really understand what it takes. So there's really nothing else to say besides that. The individual shout outs though, there's definitely a few. First of all, above everything else, thank you to Brian the Carpenter, who became so much more than someone that I would sit next to on the shows and work with. I know the joke's made all the time that he's my illegitimate father. That is probably true. Thank you, Brian. Continue to learn from you to this day. Thank you so much to Becky and the rest of the Alpha Cats. We talk about my illegitimate dad. They were all my illegitimate mothers, I would say, as well, and I'm sure that they would agree with that statement. Becky, Janet, Kate, Dawn, Carol, thank you all. I love you all. You know that. Becky in particular, thank you for putting up with all my nonsense over the years. We're talking 20 to 23-year-old Eric here, so there was definitely some room to grow and a lot of nonsense. Pete, I didn't always laugh at your jokes because I smoke a lot of weed. I laughed at them because they were genuinely funny. Dave, you're one of the most interesting humans I've ever met to this day. I do not think that will change. Rich, you were always the homie, man. Just thank you for always being cool with me and offering me up whatever advice you had at the time. Really good dude. Powerbait Paul, I know that I only met you late in the game, but it was great to finally chop it up with you in the studio. I'm trying to catch a fish right now, if you can't tell, so then I can kind of ride off into the sunset, holding a big bass, watch IKE Live forever. It was really cinematic in my mind. But right now we got a weird front moving through, so I don't know. Closing statements. I love you all. I would not be sitting here in this field in Florida catching fish if it was not for IKE Live and professional edge fishing. So thank you. IKE Live, Uncle Larry Outdoors, forever. I was so caught up on trying to catch a fish and make the video look cool that I missed the most important individual shout out. Thank you to Mike for being that very person that I was talking about, who showed me that you can actually do what you love in this world and make a living at it. That's all I got to say. Love you all. IKE Live, Uncle Larry Outdoors, forever.
Come on.
Heck yeah. That was awesome. That was awesome. Little video thank you from two of our favorite people.
Very cool.
Of course, Bridget Allen.
I know.
Bridget, we love you. Bridget was on a lot of shows.
She was.
A lot of shows. And here's the thing about Bridget. Bridget's always helped with everything we've done. Bash University, IKE Foundation, IKE Live. She's always been a part of that.
Yeah,
and that's awesome. Thank you, Bridget. And then, of course, Eric. Man, Brian, that was you see how long that was?
How's Eric have no health insurance, no dental coverage, and his teeth are like pearly white? I smile. It looks like I'm like gargling, I don't know, jelly beans or something.
That's because you have enough money to eat food.
Yeah. When you don't eat food, your teeth are
just chewing on like animal carcass bones. I guess I don't even know, man.
Yeah, it's either way.
Welcome back. This is a 10th anniversary show, or 9.5, or 9 and whatever it is. But we appreciate you being here. We got a great show lined up for you. We got a couple more guests coming on. Also want to introduce Rizzo. We got a new guest that walked in studio. Who's been here from day one. Our very own Wawa Hoagie lady, Johnny Valdez, in the house. Yo.
Underrated funny man of our
Oh,
area.
yeah.
Very
Yeah.
unknown and underrated.
Big time. Here's what surprised me right now. I'm surprised I'm surprised Johnny hasn't tried to get in that black briefcase of swim baits yet.
No.
How made you walk away with you? It was great because Ike Foundation, Keith, you were so awesome and donated way too many
So
of amazing swim baits. It was amazing, and it was funny because the ladies create all these gift bags, dude, and we got like over 50. How many were there exactly?
I don't know.
Oh, well over 50
Yeah.
baskets from the most amazing stuff. And I was like, oh yeah, you just watch on Keith's bags. And dude, it was like a magnet of people depositing tickets in those days. And somehow, Johnny, you still walked away with most of those. How was that possible?
We ended up winning like $800 on the craps table.
Oh, on the gambling,
So
yeah.
we went back and got more tickets and then dumped them in the bags. And,
Wow.
Ended up with 3 to dunks.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Cool.
Well, they're in a good home because Johnny uses them. You're actually going to use them, which is good. Which is really good.
I
It's really-
gotta ask, like,
where
the Wawa Hoagie lady? Where'd that come from?
Yeah, it's great.
It was me and Brian were fishing a tournament down in the flats, and we stopped at the Wawa. We're getting gas and stuff, and go in, place the order for the sandwiches. You know, I'm out gassing the boat. I'm like, Brian, will you go back in and get the hoagies? And he comes out like pissed, like mad, like fuck this place. You know, talking about like corporate America and everything. He's like, they don't even have anybody in there working. The hoagie line's all backed up. So we go in there, and there's like one lady making sandwiches, and she's got like, looked like Brian said something to her because she's like crying or something. And I was like, I'm only one person. He wanted to like leave the sandwiches there, so we had to go back in.
Wow.
Poor
He
Wawa.
made her
Hoagie.
cry. He made her cry. He made her cry.
Our number was like, for example, our number was like 319 or something, and she was on like 76.
Oh.
He like lost it.
Oh my God.
We don't condone that on Nike Live. I'm offended.
You can't be mean to random people.
No.
For those of you listening, Wawa is a gas station and a hoagie is a sandwich.
Right. You're
Thank
right.
you. You're right.
Unless you're from Florida or Jersey, you
don't
wouldn't
know.
know those two things.
Wawa is a bird.
It is?
It's a goose.
Goose.
Yeah, it's a
Oh,
goose.
Wawa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about that?
My
It's a Native
Shelley,
American term for a wild goose.
My
Right?
wife
know
loves
that.
your comments, and she's always cracking up. And she goes, "Who is this lady? That's always watching and commenting on the show. This Wawa Hoagie lady."
Yeah.
And I'm like, "That's John Valdez." She's like, "It's a man."
I always enjoy the comments very much.
That's so great. Yeah. But thank you for being a part of the show, man. You've supported the show from day one, and I appreciate that, man. It's great because you guys are the roots, like the South Jersey roots, the hardcore anglers here in South Jersey. You guys supporting the show has meant as much as people across the country. So thank you for that. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, John.
Heck yeah.
Thank you, John. Real quick, while we have Vegas here, Vegas, what come over here real quick.
You didn't bring Mark in yet?
And no, Mark is not in yet. And we got a very special presentation. Vegas, this is a gift from Keith.
No.
This is a
really?
one-of-a-kind swim bait. This is the small one. That's the dink.
Ooh.
Say thank you to Keith. Look at that thing.
That's beautiful.
Dude.
Isn't that
Go
awesome?
walk up to that camera right there and show the camera. That's the camera right there. Show them that thing. Dude, what a beautiful paint job on that.
That's gorgeous.
Yeah. And
Real
Vegas.
killer.
Send your offers in.
That's
highest
all
bidder.
trigger colors, man.
Wow.
Water.
Yeah.
That's what you want.
That's amazing.
So crazy because
Sea red.
that is definitely not your traditional glide bait color.
Not
You know,
even
it's
close, yeah.
traditional glide bait color. Yeah, it's cool, isn't it? But you know, normally the shads, the pearls, the
Right.
whites, and that thing's straight up orangey red, dude.
Yeah.
Makes no sense, but they chew it.
Trigger color.
Pete's not.
Trigger
Wow.
color.
Wow.
All right, Vegas. If I'm going to make a prediction,
That's
one of the biggest bass
part of
you
the
will
show.
catch this
Forgot
year
about that.
is going to come on that bait. I'm going to make a prediction. So say thank you to Keith.
That'd be awesome.
The thing's
You got
awesome.
it, buddy.
You're
Heck
gonna,
yeah.
you're gonna have to work on
Heck
your
yeah,
arm
Vegas.
muscles to.
Heck yeah, yeah. We'll throw that on.
Did we
Bigger
plug
Rupture.
the that we're giving that bait away yet?
We are giving this bait away. All right.
No, because you said bring Mark in, and now you want to talk.
Yeah,
about
that's okay.
Hey, Beck.
That's okay. That's okay. All right. So if you're watching
Said you rate the
tonight,
bait.
I know a lot of you have been big fans of this bait for a
One
long time.
undeserving fan is going to win this tonight.
Yes, and this is a custom,
Dude, that
one
thing
of a
looks
kind.
good.
Looks so good. It got that foil
Gizzard
finish
shad
on it.
looking.
Gizzard shad. It's just donk. It's just amazing. Have we come up with the criteria for how we're going to give this away?
Yes,
What's the deal?
it's going
Okay.
to be an Ike Live
This is
trivia
hard.
question
Okay. Ike Live-
predicated upon the history of the show,
Okay.
deeply rooted in
Deeply
the history
rooted.
of the show.
History show. Okay.
History
Hey,
Channel.
I want to add something. I made that board with a foil that's very distinctive.
Yes.
It's the only one I've done
With
with
his
that
bare
type
hands.
yeah, with my bare hands and no fingers.
Dude, that thing's amazing. And it's got.
I made it literally just for the show. I
Dude.
probably won't do that type of foil work after this. So it's literally one of a kind.
Dude, it's a one of a
Wow.
kind. It's got amazing sheen to it. And it's got. Hey, you see that little pink in there?
I do.
Dude, that's key right
Yeah.
there. I love that little pink in there. So we're going to do a trivia question related to the history of Ike Live. We'll probably ask it at the end of the second segment, give it away in the third segment, something like that. But
Yeah.
we'll give you the criteria coming
Dave, Rod Schlapper wants to know if you're going to a Pearl Jam concert after the show.
up.
What's his name? Rod Jammer.
Rod Schlapper.
Oh, Rod Schlapper.
Yo, Rod, that's
Not Rod
funny.
Schlapper, Rod
Yeah.
Schlapper.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah. You kind of, except the shoe. The top looks like it, but then you get to the shoes and it's not. The shoes aren't Pearl Jam.
You
They're
got
like
Sperry's on?
yeah, Sperry's.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very strange. Very strange. Real quick before we get to Brian, I want to give you this. This is a sheet, which is amazing. This is 4 pages, 4 full pages of different guests
Yes. No
that have
kidding.
been on the show.
Yo, read the
Wow.
top of the list of who's been on the most and the number of times.
Okay, so I'll just give you. I'm not going to do all of them. But I'll give you a little rundown. Fat Cat Newton 9 times on Ike
Wow.
Live. Ish Monroe 9 times on Ike
That
Live.
one, that's surprising.
Yep. JT Kenny 9 times on the show. Cliff Crochet, the Cajun baby, my mama said 8 times
Yeah.
on the show. John Cruz 7, Luke Duncan 7, Aaron Martin's 7.
Yeah.
That's great.
Wow.
That's great that we had
Yep.
a lot of shows with Aaron. Bob Soley 6, dude. Yeah,
Dude.
dude. Mark Jeffrey 6, Dave Mercer 6, Carl Jocumson 6, Kevin Van Dam 6,
How about that?
James Watson 6, Seth Fighter 6, Fletcher Shyrock, Brandon Polinick can go down from there. So
Wow.
great list, man.
Who has
Great
been?
list.
Cool.
You
Holy
know who's been
smokes.
on the show the most?
You?
Not on that list.
No. Who?
The Carpenter.
Brian Carpenter.
What's that?
You have the most appearances
Every
on Ike
Yeah.
Live. Every
Every.
single show.
Every single
Yeah.
show.
Not a single
Round of
one.
applause, everybody.
Yeah.
Here.
Stirring round of
And-
applause.
And here's
Yeah, because you and I even
Yeah.
had to do a show
Well-
one time when Mike wasn't.
well, that's what I was
around.
going to say. There
Right.
was a lot of shows. There were a lot where I wasn't on at all, or I would call or Skype or
Or you could
whatever,
just ghost us.
or I would ghost you.
You would text
But-
me from Becky's
but
phone.
you
and say,
got-
Mike can't come on.
Yes, yes. But you guys kept it going.
Yep.
You guys
We
kept
did
it
a
going.
lot with
And,
that.
and that's a testament to the show has. It's more than it's not me. It's an embodiment of the characters. So it's been a great show. It's been a great show.
It really has.
So yeah, Brian, you're right. Holy shit! What can
Thank
we
you,
give
Peter.
Brian tonight? We need an award.
It's BTC Live. All right, get Mark
Okay.
Jeffers on.
All
Yeah,
right.
enough of that.
All right, enough of that.
You got me?
The absolute reason this show even exists.
Hold on, the intro's still going, Mark.
The intro's still going.
You got me?
Uh,
You got me?
Welcoming to the show again, the executive producer, the reason, the start of the show, Mark Jeffries.
Yeah,
Mark Jeffries
Mark.
coming on.
Hey.
By
Hey.
the way,
You got me?
Yeah, I'll have you, Mark. Let me mention
All
that
right.
besides being the creator and producer of the show, you are my friend. So thank you. for
That's
being on
right.
the show.
That's right. I am sitting in a, I don't know what this is. Some kind of
golf cart.
I think it's a grocery store in Waxahachie, Texas. In the parking lot.
Wow. All right. Well,
So
But you
why?
sound good.
Why are you
You
shopping
sound
there?
good.
Why are you there?
No, I had my very first bowling tournament of the year, and it was in Waxahachie, Texas. I wrapped up, I don't know, I think it was like 30, 40 minutes ago. And look, these are always good. Can you see that right there?
Hell
That
yeah.
That's check. That is a check.
Wow.
That is success.
So what
But
did you bowl?
Mark,
here,
you've already exceeded all predictions of how long it's going to take you to turn this into bowling.
No,
Trust it, Mark.
but that's what I did today. No, I 8 games, 227, 215, 256, 221, 214, 204, and 225.
Wow.
I can't break 100.
I can't either. Hardly ever.
What was that check for? How much did you win?
What place?
Not that much. 450.
That's good though.
What was it?
I mean, it's not that much money.
Nice.
Entry fee. The entry fee was $150. So
Nice.
you know, it is what it is.
Get that in some BFLs.
You definitely know. I don't think I made that much fish in the elites last year.
Oh man.
I'm just being honest. I don't think I made that much this year. Mark, thank you for taking time out to be on the show. And here's the first thing I want to run past you. We mentioned it earlier. We had Zona on, and we said that today, as we speak, there are literally 1,752 other fishing podcasts. But you were the first.
Yeah.
Mark Jeffries was the first.
Yes.
Dude, how does it feel to be, it sort of has to make you feel proud and old at the same time. But you were the first. How does that make you feel?
It's pretty cool, man. And I am just enormously blessed to be able to go out when I did. I did my last show over a year ago on December 20th. And that was kind of the plan all along. I had talked to Becky about it. I was like, I'm going to know when it's the right time to step away. And I walked away when I really felt that Matt and I had kind of topped out and everybody else was trying to do what we had done for almost 20 years.
Right.
And it was the right time to go. And do I miss it? Yeah, I miss it sometimes. But I just kind of dove into so many other activities here. But I got a super quick story. This cracked me up. So this past week at school, we got all iced out. So there were 2 days that we didn't have class. So the one day that I was staying home, it's unbelievable that the bowling industry, and I know, Brian, you're going to get mad at me, but this is funny. Okay, this is pretty funny and pretty cool. So there is a bowling podcast that I follow. All right, and it's called Sweep the Rack. No, but listen, listen. You were on Sweep the Rack.
Yeah.
It's based out of Philly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And Big Mike, I talk to Big Mike all the time. So it was one of the few shows that I could actually get involved in the instant feedback. So on YouTube, I don't have my own YouTube account. It's still Bass Talk Live. So I'm sitting there throwing comments out, and it's Bass Talk Live. So then some dude gets on there and says, "Holy crap, Jeffries is on the instant feedback." It didn't have my name. It didn't have anything. Okay. He goes, "I love BTL." And then all this other stuff started to pop up about how they miss me and how BTL is still, the best podcast out there and all this other stuff and everything. And it pissed Mike off because the instant feedback got taken over by BTL people that bowled.
Well, Mark, this night's supposed to be about our show, so we're kind of getting pissed off too here.
Oh,
You might want to transition a little bit here.
But hey, come on, Brian, man, I had to set it up. I had to set up where I'm at. I mean, do you think, what the hell? Do you think I really want to be in Waxahachie, Texas?
I mean, you drove there.
I did.
Yeah.
But I got a check too.
Yeah, congrats, buddy.
You know who that was?
The
Yeah.
guy is. Yeah.
You do? You know
Yeah, the guy that hung your TVs.
Oh, okay. Bass Fisherman Bowler?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
That's
here in,
awesome.
Here in the South Jersey, Philly area.
Yeah.
That's
All
very
right,
rare.
so Mark,
Memes.
I
Yeah.
want to know. I personally want to know because Mike always has great questions,
Boo.
and I just chime in with random stuff. But let's be honest.
Yeah.
You had a great show. Well, you have a great show. BTL was a great show. You were alive. You had viewership, and you had the whole market to yourself.
Yes.
Yeah.
Why in the world did you approach Mike and I to do this show?
Yeah. Yeah. It's great because it is a great question. It's like, one is why would you want to give yourself competition? And then the other part of that is why
You wanted to make yourself look
why
better 'cause
us?
You knew we'd be
like
a
why,
disaster.
yeah, why us? Because there's
No,
there was Swindle, there's Van Dam, there's
Yeah, but he knew we'd do it.
Marty Stone.
no, come on now, man.
Why us?
No. All right, listen. And I don't know if you will remember some of the conversation that we had over 10 years ago. Because remember, it took us a while to get this thing going because you guys were thinking about it. And when I ran it by you the first time, you were kind of like, oh, I don't really know. But listen, all right, there was a reason because I felt that there was a need for somebody like Mike.
Oh,
All
no.
right.
Did we lose him?
This.
One to that.
This is my fondest memory of the Ike Live show.
People cutting out. Yeah.
No. I was getting a phone call. I'm sorry. Okay, but that conversation that we had, I knew that it was going to be something that was different than what Matt and I were doing because we took the journalistic type of approach, and kind of like the a la Sports Center kind of. Just a different vibe that was totally about entertaining, engaging, and educating the viewers that we had. Well, when I looked at everybody that I really worked with on the Elite Series at the time, man, there just wasn't anybody that I felt like could take this idea and run with it from a personality standpoint, from just connecting with the viewers. And Becky, remember, I had that conversation to go, look, there's nobody else out there that could be successful at this concept with this idea that I came up with IKE Live. And look, man, 10 years later, yeah, it's evolved through the years, but you guys have had a great support staff. Brian's been great. Everybody else that you've had involved with the show have really done what the show was kind of designed to do about that conversation that we had many years ago. Yeah. And, Becky and Ike, it's amazing to see how things have evolved over this 10 years to get to the point that you're at. And you are absolutely 100% right. There are a trillion podcasts out there now, man.
Oh, yeah.
And it's just, it's so saturated. But the ones that were in the early stages of what we were doing, those are the ones that really solidify what this whole concept was about. Yeah. From, doing what you guys did with IKE Live and what Matt and I did with BTL. And, what is that saying? Copying somebody is flattery or whatever it is. I just think copying somebody's lazy. That's what I think.
Well, but you have to think about it. It's so easy now. So I don't know if you guys really remember 10 years ago, but in order to do this, we had to build a studio.
Yeah.
And nowadays you can stream like
with your phone.
through your phone,
Technology's
through
caught up.
social media.
Yeah.
You can do all this so easily, but 10 years ago you could not.
You had to
We
invest 10, 15 grand.
Oh, easily.
Yeah.
Like
Oh, how many hours did I spend in the basement? Becky?
Mark was like a troll.
Yeah,
for
troll
days
in the
on
basement. Troll in the
It
basement.
would have been nice if you'd have taken some of that funding into air conditioning.
For the studio. Yeah, it was all in cameras and audio. We didn't have money for air conditioning.
We would just open the door. But think about it. It was like, the old school tower computer things.
Oh,
like
yeah.
that's what you had
Yeah.
to do. You had to like empty it out,
Oh,
hollow it out, and install the different
the
like
mixing,
pieces.
dude. The mixing board was as big as this table
Yeah.
right here.
Yeah.
It had dials and slides
Yeah,
and
it's
buttons.
a bunch
Brian
of stuff nobody knew how to use.
Brian
Oh,
still
yeah.
doesn't know how to use any of it. It was just like a piece of art.
Still.
But
we
I-
had wires
real.
everywhere.
Yeah, but Mark, I want to say this. When I look back on it, it's funny because there was, we didn't jump on board with it in the beginning, and there was a resistance a little bit in the beginning.
Yeah.
But 10 years later, I look back and I want to say thank you for creating this for us. Thank you for everything. We owe it to you. This has been one of the most rewarding projects I've ever done in my life, especially in the fishing industry. So thank you, Mark.
Yeah.
It's been
Yeah.
incredible. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. No, thanks for letting me be involved and be creative. And one quick thing real quick, man. One of the memories that I have, obviously in the early years, I spent a lot of time in the basement at your house doing stuff. But one of the greatest memories that I have is it was like 10, 11 o'clock at night, and I had just finished putting together the intro for IKE Live. And I went running upstairs, and I was like, Mike, you got to come down here, man. You got to watch this. You got to watch this. It's badass. You got to watch this. And you like looking at me going, what did you just do? Come on, man. Come on. And you finally came down here, and you sat there, and you watched it. And you turned and you looked at me and you said, dude, that's badass. And it was. It was so cool because I took a lot of stuff and man, I put, and a lot of people out there may not realize it, but I did. I put my heart and soul, and there was a lot of sweat equity in creating that product. And quite honestly, man, I couldn't have chose two better people and throw Brian in there and Pete and everybody else that were involved with this project. One of the funnest projects that I've been involved with, man.
It's awesome. And it's funny you said that because we talked earlier about the early days of the show and how it's like a group, your favorite group and like those early albums. But those intros, though, are as iconic as anything. You know what I mean? People remember IKE Live. They remember the intros that we've had over the years.
Yeah.
And I think we've been through
And
3
Mark
or
told
4
me
of
if
them.
I get Ed Bassmaster on ever again, he's shutting the show down from
Right,
Oklahoma.
Right. That's Ed was one and done because of Mark.
It was on more than once, but yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Yeah.
Ed exited himself after Brian turned off his
True.
Yeah.
He was my story behind that.
He was my favorite co-host of all time.
That was amazing.
You were so horrified, Pete. Don't lie.
Watching
Dude,
Pete.
we're gonna get into that.
Yeah, here's
Yeah,
it was-
we
was
ought to dive
misery.
into that.
All right.
whole
We
thing
will.
later,
We
but
will.
that-
Here's the thing. So,
Pete
Mark,
and
we've had a
Boyd.
discussion about the best IKE Live ever. What was that, right? And some of the ones that were brought up, of course, were the show where we were at the Delaware River tournament and we had the entire, on site, just name after name. That, of course, that one. We had the military guys in, which was
one of
an
my favorites.
incredible show where they were talking about their experiences. We've had so many good shows over the years, but one of my favorites is one that Mark was at, and of course we went after hours and we were able to track down Bob Cobb.
Yes.
And we got Bob Cobb on the phone, and Mark was, it's funny because you would forget that, you feel like you were at Bass Zone and you would interview. And I remember specifically in After Hours, you asked Bob Cobb, and this was late at night. So I think Bob had been drinking a little too, right?
Yeah.
So you just flat out asked Bob something about modern anglers and, what about Russ Lane? And I'll never forget, but you forced Bob Cobb by this question to say, Russ Lane's a pussy.
Yeah.
I'll never forget that. That's one of the best Ike Live shows, in my opinion, ever. And that was one you were on, Mark. So thank you.
Yeah.
Russ Lane's a big guy.
Russ Lane's a big guy.
I can't believe Bob said that.
I can't believe Bob Cobb said that. That still blows me away.
Yeah.
Well, we'll just chalk it up to maybe Bob Cobb had a few cocktails.
Well, he did have a few
Why?
cocktails. He deserves
what
it.
was his opinion? Why is Russ Lane?
Well, it had a lot to do with the modern angler and young anglers, and I don't remember the whole.
We actually don't even remember.
Everyone was live.
Don't get into those kinds of details.
Yeah.
Let me remind everybody you're watching our 10th anniversary show. If you've got a question or comment, please send it through to Riz.
Russ was a pitcher, right?
He was a pitcher. I think he did play
had a
baseball.
hell of a fastball.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. Hey, Mike. One of my memories too, on the guest that you had the show. Do you remember when I was there and we had Jerry McGinnis on?
Yeah.
And I actually,
Oh, yeah.
you remember, I spent time reading the book.
Yeah.
And I actually like cross-examined him about a bunch of the stuff that he said in the book, and he actually got nervous. Do you remember how much he was shaking?
Oh yeah. Yeah. That was an awesome show because so you and Jerry and Bass had a little history there. And I think some of them questions coming
Well,
from
he
you.
wasn't expecting you to be.
Oh
there,
yeah.
let's be honest.
That was yeah. That was an unexpected one. Here's a question I have, and I want Mark. You know the rules here. Ike Live, you got to be honest. You have to be honest. Only thing.
Yeah.
And you're probably not getting your prize.
And
Those
you're
are
not getting
two
your
rules.
prize. Two
You gotta
rules.
be honest, and you're not getting your shit.
But I have my own opinion, but I want to hear it from you. Bass Talk Live is still a great show. How do you think Matt's doing? Give Matt a rating, 1 to 10, 10 being the best. How's Matt doing? How's he doing with the show? What do you think?
Yeah. From a show and a journalistic perspective, from an interviewing concept, and the way that he conducts his interviews, he's a 10, dude. There are very, very few people in this industry that can carry on the interviews and really dive into what was established years ago as far as educating, entertaining, and engaging the fans. He is extremely challenged when it comes to a lot of this stuff, and technology is not really his best friend. And surprisingly enough, he's really, really battled some adversity, of which, I kind of had to bail him out a couple of times. But that has probably been the most shocking part about how he has really kind of dove in and taken ownership from a technology standpoint.
Yeah.
Now, other things that are involved, people will never see it. They will never have any concept of all the stuff that takes place behind the scenes. That there is definitely a learning curve, and he's still learning. He's still learning, and a lot of that is something that you're well versed in, Mike, and that is trying to fish and run a business at the same time.
Oh yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he's really, really wanting to do this fishing thing, obviously, with the participation in the 9 open events this year. But I think he has finally turned the corner to where he realizes the importance of what his revenue stream is.
Yeah.
And it's not Mark Jeffries writing a check every month.
Right.
You know?
Yeah,
so
it's in his hands now. It's in his
it's his gig.
Yeah.
You know, it's his gig, it's his responsibility, and there is definitely a learning curve. Are there some of the things that have taken place over the past year that I wish were a little different? Not really, but and I've talked to him about this, and sometimes he agrees and sometimes he doesn't. But how many times did we agree on anything? Over the 18 years we were together, or whatever it was. But I think it's vitally important that that show continues to have the separation from what everybody else is doing.
Right.
So he constantly has to be creative. And I think one of the most important things is the way that we would engage the fans through a lot of the creative stuff that I came up with over the years. Some of the goofy ass contests and some of the Sunline Hotline show and that kind of stuff, where people actually call in and instead of typing their opinion, you get a human to actually kind of hear the emotion that is in their opinion that they feel very, very strongly about. So is there separation still between what BTL is and what the millions and millions of other podcasts are doing out there? I think there's definite separation. I think it's still the leader. I think you can tell by the guests that he has on and the fact that he has committed 4 days of the week and will continue to commit 4 days of the week to this great game that all of us still love and enjoy, and do it the BTL way. It's going to take a lot for somebody to take BTL and take Matt off of the plateau that he's worked really, really hard to get to.
Mark,
I
are you
think
saying that
he's
he
doing a
doesn't
good job. I
like
think he's doing a
go?
good job. And I had the pleasure of being on the first show of 2023, which was cool. I was his first guest.
That's awesome.
Yes, and it was awesome. I thought, dude, the questions were great. I was on for almost it was something really long. Like, I was surprised.
Yeah, that's the difference.
I was like an
between
hour
you
on
and-
there. I was like,
that's the
damn.
difference between Mark and Matt, though.
Yeah.
Mark efficiently got you on. He asked questions and he got
Cut
you
it way too
off.
short.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That was, I would listen to it and say, "Damn it, Mark, you should have went longer."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Matt had some great questions.
Matt's
and
been
he kept me
watching
long.
Ike Live
Yeah.
too long, and so he's of the
You're right.
longer-
So
You're
Mark,
right.
are you saying that Matt doesn't go back to the same 6 or 8 guests that and milk their achievements,
Milk
in
them
the
like a
industry
cow?
to try to benefit himself?
No, not at all. And once again, I mean, when you're number one, you don't have to do that. And people want to be on the show. And he's really expanded his guest list over the past year. I mean, he's had people on that, number one, some people may not have known, some people may have forgotten about, and really opened up a lot of professional anglers that are involved in this game that a lot of people just didn't know anything about. So he's got that part dialed in. There is no doubt. I think sometimes, and I've had people send me emails too, I think they kind of miss the bantering that me and him had, because obviously I was old school. I'm more of the business side of fishing and the very conservative, way that, look, man, a dollar saved is a dollar earned and all that and everything. And I do. I think the fans kind of miss that sometimes. And I think he needs to expand, and we've talked about this. I think he needs to expand a little bit to not just be this interviewer and tips and techniques and just talk about fishing, because I think there's a lot of things out there that are going on in the world that the fishing world can actually relate to. And that was something that I was really, really proud that I was able to compare a lot of stuff in the business world, a lot of stuff in the entertainment world, a lot of stuff in the sports world that really kind of coincide what we had going on in professional fishing.
Yeah.
Or just get the same 4, 5, 6 guys on.
Just write it out.
And just ride their achievements.
Right.
Hey,
Their
can I ask a question?
Yeah, ask. Yep, for
Mark,
sure.
Mark, have you been on BTL since your retirement?
Yeah,
Or
as a
do you-
guest.
As a guest, as a.
I-
Are you
I-
ever going to go back?
I made a guest appearance for Frank Scalish's 100th show.
Yo, Frank.
Okay.
All right, because the whole day 4 thing and the whole Frank Scalish thing was my idea.
Yo, Frank.
And that thing has been incredible. I mean, it's kind of resurrected Frank Scalish to a lot of people that nobody even knew who Frank was. But now it is really, really opened up Frank to a lot of the younger anglers and really kind of established Frank. Everybody loves Day 4. I mean, it's been a great asset to the PTL lineup. You know, the other day, and I don't know if you guys know the story about the color number 7. Did you guys hear about that?
No.
Caller 7?
Color 7.
No, color. The color. No, so what happened is after I had my near-death experience and I finally came back to the show, Matt looks at me and he goes, I'm really glad you're back, you know, but I didn't really know what to expect. I thought you might sit there and start rambling off stuff like, you know, my favorite color is 7. That had nothing to do with a color or anything. Nothing. Just like I totally lost it and went mental on everybody. So what ended up happening for my birthday, Frank hand painted my favorite lure, which is a topwater lure. He hand painted a Zara Spook in the color purple, orange, silver, and white. And it is a badass pattern. Wow. So we actually presented it on the show, and it was a big deal. And like I have the very first one that he hand painted, and it's sitting in my studio in the rack of collectibles that I have. Well, last week, Pradco made the decision that they were going to launch the color number 7. And for the 100th show for Frank, it's sold out, and it broke the Pradco online system. It's sold out in 4 minutes.
That's right. What'd you get for it, Mark?
Color 7.
I got 0.
That's right. Pradco for you, baby.
0. But I got a check right here for bowling, though.
Wow. That's crazy. That's crazy. Well, I do want to say this. Frank Scalish is the next Randy Blockett.
Oh.
What do you mean by that?
Well, like Randy's career was like resurrected because of his content and all that. And I believe Frank is the next, you know, I think they're going to follow a similar path. Yeah.
I think it's a totally different platform because Frank is more about engaging and educating and he doesn't really say anything or go down the controversial path like Randy does.
Well, Frank has never not just absolutely.
Yeah, we'll work on Frank. Yeah,
you notice that when in his fishing stories. Oh, I'm not even live.
Hold on. Go ahead, Briz.
Frank has never not absolutely throttled them. Like in the Day 4, like you know his day on the lake. I mean, I was absolutely smashing him, and I know
that's a good Frank voice.
I'm like,
damn.
I'm like, dude, this guy never does not just absolutely crush him.
He crushes every time. He crushes them
every time he's out. It's amazing.
Yeah, he does. I know we've got a couple coming through Instagram. We have a couple coming through the messaging. Guys, you had a good one. I saw your face. You had a good question coming from Mark or a comment.
We can't read any of them.
You can't read any of them?
No.
Well,
all right.
I mean, we got some. Yeah,
but we got the legends of the Ike Live message board, which, I mean, tonight, I think this is, we really haven't dove into that, but this is the end of the Ike Live message board.
You can't clean them up and say them?
Pete, you don't want me to do that?
I'll hit some of them coming through the social feed here real quick. On Instagram, Mark, we have one from Russ Scully, and Russ wants to know, have you officially buried the hatchet with Dave? This is the second time that someone said that.
I know.
That's crazy. Yeah.
With Dave?
Hatchet with
Yeah.
Zona.
Yeah. He just buried a hatchet with Zona.
I feel like Dave is misunderstood.
Dave is misunderstood.
Yeah, that's all good.
The message board wants to know why Dave looks like the kid that didn't get his Valentine's Day card.
Oh, please. I'm 51. I guarantee I'm twice as handsome as whoever the hell said
You know what I find humorous is that all 3 of our guests, they hold their own interview.
Oh, yeah. That's good. Yeah.
Like there's Mark, you'll just talk.
I love it. I love it. It's
just
good.
talk.
Yeah.
And I know our next guest will just talk.
That's
and we'll all
perfect.
sit and we'll hang out while you have your own conversation.
That's the best kind of interview you could ask for. This one's coming from Facebook, and this one's from Dave Kashkin. And Dave wants to know, Mark, how's retirement?
Well, it's awesome. I can't tell you how great. No, seriously, I can't tell you how enjoyable in all aspects of my life that this past year was, and the project that I'm working on for this year, I couldn't be more excited about it. It's just truly amazing, health wise, and everything that I went through over the last 2 years to be in a position to where, number one, I can still fish. Number two, I can still bowl. Number three, I've got an opportunity to build a collegiate bowling program from the ground up, and I got money to do it. And that is a rarity in this day and age when it comes to forming things from an athletic standpoint. It's kind of sad in a way, not in a bad way, but I have so many memories walking out of the back door of my house and walking back to where the studio used to be.
Yeah.
You know, now I have my boat in there, and I kind of have a little mini studio that I'm going to be doing some video work for the team and some of the other things. But I don't think people really realized how much I love doing what I did and being on the Elite Series and creating everything that I created. It was a massive part of my life. And I really put my heart and soul into believing this is the way that this needs to be covered from a journalistic perspective, from an independent perspective. And some of the interviews that I've had, some of the people that have been pissed off at me for good reasons, because at certain times I learned in the beginning when to ask what questions, because there are definitely things that take place during tournaments and pre and post that are just things and subjects that you don't cross. But from a retirement perspective, it's really nice to walk out and think about so many of the memories, good ones, bad ones. You know, I think I've told this story a zillion times. I'm not going to tell it again, but man, I walk in and I see this big hole that's in the back where the studio used to be. And that's where I chucked like a metal sign, or I don't remember exactly what it was, during one of the arguments that I had with Matt that were off the show. You know, I mean, it was a great memory, and it was tough love. But at the same time, man, Matt was like my third son, and I care so much about him. And there are very, very few people in this industry that I think I could have built the memories that I did with Matt and with Harold. You know, Harold Allen was a big part of what we did for a number of years. Drew Smith, Sean Goodwin, Gene Gilliland was a big part of this thing too that a lot of people don't know about. And truly, just, you know, I do miss it, and but I'm very, very, very happy that I went out when I did.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you this. This show, this sport, the way that people consume information is all the way it is because of you. And that's an amazing thing, dude. You change the sport. You change people's lives. So shout out to you, Mark, for
Thanks,
all that.
man.
For changing bass fishing the way we know it. That's awesome.
Thanks,
and it
man.
Needed to happen. So thank you, Mark.
No, and you know, one last thing real quick, and you know, we did 6 documentaries on the 20 feet deep, and Mike, yours was the first one.
Yeah.
And I got to see something in Mike Iaconelli that very, very few people in this world got to see. Because when you and I were sitting on those steps where you won that Delaware River event, the emotion that came out, not even when we were filming, just sitting there talking, man, that was so, so special Mike. And those are just some of the special memories and the special times that I have from doing what I did in this game for so many years. And quite honestly, there's probably a high school angler on some high school team that has no idea what I did or who I talked to, but I think the way that I did it was the right way. I think it really helped the anglers out. I think it helped the organizations out, and most importantly, I think it helped the sport out to give it the exposure and really treat it like a professional sport. But man, Mike, the friendship with you and Becky and Brian and Pete, I just can't tell you how much that you mean to me, and we're like family. And all the years that I stay away from this game, I'm still gonna always pick up the phone and call you and call Becky and call Brian and just be so graceful of the friendship and what we have done together. Not just 10 years of Ike Live, but man, the 25 plus years that I've been around you, and the stuff that happened when you won the Classic, and just to be a part of everything that you've done, Mike. I still got the picture up on my wall when you fell in the lake at Table Rock. It's the only one in existence. You know, I just I cherish our friendship, and dude, you guys freaking rock.
Me too, Mark.
Yeah,
And we
thank you,
appreciate all the
Mark.
support over the years, and never going to forget that 5-pounder you caught on a frog at Elmer Lake. I think it was one of the biggest Elmer Lake fish I've ever seen caught. So a lot of 2-pounders.
Mark, do you have the message board wants to know if you have anything more to say about me?
Nope.
Brian, you know what I'm gonna miss with you, Brian? Those texts. And I read, and he goes, Mark, you got a minute? You got a minute? You got a minute? And then I would call you, and we'd spend an hour and a half on the phone.
Yeah. Or like, like we're about to go live, and where the hell you at, man?
Help! SOS. What's this button for?
What the hell?
Yeah.
Nothing works.
Well, Mark, we appreciate you coming on the show. It means a lot. You were there in the very beginning, and you're here 10 years later. So thank you, man. Mark Jeffries.
All right, man.
everybody.
We'll be in touch. All right.
Yeah.
You guys take care.
Keep making those checks. Keep bowling.
That's right. That's right. Checks, baby.
Pete, here's the thing. Did you hear those bowling scores that he rattled off?
200.
Dude, I've never bowled that in my whole life.
Well, you're not a bowler.
Well, stop, but look at my look at my hand. It's beautiful.
No one expects you to
look at that hand, Dave. Look at that hand, Dave.
So I have a question.
All right. Yeah, go ahead.
Mike, you won the Classic in 2003.
Yeah, when the dinosaurs still roamed the earth.
So does that mean that this is your 20th anniversary?
It is. It is.
20th Classic anniversary.
Yeah.
Or
We
is it?
celebrate
Or is
those
it?
things.
Well, if we
Or is
go,
it my
if we go by the
21st?
celebration of like
It's my
Live,
21st.
it would be your 21st.
So I'm of a legal age to make the Classic again this year. That's what I was waiting for.
I'm surprised that Jark Meffrey didn't come up. And
I know.
Everyone is surprised.
I know.
Jark's
Yeah.
Was
That was a
it?
great.
Is that how you say it?
Jark Meffries.
Jark
Yeah, that was a
Meffries.
great skit. That was a great
That was-
skit. Yeah. Yeah.
Skits.
Yeah. Mark never loved that skit, but I always thought it was good.
I got threatened by fucking Matt Pangrack over that. Matt
Matt was mad.
Threatened me over an Instagram account. I had nothing to do with it. Dude ends up living in like Oklahoma.
Mark
This was like one of their people.
Jark
that-
Meffries.
Oh, but yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What was the
Jark
threat?
Meffries. Huh?
What did he say?
I don't know. Like, man.
Man.
Like, handle it. Like, handle what? You had nothing to do with it.
Wow.
Yeah,
There's
Matt,
been a
dude,
lot
Matt
of
stepped up. He dropped the gloves with me. I was
Yeah.
like, all right.
That reminds me though. So you think back about the years and the impact the show's had. We have been responsible for a tremendous amount of fake accounts over the years, and I'm super proud of that. I'm super proud of that, dude.
And fake podcasters ripping shit off.
Oh yeah, dude, it was the most amazing thing. I'll never forget. Me and Brian were on some adventure somewhere. Maybe we were practicing. I think we went down to practice somewhere in North Carolina years ago. And at the time, the FLW guy, or I don't know, there were texts coming through that were pointing the finger at Brian the Carpenter and Ike Live being responsible.
What was he
for?
Oh, was it Randy Flowers?
Randy
or-
Flowers.
No,
The
no.
other one, like there were
What was
3
the
or
other
4.
one? What was the other one that was?
But we were accused of being all of those at one time.
Fake Boy Duckett.
No, there was one that was really controversial.
Yeah.
Who was that?
Mike Jones.
Mike Jones.
Oh, Jim Jones.
It's Jim Jones.
Jim
Jim
Jones.
Jones.
Jim Jones.
Yeah.
That's the one. It was
Yes.
Jim Jones.
Yeah.
Yes.
The trait, probably.
Yeah.
Zaldane one.
Yeah.
Oh, I've heard that. I don't mean that. But yeah, no,
Okay.
that's who I got accused of.
Yeah.
Jim Jones.
Yeah.
But that's
Which is funny because I feel like we've always been very outspoken with our
Yeah, dude, I'm not hiding
horrific
behind
opinions.
shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
it's it
Yeah, we
right
definitely-
there.
For a fake
like
account.
personality wise,
Yeah.
it doesn't fit us to have a fake account.
We
But
throw
they
our
don't-
stones in
they
the
don't
open
understand
field.
that
We don't
people-
hide
I know.
behind bushes.
The real account is damaging enough.
Yeah.
I know the amount of people that are already pissed off.
all those calls that I fielded over the years, like the day after calls or the night after calls, the text and the calls of people pissed off. It's like the one thing, like I've always tried to explain the premise of the show and the same things that you said, like,
I can think of 4 that come to my mind.
well, there's a lot.
But yeah, we won't.
There's
you
a,
know.
yeah, there's
I
a
don't think
lot
there's
of
a
them.
lot. There's just been a
No,
couple
but
that,
there's-
that like played along and then the
But you
next
know
But
what?
here's
day
the thing.
we got
Show where you
sobered up
fake
and then we're
butter
like,
up
wait.
people's-
Yeah, but
sticking
here's
those up
here,
people's
here's the
ass.
thing. I've
Fuck
always
that guy.
I've always explained that like it's like entertainment, controversy sometimes is part of that, and like, but I've never apologized. I've never apologized because I didn't feel like it was right to apologize because we didn't do fucking anything wrong. You know what I mean? So I never apologized,
Yo,
but
let's
I
get in a
always tried to
fake fight
explain
with nobody
it.
right now.
Yes. Yes.
Brian, do you remember the Becky calls, like the specifics?
Who? What?
Like something happened and it was like Becky's like got these mass emails going. Like, what did you guys do?
Oh yeah.
Like
That would
can you
have been
remember-
every show.
Yeah, it's always
police.
yeah.
Every show Mike wasn't here.
Right, but it was always like our no-nos in this show are like like politics, race, religion, stay
and
away
The funniest stuff.
yeah, stay away from
Yeah.
those, skirt around, but
And now it's genders
now it's gender, whatever.
and balloons.
Yeah, and lately it's been conspiracy theories and
They're not so
But let's
much
be honest.
conspiracy.
right, they're actually
theories.
real
They're
theories.
actually happening.
They're actually
Yeah.
But you know what's interesting? Like in 10 years, there was a lot of things that we could talk about and say. I mean, we dressed up as pilgrims and Indians.
We did.
And no one
We did.
thought twice of that. 10
we
years
got
ago.
a
No.
couple
10
people
years
did.
ago, it
Yeah.
was a Thanksgiving.
That was the beginning when Seth got hated on for having that headdress.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Okay,
don't
so
think
maybe there was one
There were a
person.
few.
I don't
Yeah.
think the term cultural appropriation existed when we started. the show.
Right. It
That's-
was during the shift. Like our
Yeah.
our
People of the
show.
future.
Yeah.
When those new terms come out,
But our
you know what I mean?
language.
Like you gotta look at that shit because we let that like grow, and now look where we're at.
right.
Yeah.
That
But our-
shit's out of hand.
But think about it. Our,
Should have fucking stomped that
our
out. in the
language
beginning.
had to be kept in
Vegas,
check.
you're must.
Now our language doesn't have to be kept
No.
in check, but
No,
the
it doesn't.
other things. that-
Judgments have to be kept in
yes.
check.
Yep.
Yeah.
Moral judgments cannot be espoused, but you can absolutely use
go.
any filthy word that you want to use.
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah. It's
Yes.
confusing.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Very hard.
You want to take a break?
Right down the drain.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll take a break. We'll take a break. Here's the
I
good
say
news.
one sentence and we're going down the drain.
No, this is a celebration. We're not going down the drain.
Kill his mic.
God,
I didn't mean it like that.
Zero.
No, Brian shit on me, not you.
Oh.
Never, never, ever. Trying
Here-
to wake you up all night.
Here's the thing, guys. This is the 10th year anniversary,
Mike,
give or
throw
take.
his
Yeah.
water over
Because I didn't
his
want
shoulder.
to. Because I want to have fun with a guy that don't like me. What am I supposed to do? Like,
Go out with a bang,
no,
bro.
I don't do. I don't engage with people. I don't. I am man. I don't talk to people that don't like me.
All
Like,
Wait, do we have a contest for this, Bate?
We have a
do.
contest. We have a
We haven't
contest.
announced it yet. Does anybody give a shit?
No,
Yeah,
no.
no, let's do it. This is
No,
fun.
let's just keep it.
No. We're
Fuck
giving this
'em.
away. No,
Fuck
no.
everybody.
No, we're
Vegas.
giving this away.
I want to go on record.
What are you
No,
doing tonight, Vegas?
No, we're giving this away
Right now.
Yeah, Vegas
I
got
know.
his swim in
Our
already.
12-year-old is still here. He'll
yeah.
leave at this
I'm
commercial
sorry.
break.
Yeah.
Damn
All right.
Vegas.
So listen to me. This is our 10th year anniversary. Hang in there. We have one more great guest coming up. Plus, we're gonna announce that question to give away this done.
I thought we
It's
were
going to
announcing
Anthony
it
Geis.
now.
No, we're not gonna do it
For-
now. We're taking a
for 10
break.
years
We're
of
doing when we come
servitude.
back. We'll do it when we come back. This gives a reason for people to keep hanging on because this is the prize of the show.
Yeah, but he said we're going to announce it at the end of the second.
Well, I lied.
I think he might actually be giving it away on the next show.
I lied. Yeah,
Like
I lied.
it's never.
No. We are
gonna be
giving away on the
given
show.
away.
Guys, you're winning something.
Yeah. We're going to take a little bit of a break. We come back. We got another great guest, and we're going to give this away. Does that sound good? Yeah, we got a thing. All right. Riz, go to break. Hang in there with us. More Ike Live when we come back. Let's go to a break.
Hey, Mike, want to come on here to wish you a happy 10th anniversary with Ike Live. I know you've inspired a lot of people, helped out a lot of kids in your foundation. I'm happy to call you a friend. Happy to fish with you a couple times. I remember the one time in St. Clair, the first time we've ever went fishing together. We were on St. Clair. You didn't make the cut, unfortunately, but you brought me in the boat. But then I don't want to say I waxed you, but I put a beating on you, and you're like, "Who's this Bickle guy?" So it's nice to call you a friend. Been down to the charity event that you have down in Philly, so hopefully I can get back out there and catch some Delaware bass. But congratulations on the 10 years. Hopefully we can cross paths and get in the boat back together, and all the best in the next 10.
Hey guys, everybody at the iClive team, man, congratulations on 10 years. 10-year anniversary, that's a big deal. That's a decade y'all have been doing this, and it's just a great show, a great long-running show, and honored to have been on it a couple times, and look forward to the next opportunity to do that. But to me, honestly, the biggest surprise, I can't believe y'all have made it 10 years and not been canceled yet. That's what's mind-blowing to me. But no, absolutely, congrats. Glad to call every single one of you all friends, and congrats to Mike, Becky, and the whole iClive team on a fantastic show and a big anniversary.
10 years. Wow. 10 years is 10 years is a decade. So congratulations to the entire crew from Ike Live. Ike, Becky, BTC, Pete, Riz, everybody involved. I congratulate you on an incredible run, and I thank you because one of the greatest things that you guys bring to the sport of bass fishing is excitement and passion, and I thank you for all the entertainment over the years. Also, I got to thank you because, honestly, the greatest Elite Series crowd in Bassmaster Elite Series history happened right there in Philadelphia because of you guys. And it literally was the closest that bass fishing's ever got to professional wrestling. And I can't thank you for that gift that keeps on giving. I truly love the fine folks of Philadelphia. With that being said, how about those Chiefs? Woo! Good luck to everybody at the Super Bowl. Go Chiefs.
What's up, Becky and Mike and Petey and all the gang there at the Ike Live show, man. Randy Howell, Thurston Howell here. Lovey is not here with me tonight. Unfortunately, I'm down in Florida at the first tournament getting ready to get started, and man, she's sending a video in. I wish I was with her on the love seat so we could have a little fun with you guys. But happy 10th anniversary. It's so awesome to get this message from y'all. Inviting us back on the show here to send a video, man. I'm really excited about it. I'm proud of you guys. Y'all kept fun and bass fishing after all these years, and now more than ever in this crazy world we live in, we need more fun and more bass in bass fishing. So y'all keep up the fun. Put us down for the 20-year anniversary show, and maybe let's do a 15 first. I think 15 be even better. So let's get back on there, have some fun. Y'all keep up the good work. Y'all tie a tether on Petey's leg, keep him in that bass boat. And we'll see you guys on the water. God bless.
Hey guys. Oh my goodness. This should be Thurston and Lovey, but instead it's just Lovey on the love seat all by myself because Thurston is in Florida. So I just wanted to hop on here real fast and just say happy anniversary. I cannot believe it's been 10 years for Ike Live. That is such a testament to who you guys are and the fan base that you have. And we are so excited for you. Congratulations again. And I'm pretty sure Thurston is going to send his own video in from sunny Florida. Thanks and have a great night.
What's up, Mike and Becky and crew? Ike Live. Congratulations. 10 years of doing whatever you want, however you want to do it, making people happy, making people laugh. Thanks for having me on. Even though jokes on me a lot of times, it's all good. Congratulations on 10 years. Can't wait to be back on your show. Have a good one.
You want me to roll another one?
Yeah.
You know, right now where we're standing, we're in Camden, New Jersey.
Yeah.
Philadelphia is right there. This is the concrete jungle. And, you know, a lot of those kids, as they grow up, they don't fish. It's interesting because they're surrounded by water, you know, the Delaware River, the Schuylkill, ponds, city park lakes, but they don't have the influence to cast, to fish, to have a rod and reel. And that became our focus, you know, is to target kids in what we call non-traditional areas, you know, urban areas, city centers, where the population's high, and let these kids have the experience. You know, it's amazing. I mean, some of the experiences we've had, whether it's Central Park in New York City, here in Camden, other parts of the country, even just casting.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable to see it, isn't it?
Yes.
It's unbelievable.
Yes.
And you know, you see these kids have this experience they've never had, and they light up, you know? The big thing, I think, for the Ike Foundation is we're not saying we want all these kids to become professional anglers.
Yeah.
Be great if some of them did, but we want them to have that fishing experience because it ties them to so many other positive things. The outdoors, nature, conservation. Ecology, you know, all these amazing things in life that maybe they wouldn't have been exposed to any other way. We're trying to help with that. So it's important. It's important for us. We're proud of it.
Hey, everybody.
And we're back.
And we're back.
And we're live.
Yeah, and we're live. Oh, bye, Beck. Beck's giving a wave. Bye, Vegas. Thanks for coming on the show.
See you,
Thanks for
Beck.
being a part of this. 10
Beck,
years.
I'll see you next July at your party.
Oh,
in the
man.
swamp.
Oh, man.
What? Okay, cool.
Yeah. Yeah, you got some good restaurants down
Yeah,
there. man.
yeah, they
That's
the whole
banging.
Collingswood area,
Yeah.
they kind of did a lot of
That's
good
really
stuff.
come along. Want to thank everybody for tuning in tonight. This is the 10th year anniversary. Keith's going to sit down here on the couch with me. Man, what a show. It's been a great show. Of course, we had Mark Zona on the first segment, and then we just had Mark Jeffries on. It's been great, Pete, rehashing some of those moments that flew past. You know, it's just crazy. Like even during the breaks, you know, we have these pee breaks, but we all kind of like stop, and I was talking to Johnny, talking to Paul, and like remembering,
While
you
we're all
know,
peeing.
the things that
Yeah.
happened. And what
Crossing
and
streams
the one
and shit.
thing we were just talking about is that those early shows, you know, Ed Bassmaster, Randy Howell, the early shows,
The
1,
overtake of
2,
Randy
3,
Howell.
the overtake of Randy Howell. But those early shows where we did not know the premise yet of the show, you know. But it's funny
Yes.
because in life and in successful businesses, a lot of times in the beginning, you don't know.
You take that leap.
You take the leap. You have an
gotta do it-
idea
you gotta
of
leap
what the
first.
show is going to be,
Yes.
but it finds itself. And I really
Yeah.
think that happened with
You need a
with
fat
our
cat
show.
of inspiration.
Yeah.
To like just burst upon the scene and show you the way.
I mean,
So you're saying Fat Cat determined how the show was going?
I'm saying that we started doing the after hours, and Fat Cat appeared on an after hours, came out of nowhere.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that was the beginning of, oh shit, that's what we need to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
And just like we made his career, and he'll tell you.
Well, that and winning,
or reverse,
winning
or the
class
reverse of
in
that.
85,
Yeah.
you know?
Definitely the reverse.
Yeah.
You know
Or
what?
the
We were
reverse of
we were talking about this on the show when Mark got a call and went out.
Yeah.
Like learning how to tolerate like bad signals.
Oh, yeah.
And decipher language.
Oh, yeah.
And like hesitate and like pause
Yeah.
through that
That
process.
was the
Yeah.
worst.
It was horrible, and we're all just like sitting there looking at each other like, what do we do?
Oh,
like,
yeah.
like it's in and out.
Like, why do we have? Yeah,
Yeah. Dead
Like,
air.
yeah.
Dead air. The
We're like, do we talk to each other through
yeah.
this,
Yeah.
or do we wait?
Yeah. Well, here's
do we
the
try to figure out what they said.
Here's the thing, though, Pete. As bad as we were early on, and I won't throw anyone specifically under the bus, but as bad as we were early on,
Hey, did the guy just get his new merch line before the show got canceled?
No.
Week before the show gets canceled, he
Yeah.
gets a merch line.
no, as
Me
bad.
and Paul.
No, as bad as we were early on, we are still we're doing it better than a lot of the podcasts now. Like that's the one thing I think we really got good at is that interaction and that knowing when to talk, knowing when to leave it. We developed into a really good, a decent podcast with that.
You're right.
Because I watch fishing podcasts now that have been around for a while. And it's horrible. Like it's hard to watch. And I remember we were like that for a bit, but we got good at that. We got good at the
I
interaction.
definitely got okay.
Yeah, we
I
got okay.
I remember KVD was on and his signal started to drop and he was getting calls and I was telling a story about when I fished with KVD
on Eufaula.
On Eufaula.
I remember it.
While we were trying to battle because that's what we did.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? We would just like try to create
And
dialogue.
Fat Cat was in the queue,
through.
and your story kept going. And I remember, dude. Keep going with it.
That's awesome.
It's amazing.
Is Fat Cat in the queue?
Maybe. I keep telling the story, buddy.
I was doing it again. I didn't know he was in the queue.
Right.
I'm like, well, we were waiting for Fat Cat. Let's keep talking.
Well, that could be a production problem right there. Who knows?
What?
We do have, we do in fact have one of the original guests on the
OG.
show, the OG of Ike Live.
Look at that.
Very important guy in the evolution of the show. Fat Cat Nudie!
What's going on? Hey, Pete, do me a favor and flop one of them tits out real quick.
You first, bro.
I don't have them anymore, baby. I lost mine. What's up, family? How y'all doing, man? Been a long time no see, and I can see that it's still the same old, same old. I've been in the queue for 2 hours and 45 minutes while y'all been talking to people that don't matter. I'm just kidding. That's a
some
joke.
things change and some things remain the same. Fat Cat, it's good to have you on again. It's good. To
I
have you
do.
on
Pleasure, man. Pleasure, dude. Hey, so what are we doing, dude? Is it 10-year anniversary? Is it 10 years we're done? Like, what's happening with this show? Because I don't even understand.
No, it's an anniversary show.
Okay, all right.
Now things change and progress, and of course, I think this show is going to change and progress. But here's the thing: Brian mentioned it, and I want to call this to the plate, which is early on we didn't know what the show was, and when you came on, I think you did point us in a direction, and you were on to something before anybody in the fishing industry. Maybe a few other guys before you had the premise, but you did it, which is fun and fishing mixed together, right? Comedy, laughter, entertainment, and fishing mixed together. Dude, that was so breakthrough for us.
Mike,
And
this is brilliant, dude. I'm listening to you right now. This is brilliant. Go ahead.
okay. But honestly, like when I look back on those shows, because Brian gave us a little homework assignment leading up to the show. He said, go back and listen to the first couple shows. And they were pretty stinking bad. And they were, and the first couple shows were like, I felt it falling into all the other fishing shows, like, lures, baits, how do you fish? Well, what do you do with that top water?
DT6 on the ripper.
Yeah. And it was falling into the same. And then when you came on, it was like, wait a minute, there's a different way to do an interview. There's other things in life besides just techniques and fishing. So, dude, I honestly, I want to
keep going. Yeah, keep going, man. All that sounds good.
That's all I've got. But I want to thank you for inspiring us, for giving us direction, for sort of, making the show the way it is today. and you were a big part of that. So
No, I appreciate you for saying that, and I appreciate all the checks that you never sent for helping the show. So that was it's nice of you. I did so much and didn't get anything. And you guys were talking about sponsors earlier and brought up, shout out to Dave for bringing up Primal Urge.
Primal Urge.
Primal Urge. Yeah, hey, listen, Primal Urge, I talked them into coming on board and bless their hearts. Like you said, man, nobody signed up and whatnot. And they still don't talk to me to this day. I was waiting on my cut from that. I'm like, man, y'all got 6 or 7 racks out of that. And I was like, all right, where's my piece? And I never saw it.
You didn't get one Slim Jim.
No, I bet if my name was Pro Edge, I would have saw it, though. I would have got my piece in.
That was a good snack, though. That was a good show snack. What?
Yeah. Send him some glass or something.
All right, listen, I've got some stuff, dude. So back in the day, the first time I called in, right? First of all, the after hours, thank God that a lot of that stuff wasn't recorded because that honestly, dude, in the fishing industry, when it comes to content, I honestly don't think there's ever been, this sounds ludicrous, I don't think there's ever been any fishing related content better than the after hours, man, because y'all would get tuned in, peel back, cold straight, shit-faced, and just say the damnedest things. I'm like, oh, all of us would just, oh, did you, the next day, being it wasn't recorded, we couldn't go rewatch it. That was the buzz, man. That was all the text groups about what happened on Ike Live last night on the after hours part. And unfortunately, I was lucky enough to be a part of that shit show. And it was a good time, dude. We had a little Fat Cat's Corner and all that. We got to make fun of everybody. It was, it's crazy, dude. I can't believe it's been 10 years.
It was great.
It's not really.
It was great.
I know it's not. Yeah, I know.
9.25, but those after hour shows that was a memory that that was a key part of those early shows.
I don't recall.
Yeah, Pete had too many Captain Morgans.
He was terrified to lose
coffee.
He was terrified to lose. He was terrified to lose Evan Rude.
Yeah.
Boy, y'all, I'm telling you, man, it was good, like crazy. I don't even know that you could do it again these days because it was no holds barred on the after hour show, son.
Yeah. Now, that's actually a great time to bring this up. Like back then, there was no box. There was no constraints, right? We didn't have a sensor. We didn't have a delay. And flash forward to the last few years to now, and Fat Cat, you're emceeing, you're doing events that are, live and taped and working for these organizations where now you can't let loose and you're more in a box.
Buddy, but listen, it sucks. It sucks. It sucks. I mean, it's cool to get, I've been doing this. I started March 14th, 2014 is when I made my first video. Then within a couple months, man, I started gaining traction and all that. But it took me a while to finally start making a little bit of money. And it's that double-edged, like, when I wasn't partners or making money, I could do and say whatever I wanted to say because it didn't affect anybody else. But now that I became partners with different, it sucks. So in a good way, but yeah, man, it's different these days. But I do enjoy it. I started out being the fat slob, self-deprecating, all that, and I still enjoy that kind of stuff. But like these days, kind of transcendent. And Mark Zona has kind of been, for guys like myself, has been a big influence because there's no other Mark Zona. But like, dude, who doesn't like Zona's a man and gets to run his lips and shake his hips for a living, talking about bass fishing, something that we all love, and it's crazy now. So like you said, man, now I gotta be a little bit more careful about what I say and who I say it about.
Yeah,
which sucks.
Yeah,
that does suck. I'm sorry.
It does suck. No, it's always like
you got to have friends like me and Dave. You got to. That's what Mike did.
Oh yeah. Listen, I'm surprised, Dave. If you all had ever gotten canceled, if you were ever canceled, it would have been because of Dave. Because dude, I'm letting y'all know right now. That dude, sometimes I was like, oh my God, I can't believe what he said.
Yeah. I've been trying to get disinvited from this place for like 8 years.
Yeah, we won't let him.
Buddy, you've been working hard at it too.
We won't let him loose. It's funny though, like all these years, this was always a great outlet for me personally, you know, from two places. The one was, we talked about this, but it's a chance for me to hang out with my friends and drink beer.
Yeah.
Like, what a great, you know, it's almost like an excuse, right? Life gets busy. And then, you know, you got this, you got kids, you got work, you got jobs. And it was like a Nike Live show. It's like, yes, I can come hang out with my buddies and talk fishing and drink beer. That was great.
Yeah,
but
true.
the other escape was to not be under the constraints of the man in fishing, right? Now, we had to walk the line, right? We had to be careful. But at the same time, dude, it wasn't.
Well, hold on. Did anyone ever reach out? Not to cut you off, but this is what I do. I talk a lot. Did any of your partners, your sponsors ever reach out like, yo, man, tone it down? Because there were times that you really did cut loose.
Yes.
But
yeah,
we
did. We had a few. We had a few sponsors reach out. We had a few middlemen that work with bigger companies that we work
Corporate
with.
Americans could suck
yeah,
it.
you know, reach out and say, you know, not
Seriously.
specifically on what we did, but
Chop
you
their
know,
heads
tone
off.
it down. You know, so it happened a few times, but it always felt good to be able to let go here a little more than you could at a seminar or at, you know, at a function or a media function. And, you know, it always felt good to let loose here, you know, really did.
And you've always had the draw. Like, there was 10 people in-house in the podcast tonight.
It's awesome.
I know nobody else does that.
Nobody else does that.
That's awesome.
It's like there's so many.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. It's awesome.
And you got to let go. You pushed us all. You pushed me. You made me uncomfortable.
that's the best stuff is when Pete gets uncomfortable, dude. We all love making fun of Pete.
Potatoes.
Yeah.
Dude, so my first, so like it was probably after that, my first phone call, calling in, we were chewing the fat, acting stupid. I forget who I was making fun of. And then we finally, I think it was a classic. I forget what year it was. And old Carpenter, man, he was able to get me downstairs of the classic for media day, snuck me in, right? These days I'm big will I get credentials because I'm fancy and stuff. But back then, BTC, listen, got me downstairs. So I'm like, I've always been a fanboy. Me and my boy Mellow Yellow, we've been to every classic since 2004, except for 2. And so, like, I love bass fishing. Well, anyways, get downstairs, dude. And I forget, you were fishing the classic. I forget what happened, but you'd come off stage, and when you came out down the little hallway downstairs where media is, there was a classic sign, Bassmaster Classic sign saying media this way, whatever it was. And here comes Ike, just wound up. Kadoosh! Kicks the sign and just wound up. And then like 30 seconds later, he's like, hey, how's it going? I'm like, this dude is cold straight bipolar, like up, down, like wild. But it was because you were like, I don't know if Brian, if you remember that or not, but like comes around the corner, kicks a sign, and then all we're chewing the fat and we go into get a little, whatever they're serving corn dogs and licorice at the media day. But
I remember, like, I would try to, dude, it was free food.
I was down with that life, especially in them days. I was all about some free food, son.
Yeah, so dude, we were like, yo, I got the buffet hooked.
But you like so like me getting on there, you guys let me come on and we tried to do the Fat Cat's Corner, but at that time I had a job and I worked crazy hours and it just wasn't able to work. But being on the show, you guys let me be on the show, gave me more credibility within the fishing industry. And so like, I appreciate what you said, Ike, Brian, everybody about how I helped the show, but you guys helped me way more than I helped you, man. You guys just, like I said, credibility. And I would get to come on there and I'm talking to Ike and BTC, and these other guys nobody knows, but it was still, it still meant something, man. And it held a lot of value. And to this day, man, I still get comments about me being on there and coming back on with you guys. So not to get all corny and soft, but like from the bottom of my heart, man, I do truly appreciate you guys letting me come on, even though I know there were times that Becky was hoping that I would die on camera. Like I know, like she wanted me to die during the podcast, but it's all good.
That's the funniest thing he's ever said.
It's probably the most accurate too.
Fat Cat, the funniest thing you said before that was for me. You said your dad once told you the best thing that ever came out of New Jersey was an empty
bus. True story.
I'll never forget that until you just said that.
I remember that.
Yeah, man.
Amazing.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, true story. But yeah, Pops was wild when it came to them Jersey boys. And I'll tell you right now, too, y'all are a different breed. When you get up top around Jersey, I drove for a living, right? So whenever I would see Jersey tags, I'm like, oh, it's like nobody in Jersey, when they buy their car without turn signals. Like I've learned that. And it's just hammered down. Like Jersey drivers, y'all are wild, man.
I think New York's worse. When you start getting beyond the GW, between the GW and like Middle Connecticut, that's some gnarly driving, dude.
The GW.
Them dudes get after it. I think they have us beat.
I don't know. All right, so what else are we talking about? We're gonna make it all awkward and silence. Y'all have any questions for me? Or are we about done? What's going on? Look what I have. Look. I've got some stuff. Look, I've got this. You remember selling these? Remember sponsoring that junk right there?
Oh yeah.
Oh, we got that.
That's got the tungsten powder.
Come on, man.
That worm right there. Now listen. They were actually ahead of their time.
They were, man.
It was ahead of their time. They had a plastic worm, parasol worm, regular plastic worm, and they were able to figure out a way to put tungsten powder in the worm to weight it. Yeah. Dude, way ahead of their time.
Yeah, imagine
way ahead of time. It's sad that they sniffed all their money away, but
is that what it was?
Oh God, yeah. They sniffed every dollar away they had. But that was
still
product. Yeah.
Did you say they sniffed every dollar away? They
all of it. Sniffed
that
away.
booger sugar, white train to hell?
Yes.
Ah! Ooh, Lord, watch out. This is the original from my first call. Y'all sent me a package full of stuff that nobody uses, but this is prime example. I still have it in the packet, but I still have it.
You actually got stuff though.
Yeah, I did. I got a hat. How about the? Can you see these?
The Speary.
Man.
Damn, that's an eBay item.
Yo,
right
B,
there.
real quick.
Yo.
How many other shitty ass podcasts have ever sent you anything ever?
Oh no, y'all, no. Honestly, though, real talk, y'all, man, this was the show, and it's like everybody that said nice things tonight, you would think, hey, we come on, we're going to say nice things, but it really is true. You guys were like myself, trailblazing, trend-setting pioneers of the podcast world, man. You guys were the only thing that it was just like tonight. It's so hard listening to 4 hours of live. Like it's just Jesus Christ. Can somebody say something funny? And we get it every once in a while, but it was good, man. Like I said, the after hours is the best ever. Then I do have this plug right here that was a big one. You remember this plug? I don't have the package, but the problem with this plug is that the fish would always choke on it.
Oh wait, that doesn't have Peyronie's disease though. That's normal.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up too. Yeah, you're right. It's pretty good. Pretty good. Doesn't need to be tuned like yourself. So.
All right, Pete, you brought this up, and I want to bring it back up. Fat Cat, you have the 80s. You have the 80s on lock.
Oh,
so
dude.
give us. I just want to know, like, different 80s eras. 82, 83, 84, 85. Give us, what was your actual favorite year?
Buddy, 87. I want back-to-back classics. 1987. When I die, I'm going to bass fish in heaven. Boom goes a dynamite. Never lost a fish fight. Yeah, but 87 is where all the good stuff happened. So we're going to get weird for a second. I've even got, can you see the book? I got a book. There's a book on a shelf over here somewhere. But anyways, of 87. Listen to this crazy stuff, dude. I had never thought about this. So the whole Fat Cat thing started, and I would just say random things, and some things would stick. 87 was one of them. Bobby! Me screaming Bobby stuck. People love screaming Bobby. But here, let's go to 87 real quick. Back in 2018, I was asked by St. Jude to MC their tournament. So the Dick Holly Bass Classic is the most unique bass tournament in the country. This year, the first weekend of May, our goal for a bass tournament is to raise $1 million. Last year, 70 teams raised $750,000, right? It's crazy. The Dick Holly Bass Classic is nuts. So what I'm getting at is when they asked me to get involved with that, I was just like, wow. Because I had childhood cancer. I had leukemia, right? And I got to thinking about when I was diagnosed with leukemia. And I was diagnosed in 87, but I had never thought about it it's just crazy how shit works, man. But like, so this whole time I've been talking about 87, I get hooked up with St. Jude, and I realize it's just weird how, but 87, I didn't realize the meaning it had until I guess I made it have meaning. But yeah, 87, a lot of good shit happened in 87, a lot of bad shit did too.
Yeah. Now,
Yeah, not to get all, yeah, but anyways, I just derailed that conversation. Just right turn.
No, I like it. I like it because you mentioned St. Jude's, and Keith, you have a tie to St. Jude's as well.
Yeah. Hey, for at least like 20 years, doing my lures and everything from saltwater to freshwater, I never sold any. Everything I did went to like charity, and it went to St. Jude's, St. Christopher's, pediatric cancer research, pediatric diabetes.
Yeah.
I donated every lure.
Yeah.
To charity.
Yeah.
It's awesome, man.
Listen, I know your backstory and the stuff you did. Like 2 days ago, you put tickets up, and the highest bidder, that money went to St. Jude's Children's Research.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah.
So I just talked to you a little bit on the phone. I'm going to donate 2 of my gliders. I'm going to mail them to you, Kat, and you put them up for auction, and then that money goes to St. Jude's under your name this time.
Heck yeah.
I appreciate you. One of those might get lost in the mail, though. We'll auction them both off, dude.
3 of them down.
Well, no, brother. No, we will auction them off, man. I truly appreciate you doing that, dude. And I've learned in life, man, I've been... We've all had crazy lives, right? But what I'm getting at right now is, dude, it feels so good to be in a position to where I feel like I'll get all choked up, but I can feel like I can make a difference. I can contribute to where, and being selfless, man, and actually doing something with no expectation to have anything in return, and just to know, like, I don't know, it's rewarding, it's gratifying, and it has so much more value than so many other things in life. Just being able to spread the word of something. Danny Thomas, the founder of St. Jude Children's Hospital, said something that sticks with me to this day, dude. He says, I would rather 1 million people donate $1 than one person donate $1 million, because it's all about awareness, man. So when I talk about St. Jude and I ask people to donate money, bro, I don't have, there are times I don't have money. You know what I mean? So it's not, I don't need your money now. They don't need your money now. It could be 10 years down the road when you finally get money, but I'm more concerned about spreading awareness than I am generating money, because I think if you spread the awareness now for St. Jude, the money will come down the road. And if you always say, give me money, give me money, give me money, people kind of, I'm good, because we hear that everywhere we go is give me money. So just spreading the awareness for St. Jude, because I've been there, man. And these days, everybody wants money. Everybody's got, every time you go somewhere, they want you to put a coin in this jar, put a coin in that jar. Even Facebook about, hey, for your birthday now, people can fundraise. I don't know where that money's going. All these other places, I don't know where the money's going. I have no idea. But with St. Jude, I know where the money's going. I've been there. I've seen it. I know what it takes to run the facility. It's a lot of money. And what they do is, it's wild, man. So not to get on the St. Jude campaign, but they deserve it, man. Those kids deserve our attention. They deserve, like, what you do, Ike, is awesome, man. You and Becky, Ike Foundation, we need more anglers like yourself to do what you're doing for kids, man. It's so selfless, and we need to, like you said earlier, even the kids don't become professional fishing, even if they don't fish, just that family, that unity, man, that brotherhood, that camaraderie, kids need that. So a lot of kids may not have direction. They may not have, we got single moms with kids, and we have a weekend bassers here in Fredericksburg, Virginia. Every year they'll do a free fish thing at one of the trout ponds, and the moms, the families come, but a lot of times, man, mama got a little boy, little girl, doesn't know a whole lot what's going on. They bring him, teach him to fish and all that good stuff. I don't know, man. Not to get all mushy, but that's kind of like the direction, like that makes me happy. It feels like, talked about earlier how Eric was talking about, you can't take money with you. You can't take this with you. You only take memories with you. It's not all about what you take with you. It's what you leave behind.
Right.
For me, right? I'm not worried about taking nothing. I'm just worried about what I leave behind for somebody else.
Yeah,
it's what you give, man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'd agree
You
with
sure you didn't get that from a Randy Travis song?
I could have.
I wouldn't know.
Yeah. Oh, what do you mean you wouldn't have? Back in the day, you were riding around on a Ford Ranger with 38 Balgers. Like, you know, you were listening to Randy Rogers back in the day, Brian.
Dude, nah, man, 39-inch Super Swampers,
Oh,
and
yeah.
I don't have to listen to that shit.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you guys don't get the monopoly on like living out in the woods.
Yeah,
Just saying.
that Ford Ranger that you had though with the 39s on it had a six cylinder, like a little six. In
Listen, the
It
Ranger
didn't-
shouldn't have 39s. That's not the point. That shit was
It had a
dog.
little six.
But that was cool.
But you could hear it coming down the road about 2 miles away. It'd be like,
It's the little train that could.
Yeah, we didn't really stop at stop signs. We just kind of rolled.
you
good
couldn't
enough,
stop.
go.
You needed that momentum. Speaking of 1987, let's change the pace here, Pete. We're going to go around the room.
1977.
Give us one thing that was important to you that you remember
About
great-
Fat Cat.
about 1987. Pete, start with you.
And the most important thing, I had a 12-volt battery,
yeah,
and a 17-pound thrust Minn Kota trolling motor.
Whoa!
That I kept in my dorm room. And,
Wow.
And that was my.
Was it a
college-
Delco AC Delco battery with the little? It had the little indicator.
I can't remember, but it could have been.
Okay.
That was my college fishing,
Okay.
program.
All right, good. Keith, 87.
87?
Yeah.
85 is when we started throwing big baits for.
Whoa! So really go back that far?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's the
we didn't have
Blue Striper era?
Hang on. Well, no, it was actually we were out fishing on a local lake, which you know, and we were watching big bass eat big gizzard shad.
Yeah.
And we're throwing like a man spinner bait. We're like,
Yeah.
this ain't working.
Yeah.
And the only thing we had available at the time was striper plugs for
Whoa.
surf casting, like
Yeah.
metal lips, big pikeys.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where it all
Sounds like
started.
Bass University, bro.
Match the hatch.
Yeah.
Match
And
the hatch.
we were the only ones out there doing it, and we got laughed at by other fishermen. It was cool.
It's all part of the process.
We had it.
Yeah.
85 is when we started.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. That is crazy.
That is
Yeah.
crazy.
And we didn't have, I mean, we're using surf sticks.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't have the.
There
rods
was
that-
no swim bait
there was
culture back then.
None.
Yeah.
Zero.
Yeah.
But when
Really.
you're watching, bass eat 10, 12-inch gizzard
Yeah.
shads right in front of your boat,
Yeah.
and you're throwing a man spinner bait or a little jig,
and they don't
That's not what they're eating, so they didn't care
and
about
we
it.
went on a whim and we threw surf casting plugs.
So back in 85, what we used to, can't really do it these days. So how you were throwing the big swim baits, what we would do, my dad, he would get the classifieds. And back then we were catfishing a lot. And we would do some bass fish. He'd get the classifieds and try to find free kittens. And we'd go around, pick up litters of kittens. And he would take a hooker right behind the neck live and throw them right over the boat. And we caught the biggest catfish, dude. I'm just kidding. My dad, no, I'm just kidding. They were dead. They weren't alive.
That's that PETA cancel culture. PETA cancel culture. Yeah.
It's all jokes, by the way. We got to preface that these days. It's all jokes.
That's right. Dave, 85,
85 or
87?
87?
A little bit of both. Anywhere in that range.
Well, I would say 87 would be getting done high school in the springtime, going to Taco Bell, getting 5 Mexi Melts and a small Dr. Pepper for less than $5. And then shooting out to a lake and fishing,
There you go.
Sneaking on private property. Taco Bell. It's like beef and some kind of like salsa and cheese. They were
all
amazing,
fake, all
dude.
fake process stuff. in
No,
a
I
little
don't care.
square.
That was by far like one of the
Hey,
best
you never been
things
to
Taco
Mex-
Bell had.
Taco Bell?
I never had a Mexi meat.
At Chris Taco Bell?
Mexi meat.
How
Is
about,
that
a
what
meat,
you said?
how about a meat pop?
Meat pop? Have you had meat pop?
Please say no.
No.
All right,
Poor
Brian,
Pete.
85, 86, 87. You got something for me?
Regret.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm about to be. Yeah, I'm about to make like a lot of yes. Decisions.
Brian
Bad
was
decisions.
Brian was wearing Z Cavaricis and gone to Omar's back in 87.
Brian absolutely was never wearing Z He can at least say that. We
Hey,
can't.
hold on, motherfucker.
I'm not ripping on you.
I took Z Cavaricis to Elko, Nevada, and Littleton, Colorado,
Oh wow.
and I dealt with the consequences.
And you were listening to
And I
Force
stood tall.
MDs.
Well,
Force
that's
MDs with
your
Z
fault,
coverage.
I mean, you're kind of like the modern era pilgrim that killed the Indians with the blankets.
Exactly. Yo, let's spin on Holmes over here. We got Paul, Johnny,
87.
Floyd.
87, 85, 86, anywhere in
It's
that
the
range.
last year in a Mustang GT.
Oh.
That's driving around the mall.
Mall movies. The
The mall.
loop.
I didn't have one then, but I got one, in high school.
Upgraded from the plate.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, for everybody watching, this is Wawa Hoagie Lady revealed. Anthony Geis, your counterpart.
Finally, the full
Gonna meet
reveal.
you one day, Ant. I know you light up the board too.
Legends, couple of legends. Had to have them in.
For
And
sure.
Paul?
Paul, 85,
Paul, what were you
86,
doing in
87.
85?
Paul was born.
No.
Uh, 85, 86, 87. You know, I was kind of torn between two people, my dad and my mom, because I wasn't born yet.
Ah!
There's a lot there.
He was a spermazoa, pre-spermazoa.
I was just, swimming around pretending to be a bass.
He's born.
This flaming red spermatozoa bouncing off.
Just a red beard.
Power Bay Paul was
just a red
spawning.
beard and a tadpole swimming around making like a bass. Other than that, not much going on in my life.
Holy shit.
But yeah.
That's why I love the 80s.
Why? Because Paul wasn't born.
Right? I remember. Good times.
That's why
Good
I love
times.
the 80s.
I'm dead.
Oh my god.
Malachi hasn't spawned yet.
Oh, the 80s were so good. Come back, 80s, please.
Poor guy. Way to put him on the spot there.
What about you, Mike? 1987.
87. Oh man, I'm trying to think.
Did you tell your girlfriend home?
I don't remember. Skateboard and BMX.
Down ramp.
Down ramp. Yeah, a little bit of that going on.
Hey, were you wearing Vision streetwear back then when you were skateboarding?
Yeah. Hell yeah. Vision streetwear. My first skateboard was a Vision Gator.
Oh, okay.
Mine was an Excalibur.
Excalibur.
Remember those?
No.
They were those ones
Puffy.
that they sold in the mall. They were like fluorescent, either green, orange, or yellow.
Yeah.
It was the generic skateboard.
What sucked worse than both? I probably had that.
What?
Whatever sucked worse.
The Nash.
Probably
that was the Bobo board, Nash. That's what you would buy at Rose's.
It was like a leftover holdover from like my brother's 12 years old.
Yeah.
It's like a skinny ass, and I put a rope from the front truck over the top to the back one. And you put your feet under it, and it would like you could jump and stuff, and the board would stick with you.
Yeah. Oh my God. It was probably made out of like wood, like legit.
Asbestos.
Wood.
Yeah,
John
asbestos.
Angelucci's old deck. No, so Vision Streetwear were definitely better than Vans. They held up harder. They held up better under like BMX conditions.
Yeah.
They didn't rip as easily as Vans did. You blow a Vans out in a second, dude.
Well, you had airwalk too.
Am I the only one that rode dirt bikes back then, other than a
Yeah, dude, we
skateboard?
weren't allowed. We're in Jersey. They're
That's
like,
right.
Dude,
that was
nobody
too
had
much money.
we didn't
No
have
one
That
had
was too much
dirt
money back
We were all
then.
single moms, dude. No one had dirt bike money, dude. Like
Nobody had that
true.
money.
And we couldn't even like dirt bikes. Like we couldn't even skate anywhere.
Really?
Remember getting thrown out of everywhere we went to like just try to play some street hockey and like
yeah.
cops called.
Yeah.
So,
Did y'all have like the bangs that covered one eye and all that stuff? And
no,
Nah,
we had
that's
mullets.
further
No,
back.
that was Paul Fisher.
That's too early.
Yeah, we were like trying to rollerblade and play hockey, and they'd throw us out, and then we go back later and break their windows.
Shooter tutor.
Oh my God.
Well, fuck them. Anybody listen?
Rock salt.
I had a KX80.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was a rich guy.
Right here. Yeah. I used to jump the
Jump the
orchard.
pool in Milwaukee.
They would-
The Shark Tank.
I jumped that thing to the rim,
Alligator.
span up, and
Somebody draw this.
yeah, it was crazy. I used to ride that bike hard.
It's good
My
times.
brother had a
Franklin.
125 Suzuki,
Yeah.
and
RM.
we ran the power lines, and we ripped it up back in back here in this part of the South.
Pete's
Jersey.
neighbor, the Malachi brothers, and his high school and his high school crush, Pinky Tuscadero. Happy Days reference.
Oh my god.
Oh man,
I never got any girls riding those bikes.
We didn't either, dude.
Never.
Oh shit. Oh, Fat Cat, it's been awesome. It's like 10 years, and it feels like it's the same like night the first time we had you on.
Oh yeah, same vibe, dude. Y'all, it's cool to see y'all still having a good time and getting tuned in. Like I say, Brian's he ain't feeling no pain right now. He's in good shape. He's ahead of y'all a little bit. There we go. Attaboy.
Well, Fat Cat, we look forward to seeing you. We're going to run
Oh, great.
somewhere this year.
Dude, listen to right now. Let's stop. The National Professional Fishing League. We're fishing this year. So all y'all knuckleheads that are looking, let's go, dude. Me and Luke Duncan, we're going to be on there. Let's go. I need everybody to tune in. I need everybody to watch.
Ike's rumors were false.
Oh, yeah. And don't even get me started on that. You're like, what's your source? You heard it from one person. That is, listen, the PR that we have right now is already bad enough. We don't need Ike on Ike Live. Heard you guys, we're going to have a year. Where'd you hear from? Oh, one guy told me, let's use your platform to shit on us. We don't need that right now. No, it's all good, though, man. We're going to fish this year. We're going to have a great year. And here's the deal, like you guys were talking earlier about, I don't know what you guys are talking about, but I was just going to use that to transition into something. What we do on there, man, it's cool commentating with Luke, man, because me and Luke, we've got good chemistry. I consider him, like these days, one of my best friends. We get to go on there, and every time that we are on air together, we try to get each other to crack to where each show we think is going to be our last, because we say things we shouldn't be saying. And that's the cool thing about the ownership at NPFL. They kind of give us free reins to do what we want to do. And it's good times. Y'all tune in. Even if the fishing sucks, the commentating, the worse the fishing is, the better the commentating goes. So you guys get it good either way, man. So tune in. Please tune in to tnpfl.com. Watch us be stupid and watch dudes catch fat sacks. I mean, the first tournament starts March 10th. Down at Pickwick, and then we go to Texarkana, right? We're going to fish places. I need you guys to watch. So there it is.
Yo, B, you guys got two John Coxes this year?
Yeah, we do, man. John Cox signed up with this old so we have John Cox, the plumber that fishes, and then we have John Cox, the fisherman that fishes. That's kind of
Hey,
listen, my boy John Cox, the plumber, knows we're cool. I've known that guy since '87 too, so he knows I'm joking around. He had a couple good tournaments last year, but yeah.
But Fat Cat, if you have two of them, shouldn't it just be John Cock? Right? Like bear. There's no deers or bears. Why is it John Cox? John Cock.
I don't know, man.
That was funnier. That was funnier when I thought about it.
No, I agree. It probably was. I do it all the time, Dave, so I get it, man. Most of the stuff that comes out of my mouth, I just want to push back in there like you should have done that. So
So here's
I liked it.
Let
John
me just
Cock
give
won.
everyone the heads up right now.
Yeah.
Fat Cat, you need the heads up too. We got an angler coming into your league this year that's a local guy that's going to be hot.
let's talk about him. Who is it?
Brian Brooks.
Okay.
Brian Brooks from New Jersey. Look out, dude. He's got the fire. He's got the potential. He's going to he has the Rizzo knows, Johnny knows he's got the potential.
Make sure the
to
check's clear.
do big things.
Come on, man. Shut up, bro. Listen, that's good for this dude because I will say, like, being a part of this organization, it's cool because we have had some guys that have started with us, and now we got a few guys that qualified for the elites this year, fishing the opens and whatnot. But they, I don't know. It's cool to see guys fishing with us, and then it's not like they qualified for the class, the Bassmaster fishing with us. But it's like I probably could have. I'm doing what Dave just did. I probably should have kept. But John Cock. What I'm getting at is, man, it's cool being a part of a platform where we're showcasing talent. Because, like you say, having you got the MLF elites, NPFL, we know where we are in the totem pole, but it's cool to kind of be here, have a platform for guys to grow from it. This year, man, dudes, is $100,000 purse. For the past 2 years, has been not a purse, first place. The past 2 years has been $50,000 first place. This year, every term was $100,000 first place. So it's
wow.
Yeah, dude, that's what I'm saying. You want to sign up, Ike? Come on, Big Daddy. We can make room for you.
I don't know, but
Yeah, do $100,000 first place.
Dude, from an odds perspective, that's a lot better.
76 anglers as of right now.
Anglers versus 110, whatever.
50 plumbers.
Oh, that's perfect.
Fat Cat. So how did you learn that Mike, who's about as deep state as it gets in bass fishing, was spreading rumors about your league folding? How did you?
Because he said it on the show, Bobby. What are you talking about?
How did you learn of it? You watched the show, or did someone send you a clip?
I didn't watch it.
Somebody may have sent me a clip.
I didn't make that up, by the way. I did hear that.
No, I'm sure you did. It's all good, buddy. Yeah, for sure. No big deal.
Whoever it was,
yeah,
you have to notate that.
Yeah.
That motherfucker.
Well, they were almost right. There's only
they're-
76 guys fishing.
Yeah, but they're also like bad intel.
Okay, you're right.
You have to just notate it.
You're right. You're right.
So that's
Sean
that's
Hill.
$100,000. No, even if it stops at 76 anglers.
Yes.
Wow.
Listen, dude. Oh, listen. Here's the deal, man. Ownership has made mistakes, but they have been transparent. They have done their best to rectify. Now they have done their best to incentivize anglers fishing with NPFL by stepping their game up. $100,000 first place. $5,200 is the entry fee.
Where you at, Pete?
I got a
Where you at,
I
Pete?
got a fat sack.
Come on, Big Daddy. Don't talk about it. Be about it.
That's awesome.
Somebody pull that shit.
I got a fat sack. Come on.
These are bitches.
We want to see that fat sack too. We all want to see your fat sack.
You know, you never know. You never know.
Well, let's go, dude. Let's go.
Fat sack,
All right.
bitches.
I might be in.
Bring your sack.
Yeah,
We'll
bring your
see.
sack. Fat Cat, thanks for coming on the show, dude.
Yeah, man, no
make
problem.
This anniversary complete. 10 years full circle.
And before we let him go, he is. I don't know. I don't know if I drank a lot. maybe we already talked about this at length. Probably. Like
No, we didn't.
Minutes worth.
Yeah.
But nobody has been on the show more.
That's true.
On the
That's
list,
true.
he is at the top.
Hey,
Tonight puts him ahead at 10.
It does.
On top of that, there was several shows that he was on that never made it.
Right. After hours.
We
little
never
boosters. Yeah.
That
10 official. Fat Cat, most appearances.
Appreciate you guys, man.
Yes.
all time.
All time.
So listen, I need everybody out there, tune in to the National Professional Fishing League. Just give us a shot, man. If you guys haven't watched us, you think we're corny, you think we're dumb, you think the fishing industry doesn't need another professional league. I get it. I've heard it all. And listen, there was a time I probably would have agreed with you, but here I am. I'm affiliated with them. I'm getting paid by them. I support them because I believe in it. It's a good deal, man. So tune in to the National Professional Fishing League. And one more thing, man, St. Jude Children's Hospital.
Hell yeah.
I'm always looking for people. If anybody out there, listen to me right now. If you own a brick and mortar, if you own a tackle shop, I'm trying to make this as easy as possible. I am close with the folks at St. Jude, and I've asked them to help me with the campaign. And what I'm trying to do, man, I've got some conversations coming up this week with some big tackle shops. Dude, I just want to be able to do the roundup. Give me 4 weeks in your store of just doing roundup for St. Jude. We don't need to do anything crazy. St. Jude can help you do everything. If you've got that swiper, and we've all seen, do you want to round up? You're $49.87. You want to round up 13 cents? St. Jude will be more than, or 23 cents, 13 cents, like I said the first time. I'll figure it out. Just give me a second. We'll be more than happy to set you up. So anybody out there that has a brick and mortar and you want to do a roundup on your card swipe, contact Fat Cat Newton, fatcatnewton87@gmail.com, or any of my social medias. I will put you in touch with St. Jude. Or if you just want to learn how to help raise awareness or money, or just how can you be of help to St. Jude, reach out to me and I'll put you in contact with the right people. But other than that, man, I appreciate you guys letting me come on 10 times on here, and I haven't been on it so long. I miss you guys, all you guys. Not all of you, but most of you. I'm kidding. No, actually, all of y'all, man. It's been a good time, and appreciate you. And yeah, man, it's cool.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Thanks, Fat
You're a
Cat.
good dude,
Love you,
man.
man. Love you.
Please, somebody give Brian a ride home, though. That dude can't be driving tonight, okay? Thanks. That Ford Ranger will be upside down the ditch.
That Ranger knows the way home.
That won't be the first time.
All right, dude. Appreciate you guys, and congratulations on whatever it is you guys are trying to do tonight. Still don't understand.
Yo, B, is that your garage, dude?
It is my garage, bro.
Dude, it's come a long way. Oh
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. It has. It has come a long way.
Hanging out with you about 5 years ago there.
Yeah.
Still waiting for the invite, but it looks awesome.
Yeah. Hey, dude, before we go, I want to show you one thing that's cool, so don't go anywhere, okay? Just hang tight. Give me 1 minute. Just don't go anywhere.
Hell yeah.
That place is
Pretty
good.
Were you there, B?
It's a nice space.
Nah, not yet.
Don't go anywhere.
He's got a
That's a
fire.
nice shot. Hell yeah.
He's got-
You're not,
really nice
you're not even going to retaliate for that unwarranted attack?
I've retaliated a couple times, you know.
All right.
Hey, what
Help
is
me
that?
out, bro. Come on.
Whoa.
Spotted owl?
What is
What
that?
the hell is that?
A mosquito?
It's a mounted snakehead.
Oh, it's
an
an
owl on a snakehead. What the? Owl on a snakehead.
All right, this right here. He's just probably, what I don't know what you guys are doing. You guys are going to go out of business or what? But listen, this snake kid, my brother caught this snake kid 2015, okay? This right here was the IGFA world record certified biggest snake kid in the world for about 8 months. So when he broke the world record, it was in Japan. So he brought the record to the United States, and since then it's been broken 3 or 4 times. I think right now the northern snakehead record is like 19.9 or something like that. But Potomac River, man, is where the world records are at. I saw a picture of a guy the other day. He had one over 20 pounds he had caught several years ago, and he's a legit dude. I trust him. But this was 17 pounds 6 ounces.
So B, he
Yeah.
caught a 20-pounder and like
Ate it.
No, he tried to get it certified, but at that point in time, dude, they were the certified scales. He had to travel because we didn't have any here around White Oak, so he had to travel an hour and a half south. And he just wasn't. I forget, dude. I don't know. I saw the picture; it was large and in charge. Anyways, I want to give my brother some love. So that was a Northern Snakehead world record, and because we're all awesome. I'm wall to wall, treetop tall, the best fisherman I ever met. Won back-to-back classics in 1987, and my brother's got a world record Northern Snakehead. He still, I think, as of right now, he caught it on 15-pound big game. So I think he still has the line class world record. Anyways, all y'all can what?
Who murdered the owl?
Spotted owl.
Spotted owl.
Spotted out. That we can't talk about that. All right, man. All y'all can suck it. It was good talking to you. And I'm out of here, man. So y'all be safe tonight. And remember, go watch the National Professional Fishing League and donate to St. Jude.
Yeah, love you,
All right.
buddy.
Appreciate you guys. Love all y'all too, man. Be safe.
Yes. Fat Cat Newton, everybody.
Good
yes. That's awesome. That's awesome. Dude, 20-pound snakehead's a big one, dude. That's big. That's a giant.
Oh,
dude. That's
Dude,
giant.
in Texas, I saw a 20-pound bass.
You saw it
Saw it
in a tank.
on the
in
wall.
a tank.
In a tank. at the
We ate it.
At the
What's it look like? What's it look like? How big are the eyeballs?
Man, they're so big.
Yeah.
The body, like it's just something like you've never seen.
Wow.
They actually have one that was at one time a giant bass, like an 18, 19-pound bass, but it's old.
Yeah.
And it's starting to
Thin.
It's elderly.
Flake.
Yeah.
It's flaking.
Titties are starting to hang low.
It's but it's still
Flat
15,
flappers.
it's still
Flappers.
15
Titties are
pounds
starting to drag.
as,
Oh,
you know, an
man.
old fish,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
But they got that damn OH Ivy pumping them out.
Oh,
How
it is.
dare
I
you.
see that,
13
yeah.
pounder, 13
How dare you
pounder,
say that
14
name?
pounder.
People will probably
crazy.
death threat you because
Yeah.
you said the name of that lake right now.
The way they're catching them, Riz, it's freaking insane.
Swim jig
Yeah.
out in the middle of nowhere.
One
No
got
trailer.
caught while we were there.
Wow.
Two have been caught since we came home.
Yep.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
We weren't at Ivy. We were a few hours from there. But
Riz is a masterful ice driver.
Yeah, that was
Well
an
done.
experience. Yeah,
Wow.
people in Texas don't know how to drive for.
No,
shit.
they don't. Not in that stuff.
No,
Not in
Dude,
that
there's
stuff.
nothing but ice.
They also have. They
they're
have
awesome at shooting at snakes.
They have no regard for human life
Why
when
the
they
fuck-
get
why are
snow.
they so mad at snakes, dude?
I guess because they're poisonous there.
Yeah, because they're on the ground. Like, yeah, snake.
Shoot that
Fucking snake. He's on the
Shoot
ground.
him.
He got arms. He got legs.
Shoot him.
Relax.
I
Guy.
mean-
you got
I mean-
fucking legs. You run away from him.
I mean, I
fucking
saw that.
snake.
I saw that in the movies. I never really saw that in real life.
In Texas.
Real life.
Yeah.
It's great.
Dude, we had to steal wood from our neighbor's house.
Yeah, our power went out like 5 times.
The house, the transformer in the house behind us erupted into fire, and it was like it lit the sky
Yeah.
up, man.
What?
I sent you
Oh,
the
it's
video. You
freaking
guys saw the
insanity.
video. Yeah, that was a power.
Yeah.
That video, I sent them a video. It was power line down, like the transformer started exploding, and the whole power line came down in the yard, and the
Snakes
power
coming from
line
everywhere.
was just solid blue flame,
Wow.
just
Huh.
smoking out the
Blue
whole neighborhood.
flamer.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
the fire department showed up, and they didn't do anything. They just looked.
Can't.
They're just like, well, we can't do anything about this.
Yeah.
Can't.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, it's like going into somebody's house, like.
Huh.
Well, what are they gonna
Volunteers,
do?
Man.
Yeah.
They got no fucking
Hey.
idea.
They
Scared the
can't
crap
do
out of
anything.
us.
Keith,
We were
you're
free.
a
Can't hit it with
fireman.
water.
You ain't doing nothing.
Yep.
You wait for electric company.
Yeah.
I'm serious.
Yeah, what are you gonna do? Hit it
There's
What
with
do you
water?
gotta do?
Nah. As a man,
Jump
there
to
is
water.
no waiting. You make plays.
No.
Nah, you make plays.
You make plays on that, you die.
Nah, you make
Nah,
plays.
Brian, I'm gonna tell you. One day I was driving to work. Listen
I
story,
live in
guys.
the real world.
Listen, I was
You make
driving.
plays.
Dude, I'm driving to work on Route 130, one of the most deadliest roads in America, right? In Pennsauken. Right?
I agree with that.
Got
130 is deadliest in America.
one of the most, yeah. but
Yeah.
there's-
And full of
for
prostitutes.
pedestrian kills, dude. So no, listen, dude. Ahead of me, I can see a car way ahead of me bounce off a wall. Then it went out of my sight, and then you can see the smoke. By the time I pull up, all these wires are wiped out. Well, a police officer was behind me, so I stop. There's hot wires bouncing everywhere. You see this dude in the car. When people die, your body relaxes in a way that you can fold over that you can't do like right now. Like if you die and you're sitting up, your shit can be almost down, like you know.
You
And
could
this
be
dude
Marilyn
was
Manson.
completely full. This cop's like running up to this car, dude. There were hot wires bouncing everywhere.
Nope.
I double grabbed him by his belt. I'm like, dude, he's dead, and you're gonna get fucking killed,
You
man.
damn right. You're
gonna
Them
get dead,
wires were
too.
just
Damn right.
hammering, dude.
Yep.
You know, he could tell. Guy
So
probably
you
had a
made
heart
a play.
attack.
You didn't just stand around.
Nah, that cop was going in to be brave. He
And you
was
made
going to
a
try.
play.
Yeah, fuck yeah, I grabbed him. Like,
Right.
dude, he's dead. Like,
Fucking right.
you know, it was
Wow.
sad. Dude was in a Ford Taurus, but the kind that was like a station wagon Ford Taurus. Remember that? Yeah. He had a seatbelt on. He was completely folded over, man.
Oh,
Probably had a heart attack while he was driving. Boom,
Yeah.
boom, boom, boom.
Yep.
You know.
Oof.
Yeah.
That
No.
or he's trying to get one of those.
But when those
hookers
wires
on
are
130.
sparking, man, those wires move. They become alive.
Yeah.
They'll hit, and then they come out like
Oh,
a
yeah.
fucking like a snake's
Snake.
mouth, and they'll they'll
That's why
light.
they shoot snakes, bro.
You can be like 20.
Yeah. Electric
But
tornado.
you can be
snakes.
away
How
from
about
them,
that?
and they'll snap you, dude, like a whip. You
Yeah.
know?
Texas, they know.
Yeah.
What do I know? They know.
Well, we stole wood. We heated our
We
house.
stole wood.
And
Stole it.
And
Stole it.
Riz grilled. Lee Livesey came over and hung out,
Nice.
and we survived the night.
Drinking Mick Ultras or Bush Light or what was you drinking?
Bush Light.
Bush Light, yeah.
Bush Light. And then Riz drove us to the airport. 3 hours through the ice. It was crazy.
Damn.
You know, just crazy ice storm.
Yeah.
What
And
you guys?
we-
What were you driving?
We had a GMC Acadia.
What is
Yeah.
it? Oh, it's like
Yeah.
sort of.
All right, guys, look.
My
Yeah,
legs
yeah.
are still sore from the air
Front wheel
brake.
drive.
Are you kidding me right now?
Dave's looking at
Dude,
his
I gotta
phone.
get up at 4 a.m., bro. I was up at 4 a.m. today.
And
And what? You start
last one,
start
bro.
the show on time.
all right.
4 hours in, dude.
3 hours and 36 minutes.
I will say this though before Dave leaves. I did want to rehash the characters that have been created over the years in Ike Live. Have been funny, dude.
Yep.
Funny. Stormtrooper,
Yeah.
Brian's Ghost, Brian's
Yeah,
Van,
Brian's
Ghost.
Huffy.
Brian's Huffy,
Shark Meffries.
Jark Meffries.
What was the boat? The boat X20.
Oh,
What was the boat called?
the bass boat.
Oh, and
Not
the
bass
camera-
boat. The boat have a
rebuild.
name?
As the camera turns off on the
Why the fuck's the camera turning off?
That's
happy.
weird. Battery died.
Nah, it's
been
happy.
4 hours.
Everybody's happy.
Becky-
It auto shuts.
Becky has it on.
Hours.
Becky has it on a timer.
It's loose. It's got a
I'll get
loose
him out of my
connection
house.
right there.
X24. That was the Murray X24 you call Huffy.
No, but I thought the boat had a name.
The boat? Why is
Oh,
the
well.
camera shutting off?
Oh, it's like got a loose wire or something.
I don't know.
Who knows?
Fuck it.
As soon as Riz gets like a foot away.
Bass University's problem.
Brian's
Bash
ghost.
University's problem now.
Brian's ghost showed up. Touching
might
buttons,
have.
sabotaging the
Yeah,
end of
we
the show.
mentioned that, and all of a sudden we have mechanical problems here.
Ghost in the machine.
That's right.
Are we supposed to give shit away?
Yeah, we
I
gotta-
hate this part of the show.
Didn't someone win a
No
a
offense,
bait?
guys watching, but man, you're harsh on my mellow right now.
Well, we need a good trivia question now. Has
Well,
to
I
be
got
good.
it.
You do.
Ain't nobody gonna get it.
Ask the freaking question.
Let's
dude.
do it.
All right.
Let's do it. All right. So this is for the dunk.
How come?
A lot of people have been
Yeah.
waiting this whole show. It was like when I made the announcement for MLF. They've been waiting the whole show, but we're actually going to give this one away. All right, Brian, give it to
Fuck.
us.
Hold on a second.
God, that thing looks good, man.
It looks really good. If no one gets it, Riz is going to get it. So,
Ooh, that's scary.
yeah.
Damn. Anthony Geis and Riz are going to arm wrestle.
Let's go, guys.
They're going to cock wrestle for it.
Oh, boy.
Brian, what do you got?
All right. Press one, Spock. Press one, Spock.
Press one, Spock. Press
Press
one,
one,
Spock.
Spock.
Yeah.
What episode?
Ooh.
What number episode?
Oh, what number? Oh, boy.
What the fuck is wrong with that?
That's tough.
You know what?
man.
It's a sign. Hey guys, we out.
It's a sign.
Press
Oh
one,
my
Spock.
God.
Press one, Spock.
Yeah.
Well, it
What-
was.
What number show?
That's a hard the actual number.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's hard. That's hard.
an
I can make it
impossible
harder, but-
question.
That's not impossible because it was a Halloween show,
Oh, Mike throwing fucking hints out there.
right?
Yeah.
If he said Spock, it was.
You know
one
what?
of
Don't
our-
make it too easy, dude. That bait's amazing.
No,
Nobody
that-
watching
I didn't
actually
make it
deserves
easy.
Yeah,
No,
you
I didn't make that easy.
Are
Well, you
people
just-
guessing?
No, I don't know. I can't read that. Don't want- It's no.
Just show it to him. Yeah.
I know the answer.
You do not.
Yeah, I know.
Like, not off the top of your head. How do you know that?
Watch.
Good guess.
Uh-oh.
What? Who?
No.
Bassmaster 2K2. with
Come
the correct
on.
answer of Bry.
9.
Number 9.
Oh, did we really get one?
Who the fuck is 2K2?
Bassmaster 2K2.
Yo, reveal yourself.
Congratulations.
All right,
Are they just
reveal
guessing
yourself.
numbers?
We need a
Yeah,
reveal.
Straight up numbers?
Yeah.
Fuck that. Damn it. I should have made it tough. All right,
Bassmaster 2K2. Got it done.
2K2.
No, that's good.
Message us. You got to get on the show.
All right.
Nine.
Number
Yeah.
9.
nine.
It was 9.
Dave,
was
good
off.
night, Dave.
I thought
Peace. Brian yelling to him.
What did he do?
Brian yelled to him down the balcony. I'm actually surprised someone got that.
I
That
am
was
too.
tough. Even if you knew that it was a Halloween show, I guess you could just start
Yeah,
throwing
they're just
numbers out
guessing
there,
numbers.
right? Yeah, it could have been that.
All right. 2K2.
Well, see, they're actually going to get it because I'm going to mail it to them personally. So
Well, I wouldn't send it.
Okay. They're gonna actually get it.
Let's get 2K2 on the show.
So
Yeah, let's get them on. That'd be fun. Real quick, I have a last little thing I want to do. I have a last little thing I'd like to do with everybody real quick while we're here, since Dave already left. Pete, I'm going to start with you. Let's see. No, actually, let's go in reverse this time. Let's start with Rizzo, and we'll go this way. A little different because we want to change the direction. I want to just do a little thing over the years of shows you've participated in or have watched. What's your favorite memory on the Ike Live show? There's been a lot, but give us, if you pick one.
There's
give it to
definitely been
us.
a lot. I got to go with one of the funniest moments, and it's got to be when the ghost of Jimmy Houston's dog came on during.
Oh, that's a good one.
Came on during
Oh,
the
that was a
Halloween
good
show
one,
with
dude.
Bud Cipolleti in the room. and
Oh God, that was a good
just
one.
Too good.
Oh, that was so good. I'll never forget because we thought he was gone. We were in shock. Jimmy Houston was even on the show. And the funny thing is, it was
That's right.
like I remember it being like a little patchy. Something was a little patchy, like it was a little weird. And then we let Jimmy go. And then for like 10 minutes, we were just all like in awe of Jimmy that he was on the show. And we were just like, oh my God, dude, Jimmy, when I was young and this and that. And it was 10 minutes of it. And then all of a sudden it was like, I'm like, and I remember my first thought is I'm like, fucking dog in here? I'm like looking around, like looking down the step, looking in the back room. And then you hear his giggling, like
he was listening in on us.
He was listening. He never hung up. Or Brian never put him off. Either one. I don't know how that works.
I don't know how it works either.
Yeah. But that was a good one. I'll take that. Brian Carpenter, favorite memory. There's a lot, but give us one if you have any. Big teeth.
I don't know.
Brian hated every show.
Nah, it's been a lot of good ones, man. Favorite? I can't handle the stress, dude. I can't be made to choose.
Oh, come
I
on.
don't know. There's been a lot of good ones, dude. A lot of them.
All right.
I mean, like we did, like, the first like Ike Foundation event when all them guys were here and we had like 6 hours of live.
That was a great show.
And we just rolled dude in it.
That was a great show.
It was
If
amazing.
Dave thought
man.
this one was bad, he got to look back to that one because that was 6. That was
Yeah.
I was tired. I remember that.
It was wild.
Oh
man.
yeah.
Yeah. Like what show was it? Show like 2 or 3. I think we discovered Pete's Knot. It was like right in the first 3 shows.
Oh, yeah,
Pete's Knot
Pete's
was
Knot.
discovered. Like just so many amazing, like groundbreaking moments.
Yeah. That's the thing. I'm glad you said that because as many characters as Dave has created, you've created sayings. Like there's Pete's everything. Pete's Not, Pete's favorite Wawa, Pete's like there's so many Pete's things.
Dude, Pete's low key, like like
I
the last show, he
on
just sits
Pete
in
tight,
the bushes
Pete
for
wet.
how many hours, and all of a sudden he's just. So are the bitches coming around?
Yeah.
Like, it's fucking perfect, man. It's perfect.
I got a giant sack.
It's got a giant sack. Sat
Peach
all night
giant
on
sack.
it.
Yo,
I
you know
sneak
what's
up on
funny?
you.
It all started with Fat Cat Newton talking about your titty and then ended with your sack. That was just full circle.
Yeah, titty and sack.
Yeah, it was the discovery of PvP.
Thanks
Parabet Paul.
Thanks for bringing that up, Paul.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now I want to keep going. I want to go to Parabet Paul because I know how he's going to answer because we already talked about it. But Paul,
The day he met Brian the Carpenter. Go
no,
ahead.
there's no
But
Paul.
you,
You're
no, but you
Brian,
tell it.
I didn't
You
even
tell
know,
it.
I didn't even know
No,
who
but you
you
tell
were
it.
the day I met Mike. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't even know who you
Brian
were.
was
No, you
that-
still
that
don't. You
guy.
fuck. It was like months later. He still didn't follow me back. Really, dude? I think you reached out to him like, hey, you want to be part of the show? I'm like, hey, asshole, you want to follow me back? Yeah. But
he never lets me forget that. But yeah, probably my favorite show was definitely my debut because that was. What?
No, that's a good one. You gotta vote for yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, but my favorite guest was that I've seen you guys have was Al Lindner.
I would agree with
I
that.
gotta say, shout out to Al Lindner.
Yeah, I would
You
agree
know,
with that.
That was a great show.
Yeah,
Well,
that was
he
good.
was- when I
forgot about
first
that one.
when I first started fishing, I was like 13 years old. Man, my dad ordered a subscription to In Fisherman magazine,
yeah.
and I just ate those up. The very
yeah.
first fishing content I ever watched, my dad bought me the DVD Bass Location Secrets by In Fisherman.
Yeah.
I still have that DVD.
Yeah, dude, Al's He was another one we had on the show where you were like in shock,
Dude,
that
and
he
he's
was
still-
even on the
he's
show.
Still getting after it.
Oh, he's hustling.
Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah.
Go fishing every chance you get.
Oh
That's
yeah.
what I remember from that.
Yeah.
He's
Said
got
every
a
chance.
Yeah,
He's
as
got
long
a-
as you make your living cashing checks through fishing.
Did say that even.
But for the rest of us,
Or if you want to be somebody that's going to cash checks through make a living fishing, go fishing every chance you get. Just don't pretend to do it.
Yeah.
that's true.
That's a good one.
Here's the
Don't-
thing about
don't be a
Al
pretender.
too. He's one of the original like really good teachers in the sport. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like there's other iconic
true.
anglers, but dude, he could teach. Dude, he teach like a motherfucker. Like he made you understand why that fish was moving.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But you remember what we did without like even here's the thing, like no guest was ever sacred. Okay? None of them.
Nope.
Like the most revered anglers we've had on this show, Denny Brower and Jimmy and all of them, Al, they were never sacred.
We never kissed anybody's ass.
We never kissed anybody's
We
ass.
never- yeah.
As much as
Fake
we,
ass
as much as
fucking-
we
Yeah, a
love
little
these guys, and
Nah,
I do
not
love
like
them.
somebody.
Dude, do you remember what we did to Al? We straight up put in front of him the fact that Babe Winkleman copied his shit. And what would you do? Remember that? And it was great. And he was just like, you know, Al's like the most, dude, he is the nicest, most Christian, good dude in the world. And like, you could see him fuming up. Like, just the mention
That son of a bitch.
of Babe Winkleman, of Babe, infuriated him.
Drinking coffee, doing my shit.
It was so good. It was so good,
And then
dude.
you guys had the cabin too, just like it.
Oh yeah. Yeah. In fact, speaking of Babe Winkleman, in one of the after hours show,
Is that who we called?
we crank called
Oh,
Babe
did.
Winkleman.
Oh my!
Wow.
So we had Babe's number somehow, but it was
think I have it.
Babe's office number. It wasn't his cell phone number.
Oh.
So we're live in an after hours, and it's ringing. We're like, oh fuck, this is gonna be Babe. Oh yeah, we're gonna totally mess with Babe. We're gonna, we're cranking him, and then it's Babe, but on his voicemail. Like, you have reached Babe Winkleman. The leeches are in the critical position.
If you want to buy a sponsorship.
Oh, yeah, yeah. And we left a message, and it was so messed up. Like, we never got a call back. I don't know. But we crank called Babe Winkleman.
Is that who was it?
Oh, yeah. That was
like
one of them. That was one
JT
of them.
Kennedy in Canada.
JT Kenny?
Yeah, it's like Babe Winkleman's like the JT Kennedy in Canada.
He is. You're right. He is.
Oh,
He
yeah.
is. He's like,
Yeah.
he's like Minnesota JT.
Dude, the crazy thing, though, I remember doing a show with Babe before.
You did?
Chicagoland. Yeah. Where he was a speaker and I was a speaker. Dude, people loved him.
They sure did.
People
Damn right.
flocked to
Let
him.
me ask you a question. Bell bottoms?
No.
Tight fitting jeans?
Jeans.
Skids.
Tight fitting?
Tight fitting jeans, full beard, mane of hair.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like flowing, like full, thick mane of hair.
bulging cock piece?
I don't remember about the cock piece, but like
Throbbing.
never wore a stitch of sunscreen his entire life. Like leathered face, neck, leathered,
Yeah.
fully leathered.
Yeah.
Just beautiful male specimen.
A lion.
Important. Yes, yes, Bee Gees. Oh, fucking Bee Gees. So good. All right, John, give it to us. You've listened to a lot of them. You've been involved in a lot of them. Give us a good one.
My favorite show is when you guys advertise as every 15 minutes you're going to give away a prize. And you guys would miss a beat here and there and be like, oh, we're supposed to give away a prize. And the next time he had a show, the message board's like, yo, did anybody get anything shipped to him?
Every 15 minutes we gave away nothing.
God.
Yep.
Oh my God.
Yep.
Dude, that's so good. I think I told the story before, but I want to tell it again. I was at the Potomac River.
Yes.
And it was actually the one.
PETA.
It was the one you did good at a few years back. It
All
was
right.
the punching.
Yeah, it was dead of summertime. They were on a Senko bite.
Now it was in the fall,
Black Psycho.
and
Sorry, Pete.
so there's this Toyota series, and there's a full, let's call it like 150 pros, 150 co-anglers, blah, 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 whatever. And I had this guy approach me in the parking lot, and he was the night dude, he's like, oh my God, I love your show. And, man, I've been following you for years. And like this whole like 10-minute conversation. And at the very end, he was like, yeah, and hey, I kind of hate to say this, but
I never got the prize.
But I never got the prize. Oh my God.
Sucker.
And I was like, damn. I'm like, and I think the first thing I said was, yeah, it was Becky's fault. I straight up blamed it on Becky, because she was the dream killer. She was the person in charge of mailing, and she never did, So it was her fault.
We looked at absolutely zero Facebook and YouTube messages tonight.
Oh,
Sorry,
dude.
everybody.
Well, the best is you guys be like, yeah, just send in your address. We'll make sure it doesn't go out.
Probably.
Man.
We're gonna sell it.
Yeah,
For
you're
some
gonna get
piracy.
spam. Best University's gonna hit you up.
Let's go through the motions here. Just send it in.
Yeah, we're gonna give away prizes tonight.
Crazy.
It's gonna happen.
Crazy. I'll tell you this. I've got so many. I can't. It's hard to pick one. But
Do you want to save you to last?
No, I'll give it to you real quick. No, we'll keep
Okay.
going. I'll give it to you real quick. The military guys that we had on.
Yeah,
was
that's very emotional.
That was one of the best shows that I've ever just sat back and like listened and the stories, And I specifically remember like after that show, back then it was in the old studio and we went to the bar and all the cameras were off. And dude, we sat there for a full 2 hours.
Yeah.
And they told stories of the shit that they went through.
Yeah.
And dude, it threw me for a loop because I'm like, holy fuck, like this is real shit. Like this is.
I take guys out that have.
Dude.
Yeah.
Reality check.
Yeah.
Reality
I
check.
take them out for free.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That was
It's like
crazy.
they're
He
gay.
charges them.
He charges them. Yeah.
No, I
double.
I take them out.
Yeah.
It's like their getaway because when they're on the wire, it's a different experience.
Dude, it was that was a surreal show for me, man.
Yeah,
that was
that's
surreal.
heavy, man.
But let me throw this in there real quick too. The Denny Brower show that you guys surprised me on was a good one. The Denny Brower show was a good one.
Yeah.
That was good. To have
That
him
was
on.
supposed to be. Yeah, that was one. That was back in the early days.
That was early,
He ended up
yeah.
being a phone call. He was supposed to be Skype, but the Skype wasn't connecting, and Mark wasn't answering the fucking phone. Motherfucker.
Yeah.
Oh, your phone's
It
so
was
far
still-
away from you.
It was still good. It was still
But
good.
yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a good one too. Yeah. Keith, you have a good one.
Well,
This one.
yeah.
Yeah, this is a good one.
I mean, I was on with Zona and Fat Cat, man.
Brian.
Two of my favorite guys.
Yeah,
like
that's
honestly.
pretty cool. Yeah, yeah.
I mean, how can
Yeah.
you not love Zona?
Yeah, that's pretty
right?
dope. Yeah,
and
sure.
then Cat, man.
Right.
Besides the comedy, who he is,
Yeah.
and how genuine,
True.
and
Yeah.
what he is about.
Yep. He is. He's
It's an
real.
honor to be.
He's one of the real
here.
ones. One of the realest ones.
He
Big
is.
time.
Yeah,
Yep.
Big
I
time,
would
man.
agree with that because like that
Yeah.
interview felt exactly like the first interview we had him on, didn't it?
Yeah.
Like
No.
moments of moments of like funny laughter
Yeah.
and then moments of like awkwardness.
Yeah.
Like it felt exactly the same as the first time we
But
interviewed
no,
him.
he's one of the realest dudes in the industry.
Oh,
he
yeah.
really
Yeah.
is. He's
He's
a
beyond
really,
awesome.
really, really good person.
Yeah.
He's so
Yeah.
good.
Yeah,
And
way
he's-
better than like me.
I want.
Yeah, you're terrible.
I remember like he was just sound bites
Yeah.
before. Like that's it. Like you would come on, it would just be sound bites and be funny and just awesome.
Yeah.
But there was, to not like his dialogue was, he's transformed as he's, becoming this MC guy.
Yeah.
But,
He
uh,
and
Time
he's
in front of
here's
camera.
here's the thing. He's like
Mm.
I hate to even say this, it's gonna piss people off, but he's the best reason to watch the MPFL.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Duncan's really good too.
Him, both of those guys.
Both of those guys.
Luke and
But
Fat Cat are
honestly,
the
like,
best reason to watch that.
What's the difference between MLF and BASS? For me, a lot of it is the broadcasting team.
Right.
And I love JT. I really do, but it stops with him with that crew.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, and
Bassmaster's
he's
got a solid fucking
Yeah,
crew.
MLF is stifled by
Yeah, they hired people that don't have nothing to do with bass fishing.
Dude,
Get the fuck out of
don't
here.
get me started with that.
What's crazy is
stupid.
Don't get me started.
Don't
with
hold
that.
back.
they're giving
Brian.
away 100
Yeah,
grand for
stop.
first place.
Just stop. That's
Yeah,
nonsense.
same as the elites.
Sorry, Pete.
Dude, that's a lot.
But no, it's
For a
nonsense.
smaller
You hire
field.
people in
For a smaller
fishing.
field.
Don't bring people in from out of fishing. Get out of here,
Yeah.
dude. You don't need nobody in a freaking suit. It's fishing.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't care, dude. He should have fucking scales on his shirt and blood. Fuck out of here, man.
Skills gear.
Blood.
Maybe
Blah.
it's talent.
Root beer float.
It's just talent, you know.
Oh,
You got
you know, but them guys. I'm not saying dude isn't talented, but it doesn't resonate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, I got a
I'm
chip on
sorry.
my
I'm
shoulder from
sorry.
that one time. I told this story before, but I'll tell it again real quick. It was like the second year of MLF, and we had a tournament scheduled for Bull Shoals, but Bull Shoals was flooded. And so then at the last minute, they decided, you know what? We're going to just reschedule it, but we'll reschedule it back on Table Rock. So that a Table Rock tournament and then another Table Rock tournament. And like, I remember, like, I was so fucking skid out by that. I'm like, you know, I went straight to Boyd and Gary, and I'm like, what are you talking? You can't have it back on this place again. We just fish here, you know? It's like ridiculous. Oh, well, we have to because this and that and this. And one of the reasons they gave was because the talent, that MC dude, the talent, he can't make it this week. So we have to put it this week because he can't make it.
Oh,
I'm like,
man.
fuck that fucking guy.
Yeah.
He don't even fish.
Seriously.
Gives a shit.
Are you serious?
Oh, yeah.
Are you serious?
Oh,
the
yeah.
event revolved around that.
Oh, yeah. And let me throw some more shit
guys
at you.
missed it.
I already talked about this, but let me throw some more shit at you. So in the meantime, so it wasn't the very next week. There was a week in between, and then we're going back to Table Rock the next week. Well, in that week between, the Saturday when it was cut off to everybody, Bass Pro Shops had a celebrity tournament where Van Dam and Edwin and like 3 of the competitors in our tournament fished on Saturday when it was off limits to everybody else.
Wow.
I complained about that. I called them motherfuckers as soon as I could. What the fuck? You can't let them. Oh, it's a sponsor thing. They have an exemption. Well, why don't you let us fish? Let us fish on Saturday. We're all here anyway. No, you guys can't fish. It's just this Bass Pro thing. Dude, that was the beginning of the end for me.
No,
that
the
shit
beginning
happened.
end was before.
Well, the
you
beginning
even
end
said-
was in the beginning.
It
But
was in the beginning. You knew before.
I
you,
did.
That's I saw it.
I did.
I
hate
saw
it.
it as you know.
I know.
As a free thinking.
I know.
Human being watching from the outside.
Yeah, but you understand why I had to do that for a lot of reasons.
Yeah.
No, I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. But
Yeah.
you had legit reservations.
Do you think Z had offers to
He did.
go
Oh,
over?
I know he
Oh,
did.
he did.
I heard he did.
Oh, he did. Think he'll come back on? We'll ask him.
We ain't gotta.
He did.
He did.
He did.
And he opted
100%.
not to.
He had the offer. 100%.
He decided not to work for Satan or his brother.
Hydro Collider. Splitting the atom up.
Fuck it. I don't care. I'm not in the industry.
No. I'm not either.
Neither am I.
I thought you were in the
Anymore.
industry.
Paul?
I thought you were in the industry.
I am the industry.
Upside down Don King.
What was that comment?
Somebody said that Fat Cat looks like an upside down white Don King.
That's so good. That's so good.
You know, since we're just shitting on MLF, I'll throw that in there.
Pete, did we hear your favorite episode?
No.
Hey, shit on something.
No, we didn't. Save the best for last.
I don't know if it's true or not, but I
Shelley Sanders?
Oh, come on.
Oh.
I tried.
I mean, well, I'm gonna do this. I got 2 pieces. The first one is I'm out doing the coverage with Bassmasters for the Chesapeake, the one Aaron won.
Yeah.
And Jo, James Overstreet, is there, and
Jo.
and I'm doing all the, you know, I'm doing the social stuff, and I end everything, you know, hey, we're out here, you know, it's it's windy, whatever. He's catching them, flipping, and I'm Pete Gluzek. That's how I end every piece. And James says to me, he goes, dude, every time you say that, you should just say bitches.
I love it, man.
Oh, it's so good.
And I didn't think much of it. I'm like, it's funny. You know, it's you're right. I should say that. Weeks go by, months go by. I don't think nothing of it. And something powerful is happening on the set. Dave busting my balls, or one of the guys, and I'm got to make my point, emphatically, and it just popped into my head. I'm like, I'm Pete Gluzek, bitches.
And the point, yeah.
And that just freaking
just
shut the whole studio down.
Yeah. Oh God, that's so good.
And I'm like,
that's so good.
That was nice.
It's so iconic now too,
That was another Pete phrase, but honestly, I want to get I want to talk about the show holistically. Like I came here and you're like, Pete, come on, talk about Bash U. And I didn't know what the hell you were talking about. I'm like, all right, we're gonna do some promo for Bash U, whatever. I come over and Ed Bassmasters is abusing me. And, Fat Cat is attacking me. I'm like, I mean, come on, man.
Oh my God.
That's great.
And I started, I started getting into this. I was nervous. I remember I had to host the show, like Brian, and we talked. We're like, we got to keep doing the show. Mike's traveling all the time. We got to keep this thing going. And I was like marked as the host. I came up to do a BU piece, and now I gotta host.
Wow.
What was the first one you actually hosted?
I thought you did good, Pete. It was the hot seat. They put you in the hot seat.
Do you remember which one was the first?
No, I don't remember.
I don't either, but I know I threw you in the fire with
well, you
with
did,
Ed.
Yeah,
and that was the one that Mike threw me in the fire and ghosted.
I wanted to put it on the news. I wanted to.
No, that was a connection issue. I remember that.
But that no,
it was a connection
no,
issue.
It was a lot. No, it was whatchamacallit? Something Bay.
It was a Winya Bay.
It was
a
Bay.
connection issue.
Fuck,
it was.
Connection issue.
No, but I remember the one show you guys handled was the one of the arguments.
Yeah, no, that's where it started.
That's where it
It's
started.
Winya Bay. You were supposed to be on the show, and
Boyd Duckett, Carl Jocumson.
So I had Carl on,
and Boyd,
and Carl just went in on Boyd. I didn't see it coming. I had Pete and Ed, and Ed was in character.
Oh, Ed was
like he was in one of his characters, and he was just like interrupt. It's awkward. That's what he does. He
Yeah.
makes everybody feel fucking uncomfortable.
And honestly, it was the most like spine tingling argument. Like these dudes were freaking at each other's throat.
Yeah,
that we wanted to hear.
I wanted to hear.
We wanted to hear him so bad.
Yeah, I ended up shutting Ed's microphone off. My buddy, he didn't like it. We didn't talk for a solid year after that. It sucked, and I felt really bad. I had to do it. Apologize to him. We made it through it. We're still friends. But yeah, I took.
And then I remember that show. Like Boyd was mad.
Oh, Boyd was really mad. I got a phone call from Boyd. I'm on a job site with a tool belt on. And Boyd Duckett calls me, and he's mad. And I have to explain to him how, listen, man, nothing personal. Like, we're just dumbasses, you know?
Yeah.
I did not see that coming. We made jokes. I get it now. Yeah.
But we felt inclined to have Boyd on the next show.
Well, yeah, that's where we fucked up. Because the first one, I did a little recon with Carl.
Yeah.
I checked some sources. I won't say Matt Pangrak's name, but Matt said, no, there's no story there. I said, all right, anonymous source, no story there. So if I knew there was a conflict, a legit conflict, I would have had Boyd on too.
Right.
Right.
But it was just, so I had Carl on, and Matt didn't know it was coming. And Carl starts shitting on him. I was like, oh, fuck. and then like Dave just starts making jokes. Random dumb jokes because he's thrust into the seat after Ed got bounced.
Yeah.
And then Boyd's ready to sue us. And
yeah, it's great.
I well,
That's when he
here's
had all the
deal.
Boyd Duckett stickers.
That's how we ended up. And then the next show, we put Dave in Boyd Duckett costume.
Oh, yeah.
But Boyd was very professional about it. I'm sorry, Pete. Last time I interrupted.
Keep going.
But he was. But he's smart. He's smart as fuck. And
Yeah.
I'm a fan of that.
Dude,
he's smart as fuck.
He was so slick when
Slick
he
as a
came on,
motherfucker.
and we tried to like get him to engage, and he just managed the conversation.
Yeah. You mean Boyd
so
did.
well. Yeah.
Yeah.
He really did.
Yeah, it's like an eel, trying to grab an eel out of a bucket.
But I was scared shitless. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm like,
You
all
can't
right,
grab that motherfucker.
go, and
Gotta use a towel. You
Or a
can't grab
hammer.
them without a towel.
A
No, you
hammer.
need a towel.
Hammer.
You made me wear costumes that I'm still disgruntled about.
All the costumes over the years?
And we interviewed everybody that's anybody in the fishing biz. We covered this thing from the advent of live to the buyout of MLF and FLW
Yeah.
and the mergers of that stuff.
And PFL bought MLF. Breaking news, everybody.
Oh, that would be great.
Pete
Let's
Klesick
start a new
reporting.
rumor. Yeah.
Oh, no. Go ahead, Pete. Carry on with it.
It's been a crazy ride, you know?
Yeah,
And
it
it's been
has.
hard, because we know we're coming here for like a 6.5 hour interview.
Yeah.
After we fished all day and worked all
Oh,
day.
yeah. Yeah, you
And,
rolled in here a lot after guide trips.
Yeah.
A lot. You'd be on the Chesapeake and you'd
Just
come rolling in here.
smoked,
Oh,
you
yeah.
know?
How dare you?
Yeah.
And drinking nothing but coffee.
Yeah, just coffee. The
Nothing
Wawa
but-
coffee cup with just coffee in it.
Yeah.
No captain,
Yeah.
no Jack in there. just
Maybe how many barrels of Captain do you think have gone?
Barrels.
Dude.
Barrels.
Dude, there's no telling. There's no telling. It was amazing because Becky at one point was keeping track of the liquor.
Pete's barrels.
Not like old school, like where you'd put the black Sharpie on it, but
Pete's barrels.
so it would be 2 shows, a handle of Captain would be gone in 2 shows. Like the big handle, not like
Nobody
like
else
handle.
drank Captain on any of those shows.
Hardly ever
That's pretty
anybody
good.
drank
I
Captain.
never had him.
I-
beer,
That's a
vodka,
lot of
whiskey.
Captain Morgan.
It's
going down.
a long freaking show.
Oh shit. Oh, man.
But it's been a wild 10 years, man, and I just want to
Feels
say
like
thank
9.
you
Oh,
for putting
man,
this
thank
together,
you.
man. It's been
Thank you.
it's been a crazy experience. I never thought that I would have, and brought so many different people into the program. It's been awesome.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, has been great. Has been great. It's been amazing.
Pete, I didn't even know you drank. I was to hear those stats. That's pretty fucking amazing. Great composure. Yeah,
You actually thought it was coffee the whole time. You just thought it was coffee.
Yeah, I heard rumors on the message board and shit, but I didn't. That's impressive.
Oh, jeez.
I can remember going to some fucking dragging Pete to the bar after a show or 2.
Oh my gosh!
All right, let's not talk about it anymore.
Yeah. The early shows, yeah, we would roll out of here and we didn't have enough.
Sure didn't.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
Dude,
Paul?
but dude, there was such a like you hear the performers do that. They come off stage and they can't wind down.
Nah.
Yeah.
They need
You
to
know,
fuck
it's
something.
same.
Yeah.
It's like
Oh, yeah.
you come out of this show and you're just like
Oh, yeah.
you're like, oh, you
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
it's
Especially when it was downstairs because there was an actual bar there, right? So like you come out of the store and then there's this amazing bar with taps and fucking liquor and you have to pass that to leave, right? So we would never pass it. We'd always walk out and
It is
sit
a
down.
trap.
But dude,
It's a trick.
I remember like that was like the beginning to the end was when we started getting too crazy down there. You know, like I remember like the one time Becky, we had a show and Becky was out. Like she was with her family in Richmond or her girlfriends or something. And she came back, and I'll never forget, like the next day or whatever, the next week she came back, and she realized that we had got into the special liquor. Well, I didn't know there was a fucking special liquor. Well, it was on the top shelf of that liquor cabinet, and we got into some bottle that was signed by the distiller.
What?
That was, oh yeah.
Oh,
That was
man.
literally like a $5,000 bottle of whiskey or something. You know, that was something that she had from her liquor days.
What the hell she put it down there for?
It was on the top shelf. It was hard to get to. and-
Here, don't bite this apple.
Did you fill it back up with apple juice?
No. Once we were busted, we were busted. That was that, you know. But
damn it.
Yeah.
Adam and Eve all over again.
Yeah. How about that husky jerk, Paul?
It's working good.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, it's like I go from not catching any bass on jerk baits to all of a sudden that's all I'm catching them on.
You know what I think is interesting? The color you're using is a
Orange
color
belly.
No, it's a color husky
Silver.
jerk. It's not orange belly. That's what I was going to
It
say.
has a little bit of orange on the chin. But
Does it?
Yeah, a little bit.
It's
but-
mainly black chrome.
Yeah,
Black
yeah.
and chrome.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Paul, you should tie a hair jig.
You should.
Yeah, I haven't thrown them in a long time. but
Be
I
a good
just-
springtime
yeah.
color if you
Yeah.
use your beard hair.
Oh, with my own beard hair.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
wow. Yeah.
Red.
That'd be interesting.
Red crawl.
We can like combo. I'll provide the grays.
Ah, okay. I think Mike can help with that. Too.
Oh yeah.
Bam.
You know, it's funny when this show started. I had very little grays. if any
Yeah.
at all.
Yeah, me too.
10 years.
Well,
fuck.
Long time. Crazy.
We got it. Oh, we're supposed to give away Mr. Tackle Box.
We didn't even break one open.
Oh, we got to
we
do.
didn't.
Yeah, we have to. Let's play a thing because we got to do something.
The last one.
Okay, yeah. Let's take a little break. We'll come back. We'll do an unboxing, and then we'll call the show. All right. Let's take a break. Hang in there when we come back.
We'll call it
Couple
a
more
career.
hours.
We'll call it a career.
Hey, Mike.
What's up, guys? It's Ryan Lambert with Kayak Bass Nation. I'm sorry I couldn't be there for the 10-year anniversary tonight, but I wanted to get as close as I could, so I came down to the recycling center and got next to this pile of trash. Have fun in Jersey. Congrats on 10 years, guys.
Good things don't last forever, but the IKE Live show, it has. 10 years of you guys being idiots and people actually sponsoring your show as you're being idiots, talking about nonsense. Well, to me, that's about as American as it gets. And I love it. Congratulations, you guys. I got some weapons maintenance to do today. That was my whole day. But I had to stop what I'm doing before I go out there and say congratulations to all you guys. Ike, Pete, Brian the Carpenter, all the guys behind the scenes, gals, Becky, everybody. Congratulations, 10 years. People generally don't even live that long.
Folks at home, it's Carl here, and I just wanted to give a big shout out to the IKE Live crew. Congrats on 10 years. Welcome to the 10-year club. Me and the team at Mystery Tackle Box wanted to say that you are our favorite fishing podcast and still somehow the only one with a live MTB unboxing. Oh, and P.S. Watch IKE Live!
Hello, Chris Grow here. First day of practice at the MLF Tackle Warehouse Invitationals. I'm sitting at the dock here in Harney Pond, broke down. I'm in sunny Florida, but it is cold. I'm not exactly happy, but we're gonna get things rolling. But I am definitely sending a message to Mike Iaconelli and the whole staff over there at IKE Live, wishing them a happy 10-year anniversary. Love you, Mike. Wish I had some of the luck like you and I'd be on the water right now. But guess what? Never give up. Chain rats for life. Love ya.
Like to congrat Mike on Iaconelli on the 10-year getting sober. His podcast, man, he was just up there. He took me fishing. Shit, Delaware River. You know what thing was out there? Spinnerbaits. That's right. But he's doing a good job, man. Good job. And Pete falling off the boat, man. I got a great jump bit right there. Y'all do good. And Brian, y'all pretty good now. Congrats.
What's up, boys? It's hard to believe 10 years of IKE Live in the freaking books. I want to say congratulations, and I also want to say that I'm just completely shocked that anybody's able to do a fishing podcast for 10 years, but when you do it full send, like you guys have, the fact that you just haven't been tar and feathered and ran out of the fishing industry is pretty damn impressive. So amazing job you've done. I also want to say thank you, though, from the bottom of my heart, for always having my back. Mike, Pete, Riz, BTC, Dave, you guys laid the foundation in the podcast world and fishing for all of us, including myself, to be able to do what we do now. Can't thank you enough, and I can't thank you enough for including me on several really fun episodes over the years, having me in studio. You guys rock. Appreciate you boys, and in the words of Bill Taylor and Mike Iaconelli, never give up.
What's up, IKE Live crew? Congratulations on 10 years of IKE Live. You guys put on a great show. It's been awesome to be a part of a couple of those. I could still remember my first trip down to South Jersey to be on the show. Showed up to Mike's house in November of 2015, and there was a wrestling mat rolled out in his backyard, and he's wearing a purple singlet underneath his clothes. You guys are great sports for letting my brother Dan and I toss you around and choke you a little bit. Thanks for having me on a couple of times, and I can't wait to see what you guys have in store for us in the future.
And all right, here we go.
We're back.
Man, that was an awesome testimonial.
Yes.
Yeah, seriously. Got a few of those from the Bash U folks down in Texas.
Jim was good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
Used to
yo,
stand
boss.
there.
Yo, boss. Had a couple guys trapped in the bathroom.
Yeah, I was stuck in the bathroom because that is a very tiny handle.
All right, who wants to win an MTB box? You just got to comment something, anything.
Yeah. What?
Here we go. Here's the Riz and BTC show.
Yeah, the IKE Live Halloween show themes. We had like what, 8 of them, 9 of them?
At least 7.
Yeah. Name what they were. At least like 7 or 5 or 3 of them.
At least something.
And if you get like
Name
a couple of
something.
them, you win.
Peach Giant Sack said, "I love MTB." I feel like he should win.
He's really close. He's really close to winning.
Something,
anything. Yeah. And by the way, like, I'm sorry for you guys on Facebook and YouTube. If you didn't get it by now, we don't fucking monitor that.
Let's play Ken Duke.
Oh, you want to play Ken?
Yeah.
Well, it's right here.
Okay. Go ahead, play Ken.
How do I do that? Like this?
Yeah.
You do it.
Oh.
Mute volume?
Thank you for all the great episodes, the costumes, the conversations, and even the confrontations. Mike, we've known each other a long time, and you've taught me a lot. Like how a bass can be a giant, and yet only about half the size of one of Keith Thomas's glide baits. Pete, you're way too nice and well-mannered to be a Yankee. Double check your birth certificate. Dave, when I watch the Star Wars movies, I root for the storm.
What's up, guys? It's Ryan Lambert with Kayak Bass Nation. I'm sorry I couldn't be there for the 10-year anniversary tonight.
Oh.
Riz, remember that the fishing industry is all about relationships. Look around you. You're off to a shaky start. Powerbait Paul, I don't know you, but I recommend that you stay out of the ocean. If a shark bites you, he might hold on 18 times longer. John, the Wawa hoagie lady? Really? Hey, unless your sandwiches can be scattered, smothered, and covered, you will never compete with Waffle House. Becky, we all know you are the glue that holds the show together. And with luck, you might be paroled in a few years. Finally, Brian the Carpenter. I have plans. Duke out.
Ken Duke, everybody.
Yo.
Duke. That's fantastic.
Len Duke.
Len Duke. Peter. Did we ask? Does everybody win?
Yeah. What are we giving anything away?
Guys, hang tight. We're working.
We gave some away. We're doing a MTB unboxing real quick.
MTB.
Oh yeah.
I want to sit up here. Rich, I'm abandoning you.
Huh? Okay.
We're going to do a regular, straight up regular box tonight. Where's my pen? You got a pen knife on you? What do you got on you? Key? Scissors? What the?
With the dead air.
Yo, cut this box. Is that a paring knife? What is that? Fabergé? All right. Got a box open?
For the first time ever, I'm not going to be the last.
You're going to be
person.
first this time.
First.
The 10 years anniversary show is a show of firsts. So Brian the Carpenter. Oh, he's going to knife me. Brian the Carpenter.
Oh my God!
Ah! What?
Are you kidding me?
What are the
odds, folks?
There's
this
a
is
dog
why-
in there.
This is why you subscribe to Mr. Talk About.
What the?
Because you just never know.
Wow, all right. Well, let me
Amazing.
take one. Take one and go
This
on.
is a donk by Black Talon Custom Lures. You can't get this shit anywhere else. Even if you know me, you still can't get it.
All right.
You've got one in your.
That was in the MTB box, Pete.
Dude, is that hard to believe?
And dude, I got to not go last for the first
And
time.
this
and look
is
what happened.
Pete, grab one there. This is actually we're just doing a pro box tonight, guys, which is awesome. And remember, use the promo code Ike Live,
and you can win a donk.
and you get 50% off. 50% off your first pro box. So
Use the code Ike Live, and this can happen to
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. All right. I've got one here real quick. I want to show you. This is a Jabberjaw crankbait. All right, Jabberjaw crankbait. Now I want to. Whoa, Pete!
Whoa, Paulie hands.
Wow.
Paulie hands.
Wow.
Hey, I catch boxes like I catch bass.
Hell yeah! Fucking shortstop.
Stephen Walden just tuned in and asked, did the show start yet?
That's messed up.
Yo, Steph.
Yeah, Steph. All right,
Shout out to
I
Mr.
have a
Tagalog, Steph.
Jabberjaw crankbait by 13 Fishing. Here's the cool thing about this. Ready? Metal lip, floating. So you get a little bit of that chatterbait knock. Metal bill, chatterbait knock. Kind of a cool crankbait.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, there's our camera again. It's so good, isn't it?
What do you think it is?
What's up with that thing? I don't know. It's a wire.
I don't know. I think it's
Piece
you know,
of fuzz. What is it on there?
I think it's a sign of the times.
You think it is?
Yeah.
Could be.
Rich, spit on it and kick it.
Just turn on, turn it off.
Dude, drop an elbow on that motherfucker.
Blowing it like a Nintendo
Top
game.
turnbuckle,
Smash
dude.
it as hard as you can. All right, that's working out. All right, Jabberjaw crankbait. John, what do you got?
Got a G crack tickle tail.
What?
Here.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. That's chatterbait trailer. That's G crack.
Nah,
That's 10,000 fish.
same thing.
G crack that
Use it
fishes.
for a little bit of everything. Take your skirt off your chatterbait. Pop this on.
The key is take the skirt off.
Or thin it out.
Leave the shoes on. Peter?
Pete, what you got?
Are we talking about fishing lures?
Nope.
What you got, Pete?
Dude, this is the key. This is the key.
Swim jig. Ooh,
A swim jig.
bluegill.
We're gonna cut the weed guard off.
Right? Cut the line.
Oh, you're talking. You're talking.
I'm talking about Lunker City.
Yeah.
Talking about Lunker share.
I don't get it though.
13-pound plus bass. This is the bait.
I don't get it.
This is the bait right here.
Bluegill
That's not the
color
bait,
or
but-
shad color?
Well, not this. Well, this particular bait. Who makes this bait? Can you say?
No, I can't speak that language.
I don't know. Is this a 6 cents or?
No.
Well,
Gorgon?
This is a
Demogorgon?
Grass Hero
Dem-
swim jig. It's a Guggen Squad
Gorgon.
swim jig.
Gorgon Squad.
And here's the deal. This was learned. Josh Jones was on Bass University and talking to us about how he's, live targeting these giants.
Yeah.
And the bait of choice is a swim jig
With no trailer.
with no trailer.
I don't
and
get it.
no weed guard cut.
I don't get it.
I don't
and-
get it either.
And working this like you would work a crappie.
I'm
It
offended.
comes from crappie fishing. They learned this technique and they
I'm out.
they
I watched it in action on Lake Athens. It works.
They use nothing but this and they dress like power bait Paul. And they hunt. They purely hunt fish.
Yeah.
They just put the trollometer down at the launch ramp and they just scan around until they find a blob.
Everywhere. Shallow to deep or
Shallow to deep. 40 feet seemed to be the recipe for the time that we were there. That 25 to 40 foot zone, and working this bait on like almost dead sticking it, but just suspending it above the fish.
Like a Demiki.
I don't even want to fish anymore.
Like a Demiki.
Serious.
And going to enough blobs until you get one to strike.
Right.
Like just if one doesn't react,
I'm out, dude.
Move. Next one.
What's
move.
next? Mark Jeffries hit me up on bowling, bro. Let's go fucking bowling.
While we were at Bass University, who caught it?
Kyle Hall. Caught a 13-7. Doing exactly that.
Dude, we were at the Texas Freshwater Fisheries Center.
Yeah.
And it's like ambulance lights go off. Somebody's caught a 13-pounder. They send out a truck to pick them up.
Like the Ghostbusters truck?
Like that. Just like that.
Hey, yeah, well, they send that truck like 5 hours.
They send it in what?
It's like 5 hours away.
It is.
Right.
But they'll have people
in Jersey, you can't get nobody for a month.
Dude, they go right to them. They'll meet them halfway. They'll drive as far as they need to drive. Wow. And they get these 13-plus pound fish. And Ivy, there's something like when you go to OH Ivy, like you're not going out there to smash fest the fish.
No, you get 3 bites.
You're going out there for 3 bites.
Sounds like Merle Creek.
Sounds like
it's just like that. It's just like that. A lot of guys like they do the simple thing. They go to the dam and they stalk the dam like Riz did at Athens, Lake Athens.
Mm-hmm.
He caught a 4-pounder. It wasn't big, but he caught it in 40 feet of water.
Oh shit!
You know, and just so interesting the way that guys are figuring out how to get these.
Why
giants.
the lure choice though? I don't get the swim jig with no trailer.
I don't get the swim jig and no trailer.
I feel like there's a better profile too. You know what I mean?
Well,
like
who's
doing that out there?
Fucking.
Well, let me tell you the story as it was told to us.
All right, make it good because I'm mad.
Crappie. He was crappie fishing with a little finesse jig, and lost his trailer.
Finesse jig?
Yeah, like a little crappie jig. And he didn't have a trailer. He just started fishing it and started catching the crappie better without the trailer.
Yeah.
And then, just was using Alabama rigs,
started fishing
different baits
for bass 3
different
years
kind
ago.
of things for bass, and just decided to try using this type of jig like he was doing with his crappie fishing.
Yeah.
And found out that the percentage of strikes and strike to catch was higher with this presentation.
Huh.
Fascinating.
Okay.
Simplicity.
Yes.
Stupidity.
Stupidity.
Listen, I didn't try to fucking besmirch nobody.
I mean, here's the thing: a jig with no trailer, skirted swim jig with no trailer has no action on its own.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
it's like the Senko.
I mean, the only action's the skirt, the
undulating nature of the skirt.
Yeah, but there's no movement of the bait. It's not rocking or shaking or
no. It's all what you're doing to it. What the angler
which is nothing because you're dead sticking it.
You're dead sticking it. You're moving it up, moving it down. Here's some amazing stuff that we learned, like identifying a carp is easily done by the forked tail.
Yeah,
you see the forked tail, you write that fish off because oftentimes you fish for fish that aren't bass. Catfish. The
Randy Blockett was right.
Is the moving tail like it
really
it
does.
Never stops. It never. See how dialed you are. Brian's like checked out, but you're thinking about it. And it blew my hair back. The stripers got a ID for that too. They dart in and out of the screen. They dart in and out of the shot. So that's a striper. We avoid those. What a largemouth do? They just they go vertical, and their tail doesn't move.
Slow.
That's what they do. That's how you identify the bass, and that's what they're targeting. You know,
Wow. It's
using that
interesting, man.
technology.
Super interesting.
Bowling.
Yeah. All right, Paul, what do you got out of the box?
Bowling, everybody.
Balling.
I took one for the team, and I got the hooks. The
Yo,
Dai Chai
yo,
hooks.
Daiichi.
I mean, at the end of the day,
Yo,
you
Daiichi.
can't catch fish without the hooks.
Yo, true turn.
You can without a trailer.
Yo, true turn.
Or
Well,
any
see, but
action.
not a hook.
Or any fucking
You
whatever.
need that to stick them with.
As long as you can read your electronics.
Let's
Cut
go.
the weed guard off.
Keith, what did you grab?
That's
I
a
grabbed
weird
the Guggen Squad clutch lipless.
Oh,
Yeah.
lipless. Hell yeah.
I only grabbed it because there was only 2 things left.
Okay.
For you guys.
Good
But,
color.
It's got the right color.
You talked about that red.
Yeah.
And what did you say? It's
It's totally a reaction.
Reactionary.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm doing very well with the orange and reds right now.
Huh.
On gliders.
It's crazy.
How are you getting? I mean, is it frozen?
What do you mean? What, the lake?
Yeah,
Well, now it
Frozen,
probably is because
chosen.
it was 0 degrees at my house this morning.
Right.
So I'm sure we got the skim ice, but tomorrow's
0
supposed to be
degrees.
0.
50 tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow's supposed to be like 48 at home.
Nice.
50 here.
And then it's going to be like next 2 weeks, like 40s and mid 50s. So game on. But yeah, orange and red is like
Yeah. I mean, we were talking about that, Keith, but what blows me away is that profile is so gizzard shad profile.
Right.
And then you're painting it a
makes-
color that's not a gizzard shad
makes-
color.
Dude, what you need to do is cut the back end of your glide baits off.
Oh, is that what I need?
Yeah, like right there,
Well,
like this.
I'll do
dude.
it as soon as I
Just
get
cut
home.
the back of it off.
Yeah.
And that's it, dude. It's like a swim jig with no trailer.
But no,
Crawls off the back.
it's crazy because like that color, I mean, it looks like a lost deer hunter walking through the water. I mean, it makes no freaking sense, man.
It's crazy.
Lost deer hunter.
Yeah, like Paul here in Kansas. Yeah, the polar opposite of what Paul's.
Well, I mean, yeah.
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 But no,
Urge.
it makes no sense. But my God, are they smashing that color right now?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that
35 to 37 degree wire.
that
And I mean,
color though, historically in the pre-spawn water temperature, an orange or a red is key. Right.
Yeah.
So maybe it's
Well,
just
Only
it's that
Randy
time of the
Blockett
year.
knows why.
So is like, trigger colors, is that dictated by water temperature? I mean, like, because they are cold-blooded creatures, right? Does that change throughout? Like right now it's orange. Does it turn to like a bright canary?
I mean,
yellow?
I can tell you that orange and red has been, for as long as I've bass fished, has been key in February, March.
Right.
Just
What-
always.
What I want to know is, does that have to do with them being a cold-blooded creature?
Right.
And that water temperature, maybe that's the color they see the easiest.
Right.
I don't know.
I don't know
have
either.
no idea.
It's a good point.
But I know, like when the water gets above 60, like fluorescent green, chartreuse green, is like especially for like smallies and striper.
Yeah.
That is the color.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
I think it's definitely water temperature related because one of the key things, and there's so much details on the stuff that we've done for Bass U, but another important point is like the cold water is key. It makes and this is a weird thing. It makes the fish stupid.
Yeah.
It makes
Cold water.
The cold water
mushes their brain.
It mushes their brain and gets the big ones to bite when you can't get them to bite in the warmer water temperatures.
Except for if there's an ice storm.
They would get hit by a car.
Yeah, if you can find somebody to
But
take you
no,
out.
there is a lot of truth to that, for sure.
All right, Keith, back that up.
What?
Because I heard these guys say it from, I think, when you had Josh Jones on, but just last year you started catching them in 37 when you never did before.
34 degree water.
Well, that's this year.
No, last year.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Was it like a
I mean,
spike
it's
in
been a long
temperature now?
show, so I get
Hey,
it.
potato, Iran, Iraq.
Nah, coldest I got on like a 10-inch glider is 34 degree water, and that the last fish was like just over 6 pounds, and that one came out from underneath the sheet ice to grab the glider.
Oh my God, it's crazy.
Yeah. So like that whole thing with like how lethargic fish get, bullcrap.
Yeah.
Their
just going where the
feeding
feed
slows
is.
down, but when they want to eat something, they'll still come get it.
Well,
Yep.
I always thought the whole orange-red thing was because of the crawdads coming out of the mud.
You know
Like the
what?
clay
Show
thing
me a
with the spatter rock.
crawdad up here that's freaking orange or red in the freaking.
Well, you got those
Paul, the crawfish were red at the open on the Chesapeake.
That was in the fall.
Yeah, in the fall.
Up
I
my
remember
way,
one
you
time-
won't find a red crawfish. The only thing you find red is in the bellies of like gizzard shad that are red. That's it. Like our crawfish, they're like dark brown, black when they come out.
I've seen
Spring.
red.
Yeah.
Green
I
pumpkin.
mean, I'll give you maybe a little bit of like a hint of red on the tip of the claws, but not enough.
Look at this shit.
Nah, it's got
Pete,
to do
you
with
had a
like the
black and
cold
yellow one
water. They
before.
it must affect the way they see color.
I mean, I see.
has to
Remember, you had one in your
I
live
see
well
red
at the
every time I
Chesapeake.
look in the mirror.
It was black and
See
yellow.
that?
This tournament?
Nah, like years ago. You had a black and yellow crawdad.
This is I ice fished the other day and I caught a bluegill through the ice and like it had the most unbelievably
Where the fuck is that?
little lake in Pennsylvania.
I know where it's at.
It had the most unbelievably pronounced orangish red,
look at that.
like throat to mid belly,
Yeah.
like that swim bait that you
That's
gave
crazy,
Vegas.
dude.
Yeah.
And that's a bluegill, but it's like, dude,
What's with
bright.
the bloody knife right next to
Yeah.
it?
A bloody knife.
Uh-huh.
No, that's the active target.
So. So show the fucking thing.
Yeah, so it's kind of intriguing
bluegill.
to try to understand trigger colors with water
Yeah.
temps.
It's
you know,
crazy.
because they're cold blooded. You know,
Yeah.
it does affect their eyesight. You know, I know a lot about stripers. So, like in stripers, the color they see the most is fluorescent green,
Hmm.
and then it fades off either side into the color spectrum from that. So, largemouth bass and smallmouth bass, their eye construction is not too much different from like a striper.
Right.
So, but it's kind of, I don't know, you know, like I'll throw chartreuse green right now in the lakes. I do okay. I put orange on, I get bit.
Hmm.
I probably shouldn't say that.
Yeah, but
weird.
yeah,
The
you
guys
got,
are gonna be out there now.
yeah, go out there and throw something and do nothing, and you catch more.
Yeah, it makes no sense.
It's fucking retarded. Oh, sorry.
You think it has to do with the Hydra Collider?
Yes.
Split the atom, Peter. All right, Riz. Last bait from Mystery Tackle Box tonight is
I got a grande bass swim bait.
Yeah.
And I throw swim baits because they eat swim baits.
They do eat swim
Yeah,
baits.
what's it look like, Rich? Take one out.
It's it's
Take it out the bag, bro.
just a it's like a Kitech.
That'll work.
Similar to that.
Boot tail.
What's
Grande bass, boot
Oh,
tail,
yeah, it looks
4
good.
inch,
Give it the old taste test. there.
4 inch
Yeah.
bait.
Garlic.
Man, dude, you put a swim bait on a jig head anywhere you go across the country.
Yep.
All
Almost
across
all
the
year
country.
long.
Yep.
Here
You're
we
gonna catch some fish.
I would agree with that.
It's simple. I'm not gonna,
Yeah, it's
Argue with it.
12:57.
I would
We
agree
got
with that.
3 more minutes and then we're out.
Yeah,
of here.
3 more minutes. Well, there you have it. That was our Mystery Tackle Box unboxing tonight. Once again, to use the promo code Ike Live, 30% off first lead box, 50% off the first pro box. So go give them a check.
Good. I want to give a shout out to the
Brian
Big
the
Bass
Carpenter.
podcast.
Yes.
Ken Duke has started a podcast talking about oh my gosh, the introduction of the Florida strain to
More of the
California,
history. The history
of
fishing.
these giant fish, the
Yeah.
stories.
I can't wait.
behind
I
them,
haven't heard it yet, but I can't wait to listen to it.
the cheese bass. Fascinating.
Cheese?
Mostly. Yes.
California
cheese.
thing.
Yes. Did you the trout guys fishing cheese balls?
Yeah.
Caught all the state records when the Florida strain started to explode in California.
I feel like that's the most important podcast out there. Like seriously, like important. You know what I mean? Like important to like the sport moving forward.
Historical.
Yeah. Because
It's
without it, like
documenting
it's in those guys' brain.
Right.
Ken Duke, Terry Battisti.
Yeah.
I hope
It
people
doesn't
like
exist anywhere else.
Yeah. I
I
hope
think
people
you're
like
right.
it.
You have
'cause
to watch it.
And they're entertaining, and both of them have
They're
so much knowledge
fantastic.
Yeah.
about
Here's the
it.
thing, though. You never know what people gravitate toward. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? Like for me, that podcast is super interesting. But I hope people find that too. You know?
Yeah.
Because I do like on my YouTube channel, I do a lot of content where I'm fishing, and I fucking love it. I think it's the best content ever. Nobody watches it. Everybody wants to watch the shop videos where I'm
Right.
teaching, sitting, teaching, talking about a lure. Like, brr.
Dude, your double fluke video was pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah. So you know how it goes. I
Yeah,
hope people like the
double-headed dildo video was rad.
I'd like that one.
double fist thing you did was
That's
amazing.
fucking badass.
That was all
dude.
before I had the Peyronie's diagnosis. Yeah,
It's fucking super.
that
dude.
all became right before I had the Peyronie's diagnosis. I
Right.
did all that, so now I just stay away from that. So,
I didn't get to see that video.
yeah,
Well,
but
Paul. Paul, come up here.
yeah,
Paul, come sit on the table.
Yeah, right.
Paul, sit on this
Get your
knife.
dollar bills out, boys.
Hey, Paul, grab my cup of coffee on your way down here. No, not that one. Keep going.
The booze. Pete wants the booze.
The handle on
It's
it.
right there. The big cup, the coffee cup.
that looks like a coffee cup.
No.
Oh, that's Brian's piss.
Paul, grab that beer too.
Oh yeah, that's the one. That's coffee. Yeah,
Oh,
the one that has Brian's piss in it.
Paul, grab a beer too, and then come up here.
Yeah.
I want to end the show right here because I've never been here before.
Okay, let's.
But
end
I
the
also
show
want
right
Paul.
here. Oh yeah, Paul.
I want
come
every.
in.
Grab a
Yeah.
beer.
Yeah. Come in,
fuck
Paul.
it.
Sit on his
Yeah,
shoulder.
sit in the middle. Let me thank everybody for tuning in tonight. This was our 10th anniversary show. It was a great crew tonight. I want to thank our guests. We had Mark Zona, Mark Jeffries, and last but not least, Fat Cat Newton joining us on the show. So I want to thank those guys. Also want to thank our in-studio guests. Thank you guys for coming in. Dude, thank you for sharing this moment with me. Keith, thank you. 10 years of this show. It's awesome. The show's going to continue. I can't wait to see what's in store for the show. It might change a little, but it'll be interesting to see what happens. So, Pete, thank you for being the of the show all these years.
Thanks for
it's been
letting me be part of it.
yeah, it's been fun. Yeah, we're not opening up Redbox. No, no, nah. We don't need to give it away. Are we supposed to give away box?
Yeah, we gave it away to Pete's big sack.
Pete's big sack is the winner of the box tonight. Yeah.
And another box to Geis.
And another box. Yeah, of
There's
course.
a bunch in that cabinet.
Paul, thank you for coming tonight. Appreciate
No
that.
problem,
John,
Mike.
thank you. Thank you guys for coming on tonight. And I hope you had fun tonight. And we'll see you on the next show. Yes. Good night, everybody. Oh, wait, by the way, we're going out to one last little
Let's hear it.
compilation of something. So good night, everybody. We'll see you in the next show.
See you guys. Bye-bye. Thanks for watching.
Hey, Mike, want to come on here to wish you a happy 10th anniversary with Ike Live. I know you've inspired a lot of people, helped out a lot of kids in your foundation. I'm happy to call you a friend. Happy to fish with you a couple times. I remember the one time in St. Clair, the first time we've ever went fishing together. We were on St. Clair. You didn't make the cut, unfortunately, but you brought me in the boat. But then I don't want to say I waxed you, but I put a beating on you, and you're like, "Who's this Bickle guy?" So it's nice to call you a friend. Been down to the charity event that you have down in Philly, so hopefully I can get back out there and catch some Delaware bass. But congratulations on the 10 years. Hopefully we can cross paths and get in the boat back together, and all the best in the next 10.
Hey guys, everybody at the IKE team, man, congratulations on 10 years. 10-year anniversary, that's a big deal. That's a decade that y'all have been doing this, and it's just a great show, a great long-running show, and honored to have been on it a couple times and look forward to the next opportunity to do that. But to me, honestly, the biggest surprise, I can't believe y'all have made it 10 years and not been canceled yet. That's what's mind-blowing to me, but no, absolutely. Congrats. Glad to call every single one of you all friends. And congrats to Mike, Becky, and the whole IKE Live team on a fantastic show and a big anniversary.
10 years. Wow. 10 years is 10 years is a decade. So congratulations to the entire crew from IKE Live. Ike, Becky, BTC, Pete, Riz, everybody involved. I congratulate you on an incredible run, and I thank you because one of the greatest things that you guys bring to the sport of bass fishing is excitement and passion, and I thank you for all the entertainment over the years. Also, I got to thank you because, honestly, the greatest Elite Series crowd in Bassmaster Elite Series history happened right there in Philadelphia because of you guys. And it literally was the closest that...
What happened?
It's perfect.
We're still live? All right, we're still live, everybody. It's just me and you. Just us now.
The 5 to 6 months.
live on Mike's career. Thank you for everything.
That far in advance. That far in
I'll
advance.
turn this off.
I don't know. But if I can get that, I'll get it. If not, it'll be Cat Motel again.
Rich, how we turn this off? How we turn it off?
And broadcast. Top right hand corner of the screen.
Top right.
What's your first week series event this year? March? April?